Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one started with a secret that ended with the river.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
To most people, nightlife in Chicago means slumming in the honky-tonks, a fast tour of the taverns, or a ringside table at the Chez Paris. To me, it's more than that. Nightlife is made up of the stories that happen in the lives of ordinary people that wouldn't happen in the light of day. And I've got headlines to prove it. It's the time when darkness can hide the ugliness of dirt and misery, or the gloom can make it worse. Those same shadows that are a big help to Cupid can be a cover for crime. And some little thing that today caused fear, tonight can build into despair. This was a night for driving, cool and clear with a suggestion of spring. It was dusk when I started what I intended to be a short drive, but it was late when I turned back to town. I hadn't spotted a story and none had caught up with me. At Oak Street Beach, where Lakeshore Drive turns and Michigan Avenue begins, I quit kidding myself that I could find a story on wheels and headed for the paper to park my car. I was just approaching the bridge when I saw the girl, standing on the rail, her arms held rigid at the sides. I jammed the brakes and stopped within 20 feet of where she stood, and then, as I opened the door, she jumped. Hey! I ran to the rail and vaulted over into the icy river. The girl was nowhere in sight. Hello! And then she came up so close that her shoulder brushed against me. I grabbed her and started for the bank.
Let me alone. Let me alone.
Look, lady, let's get out of the water.
Let me alone, please. Please let me alone.
You know what they teach in life-saving? If the victim resists, I don't want it to get rougher. Come on.
No.
A little farther. A little more. There. Now climb up.
Oh.
Climb up. There, that's better.
Why did you do it?
Why did you do it?
They know.
They know what? What are you talking about?
They know my secret. They know my secret.
Well, you can tell me about it in the car. Looks like I'm going your way. We stumbled up the bank and under the bridge. People were starting to gather at the rail. I put the girl in the front seat of my car, and I pulled away fast. I hate a curious man. The girl huddled over against the door, shivering. She didn't make a sound until we crossed the bridge. And she began to cry. Want to tell me about it?
All right, you've been a hero. Why don't you let me alone?
Look, I'm only trying to make it easier for you. Strangely enough, when you try to take your own life, it becomes a matter for the police.
Oh, no.
Does that frighten you?
I don't want to see the police.
They want to see you?
Why don't you mind your own business and leave me alone?
I want to help you.
No one can help me. No one.
Nothing's ever that bad. Just seems like it.
That's easy to say about somebody else.
Well, I know it wasn't very original, but neither is jumping off a bridge.
Are you a detective?
No, I'm just a guy.
Why did you go in after me?
Oh, I saw you jump just as I drove up. Reflex, maybe. I was in the water before I had time to think.
I guess I do owe you something.
Well, now that's more like it. I'll settle for a cup of hot coffee and some dry clothes.
I can make the coffee. I don't know about the dry clothes. Maybe the janitor can find you some. It's quite a trade. A cup of coffee for my life. One of us is getting gypped.
She talked after that, and I could tell it was to keep me from asking questions. I couldn't make her out. If she was still angry, she didn't show it. It was a reaction I'd never seen before. She wasn't happy or unhappy. It seemed more that... Well, did you ever see anyone who was resigned to living? I drove to the address she gave me on Walton Street. It was a better-than-average apartment house, a good district. No clues there to suicide. She even joked a little as we reached the front door.
Sorry, I must have left my bag in the river. Oh, the janitor let us in.
Must be pretty exclusive here.
I hadn't noticed it. Why do you say that?
Only 3 names on all those letterboxes.
Well, that's all there are. Wanda Rhodes, that's me, and Miss Henrietta Dietz. Etta lives across the hall. And Judson. He died 7 months ago.
Then there are only 2 people living in this big building?
Well, there's the manager, but he's hardly ever here, and the janitor. Why?
Well, maybe you haven't heard there's a housing shortage in Chicago. Don't tell me the house is haunted.
No. No, I guess not.
I don't get it.
What do you want?
Oh, let us in, Lucky. I lost my key.
What happened to you, Miss Rhodes? You're all wet.
Oh, she had an accident. She was walking on the pier, and she slipped.
Oh, this is...
Randy Stone.
Yes, he helped me out. Could you find Mr. Stone some other clothes?
I need something dry to wear home. I'll bring them back.
I don't know.
Well, anything will do as long as it's dry. Here's a deposit. When I return your clothes, you can keep it as rent.
Well, all right. Walking on piers at night, bringing home strange men, borrowing clothes.
Are you feeling better?
I'm beginning to, Mr. Stone.
Randy,
All right, Randy. Let's get that coffee, huh?
All the comforts of home. What is it, Wanda? What is it?
Look, in lipstick on the mirror.
I know your secret.
Oh, it's there again.
All right, easy, baby, easy. Sit down here with your back to it. That's better. Now, what's it all about?
I can't tell you everything.
Well, tell me what you can. It'll do you good.
Oh, all right, I'll try. At first, it was typewritten notes.
What do they say?
That.
I know your secret?
Yes.
Go on.
The first one was yesterday. No, the day before. It was slipped under the door.
Wasn't signed, of course.
Oh, no, none of them were.
How many notes have you had?
I don't know. They were everywhere under the door in my mailbox. I even found one in the laundry.
Say anything about it to anyone?
Oh, no. Not till you. Oh, you don't understand.
Yeah, I think I understand. Who else knows about this secret?
No one. No one here in Chicago.
What else happened other than the notes?
There were the sounds. But I can't be sure about that.
What sounds?
I may have imagined it. The notes got on my nerves, I guess. I began to hear things, boards creaking, footsteps. I'd hear something outside in the hall. When I'd open the door, there'd be nothing there.
Imagination can do strange things.
I tried going out to get it off my mind, but that made it worse. I dreaded coming home. I knew what I'd find.
You let those notes drive you?
Then there was the phone. There was no mistake about that. That began late this afternoon. Hello? 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 Hello, who is this? Oh, ring. Go ahead. Ring your head off. Hello. Hello. Oh. Look, what are you trying to do? I'll fix you. I'll leave the receiver off the hook. There. That'll settle that. All the crazy things. Well, ring. Go ahead. See if you can ring now. Oh. Hello.
This is the service operator. Is your receiver off the hook?
Well, yes.
Are you using this line?
Well, no, but you see...
Then I must ask you to hang up your receiver.
Operator, let me explain. My phone keeps ringing. When I answer, there's no one there.
There is a party waiting for your line.
Is it a man or a woman?
I'm sorry, we cannot give out that information. Will you please replace your receiver and see if your number can be dialed?
Oh, all right. Hello? Hello? Oh.
Number, please.
Oh, I want the service operator, please.
I will ring the service department. I am ringing. Service operator?
Oh, operator, something has got to be done about this phone.
What is your trouble, madam?
Well, I just talked to you. You made me hang up my receiver.
Oh, well, that must have been another operator. If you'll tell me your trouble, I will have it checked.
Look, my phone keeps ringing and ringing and ringing, and when I answer it, there's no one there. I can't stand it. My nerves are shot as it is. I can't stand it, I tell you.
Well, the trouble may be in your phone.
Well, of course it's in my phone. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
If the trouble is in the instrument, it cannot be checked until morning.
Morning? Well, what am I supposed to do until then? I can't stand here and listen to this thing ring all night.
We will send a serviceman as soon as we can.
Yes, you just do that. But until he gets here, this receiver stays off the hook.
I'm sorry, madam, you cannot do that.
Why not? Just see if you can stop me. I'm sorry, madam, you cannot do that. Who does she think she is? Oh, hello.
This is the service operator.
What do you want now?
Is your receiver off the hook?
Yes, my receiver is off the hook. You know it is. I told you I was going to leave my receiver off, and that's what I'm going to do.
I'm sorry you cannot do that.
Can't I? Well, who's going to stop me, I'd like to know.
Your number is on a 4-party line. When your receiver is up, it stops the service on all the lines. I must insist that you replace your receiver.
And what will you do if I don't?
It's my duty to see that the lines are open. I will have to keep ringing until you do.
Oh! Hello! Hello! The phone kept ringing and ringing until I guess I went a little crazy. I grabbed my coat and ran down the hall. When I got to the front door, I found a note pasted on the glass. I know your secrets. I don't know just what happened after that. I remember running and that cold water.
Is there someone who would really want to harm you?
Yes. I don't know.
All right, we'll see. You should be getting out of those wet clothes. Come on now. Find something warm and dry.
Oh, what about you?
Well, does that answer your question? I think that's my tailor now. Now go in and change and knock before you come back.
What?
Yeah, just like that.
Oh, fool.
Here's some clothes.
Oh, you must be the man from Sears. Hmm?
Oh.
What's that?
There's something you can do for me, Pop.
My name's... They call me Lucky. What is it you want?
I want the names and present addresses of some of the tenants who used to live here.
What do you want that for?
I want to ask them why they moved from here.
What business is it of yours?
It's not. I'm just curious.
Oh, that ain't in my department.
Would this help you find that information?
Sure easy with your money, ain't you? But put it away. It won't do you no good. First place, I don't know where they moved. Second place, I can tell you why. I'd go myself and I had any place to move.
Well, why did they move?
Because this is a crazy house, that's why. People walking around all hours, peeping and prying.
Mm-hmm. You wouldn't be meaning that for me, would you?
No, for you. Wandering all over they was. Top floor, this floor, even in the basement. I saw them a-looking and a-searching.
Searching for what?
I ain't a-saying.
Tell me what you mean, Pop, Lucky. You can tell me about it.
There ain't nothing more I'm going to say except this. Just heed, mister, you don't get in somewhere you can't get out of alive.
You are listening to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
There I stood in a strange apartment, wringing wet, with an armful of shabby, faded clothes, and a door slammed in my face. Well, I wonder what that was all about. Must be as nutty as a candy bar. Just heed, mister, you don't... Yeah.
Can I come in now?
Oh, not yet.
Has Lucky come yet?
Yeah.
And who are you talking to?
Oh, myself. It's getting me, too. Okay, come on in.
What's getting you too, Randy?
This house. Next, I'll be hearing things.
You don't believe me?
Oh, sure. I believe most of it happened. The rest was the product of fear and panic. What about this Henrietta, what's her name?
Etta? What about her?
Think she'd know anything?
If she doesn't, it's not her fault. She tries to keep an eye on everything.
Well, maybe I should get my stories from her. That's a gal I want to see. Come on.
Not me. I wouldn't be caught dead.
Yeah. All right, you make some coffee. I'll be back. I stepped across the hall, rang the buzzer. There was no answer. I rang again several times. I knocked, and I waited. And then I heard it. It sounded like someone in trouble, someone moaning. I put my shoulder to the door. At the same time, I tried the knob. Door opened to my touch, and I almost fell into the room. There in the center of the floor swayed a little white-haired lady, and she was singing. In her hand, she held a typewritten note. When she saw me, she smiled pleasantly.
Hello?
I'm sorry to break in like this. I rang.
Well, come in.
I see you got a note, too.
What?
That note.
This. Oh, yes, isn't it exciting? Here, see?
I know your secret.
What?
I know your secret.
Speak up, young man. Don't be afraid of me.
I know your secret.
Oh, you do? Then you must be the one who sent this.
Do you have one?
Oh, dear. Just a minute while I fasten my aid. Now, what did you say?
Do you have one?
You needn't shout, young man. I can hear perfectly well. Now, what is it you want to borrow? Do I have one what?
Do you have a secret?
A secret? I thought you said you knew.
All right, look, let's start over. Now, I walked in. You were holding a typewritten note in your hand which said, I know your secret. I read the note. I did not send it. That clear?
Why, yes, it seems so to me. What is it you don't understand?
Miss,
Dietz.
Miss Dietz, do you have a secret?
Young man, I am 60. That is 58. I taught school for more than 25 years. I am not deformed nor disfigured. There are those who even called me attractive. Is it so hard to believe that at some time in my life there has occurred one event that could be called my secret?
Well, has there?
Not that I can think of.
I should have known better. All right, thank you, Miss Dietz. I'm afraid you can't help me after all.
Well, try. Ask me something.
All right, okay.
Yes.
Once more. What can you tell me about the tenants who were here, the last ones to move?
Oh, I can tell you plenty. Now, there was that Mr. Taylor. He was a traveling man, and you know how traveling men are.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Then there was that Mrs. May. That one, she spent a fortune on psychiatrists, but that didn't keep her from drinking alone. You know, she would draw the shades. She said it was her eyes. And she would come out for 3 or 4 days.
Do you know why they moved?
No, I don't. I know where they moved, though. Yes, I have it right here. There, here you are.
Thank you, yes, thank you.
Now, let me tell you about that.
No, thank you, Miss Dietz. I know when I've had enough. Wanda had coffee made when I got back to her apartment. It was strong and hot. Wanda sipped and watched me. I drank 1 cup, and I started on another.
See her?
Yeah. Why didn't you tell me?
I tried to.
I feel like I'm playing hopscotch.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Oh, this whole thing is out of my line. I'm pulling out of it.
Oh, well, that's just den.
Now, wait a minute. This is a matter for the police.
I don't want the police to know anything about it.
And I say that they should. If you've committed a crime and you're hiding, go to them and get it over. If not, they have detectives who can clear this up.
No. I haven't broken any law. But there'd be publicity. I've seen it happen before. Pictures, names in the papers.
Okay, all right. It's your ball game. We'll play your rules. I'll go see what I can find out from the ones that moved.
You are going to help me?
Sure, baby, sure. Promise me you'll stay right here, hmm?
Oh, I won't try it again. Once was enough.
I started with the nearest ex-tenant, Mr. Taylor. He answered my second ring. He was wearing pajamas and street shoes. His body was moving, but his mind wasn't.
Yeah, what do you want?
Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, I'm Taylor.
May I come in?
Oh, sure, come in. What do you want?
I want to ask you about the Walton Apartments.
Walton? Who are you?
Why did you leave the Walton Apartments, Mr. Taylor?
What are you getting at?
Did you receive threatening notes?
Yeah, typewritten. What do you know about them?
Was that why you left? Because someone knew too much?
Take off, mister. I'm not buying.
Were there phone calls, too? Calls when no one answered?
You don't know when to quit, do you? First notes, then phone calls, now in person. So you're the one.
The one what? The one that drove you out?
Proud of that, aren't you? You're pretty busy with that typewriter and that phone. Well, now I'll take my turn.
Wait a minute. You got that wrong.
Oh, you're the one that got it wrong, mister. I shouldn't have moved in the first place.
I didn't write those notes.
Yeah, I suppose somebody sent you. Well, I don't care which way it is. I got a message you can return.
Now, listen to me.
I listened long enough. I listened to that telephone, remember?
I did not do...
You want to back out. Should have thought of that before you rang my bell in the middle of the night.
I'm trying to help.
Help? Oh, that's a new one. I don't know what you want, but this is what you're going to get.
Will you let me explain?
Sure. Come back any time. We'll talk about secrets.
For a traveling man, Taylor had a good right. I don't know what he sold, but it must have been heavy, for his arm was in good condition. When I came to, I was lying in the hall in front of his door like a watchdog. I was convinced that Taylor was not interested in my explanations, so I went to see Mrs. May. I knocked several times at her door before it opened a little way. She looked at me and started to close the door again. I stopped her with my foot. She was in cream and curlers. I could have chinned myself on her breath.
What do you want?
I want to talk to you about the Walton Apartments.
I don't know anything about them. Who are you?
I'm a reporter, Chicago Star.
No, I don't know you. You get out before I call the police.
I wouldn't do that, Mrs. May.
Why?
The Walton Apartments, remember? The Walton Apartments. Why did you move?
There's no law against it. What business is that of a reporter?
Did you ever receive threatening notes or phone calls?
No, I just wanted to move. That's all. So I did.
Mrs. May, I know your secret.
Oh, You're the one that sent those notes. You're the one that rang me all day and all night. What do you want with me? You can't blackmail me. I'll go to the police. I'll put a stop to this year. I'll put a stop to this.
So you did receive typewritten notes?
Man, not the papers. I'll do anything you say, but don't print anything in the papers. What do you want?
Mrs. May,
I'll pay anything, only don't tell my secret. And all the time, I thought it was her. She watched me all the time.
I was ashamed of what I'd done, but it was the quickest way, and there wasn't much time. I apologized for the ruse and the shock it had given her. When her alcoholic brain finally understood what I was saying, she turned her back and started for a tray of bottles on the table. I used her phone and called Wanda.
No, don't call
Wanda.
anymore. I'll do anything, but only please don't call anymore. Please.
Wanda, it's Randy Stone. Everything's all right. I'll be right over. Mrs. May didn't hear me when I left. Wanda was near collapse when I reached her apartment. Her phone had rung almost constantly since I left there, and it was still ringing.
Randy, that phone is driving me crazy.
All right, let it ring.
I can't stand it. I gotta get out of here.
Then maybe that would be better. I'll take you to a hotel. You can stay there the rest of the night. Pick up your things tomorrow.
No, I've got to get out of this house. I won't live here with just a loony old woman and a snooping janitor.
Okay, baby, okay. I'll ring for your trunks.
The house phone? Use the house phone over there.
Okay. Do I press a button?
No, just lift the receiver up. He'll answer.
I guess he isn't there. Oh, Pop, it's Randy Stone. I'm in Miss Rhodes' apartment. Will you bring up her trunk? She's moving out tonight. Okay, Lucky.
That phone, I can't stand it. I've got to answer it, Randy. It stopped. Randy, it stopped.
Yeah. It nearly had me stopped. Sometimes you look right at a thing and you never see it. It was there from the very beginning, but it was too easy, and I refused to see it. I met Lucky at the door and helped him carry the trunk into Wanda's apartment, and I closed the door behind us.
What's that for? Why'd you shut the door? There's another trunk out there.
We won't be needing it, Lucky.
But you said...
She's changed her mind. She's not leaving tonight.
Well, but you said she was moving.
Why do you want to drive the tenants to move?
I don't do nothing. It was them, the people, around at all hours, peeping and prying.
Are you hiding something, Lucky?
You've been snooping, too, just like the others. I saw them down there, and you, too, Miss Rhodes, trying to find out where I hid it.
I don't know what you mean.
You can't fool me. You found out about it. I saw you snooping in the basement, pretending you was doing your laundry. I know you want to steal it from me.
I've never stolen anything in my life. I don't know what you're talking about.
What did you steal, Lucky? What did you steal and hide in the basement?
I didn't steal it. I found it.
Found it?
Well, it was the same thing as finding it. It was in that suitcase Mr. Judson stored here when he come back from the war. It was loot. It weren't his. He stole it. I didn't.
What was it, Lucky?
A bag of jewels. A plain old canvas bag of jewels. Oh, they were so pretty. I never had nothing so pretty before.
If you took them from his case, that's stealing.
But I didn't. The case got knocked off in the basement and come open. He never come back. He was killed in that plane crash. That makes it mine. Now, don't it the same as I find it?
You were the one that was phoning me?
Sure. I knew if I could scare you off, you'd quit snooping. And I would have, too, if that nosy newspaper guy hadn't butted in.
But how did you know about my secret?
I didn't.
Then why did you type those notes?
I knew you had a secret. Everybody has one. And if you thought I knew about it, you wouldn't tell about me.
You didn't know anything about Wanda?
No. When I tried the first time, the people moved, and that gave me the idea, so I've been doing it ever since. Lucky. That's what they call me, Lucky.
And now your luck has run out.
No, it ain't. This was in the bag, too.
A gun?
Yes, Miss Nosy, a loaded gun. Hey, what's that?
It's the phone. I'll take care of that gun now.
Oh, no, not again.
All right, baby, I'll answer. Hello.
We have been able to check your line. We cannot locate your trouble.
Oh, yes. Thanks a lot, operator. You can cancel the complaint. We've located the trouble right here. Oh, an operator. Get me the police. Well, there it is. The story of what can happen when guilt starts eating a man's insides. He didn't intend to hurt all those people, but he did. He just happened to hit a sore spot they all had. And Wanda's secret was something very small, but she'd made it important. That's not so hard to do. You can hold a dime in front of your eye and black out a whole city. Pretty good writer once wrote, "Thus doth our conscience make cowards of us all." Yeah, I guess everybody has a secret, something they'd rather nobody else knew. That is, everybody except you and me. Yeah? Copy, boy.
Night Beat, a new dramatic series, stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Tonight's script was written by Joel Hunt. Night Beat is edited by Larry Marcus and directed by Warren Lewis. Music is by Frank Worth. The part of Wanda was played by Joan Banks. Others in tonight's cast were Jeff Corey, Martha Wentworth, Betty Lou Gerson, Colleen Collins, and Will Wright. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production, Rock Bottom, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. The stories that come out of the shadows to find their way into Night Beat. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is now heard on Wednesdays. Yes, now on Wednesdays, hear Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. You'll hear action-packed entertainment as glib Rick Diamond fights his way to fame, fortune, and a red-headed girlfriend over most of these NBC stations. For $100 a day in expenses, Richard Diamond tackles adventure that will hold your interest right up to the smashing climax. Be sure to tune for the thrill-packed action drama that is yours for the listening every Wednesday on Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Now on Wednesday night, NBC brings you a trio of great adventure and mystery shows. Mr. District Attorney, The Big Story, and Richard Diamond. Hear them all Wednesday night on NBC. Now it's Brian Donlevy and Dangerous Assignment on NBC.
Whitehall, 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have for obvious reasons been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is from Percy Hoskins, Chief Crime Reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Here is Chief Superintendent John Davidson of Scotland Yard, custodian of the famous Black Museum.
The exhibit I have to show you today from our Black Museum files is neither more nor less unusual than anything I've shown you. But, like many other of these intrinsically unusual objects, it has acquired a certain interest because of its association. Now, you've seen thousands of these. It's a string of varicolored plastic beads made by cutting plastic tubes of various colors into short lengths and stringing them together to form a woman's necklace. The string has been broken, but it's been retied, you see. The man who tied it together is here beside me. He was in charge of the case number 696966. This is Detective Inspector Herbert Case of the CID. Herbert?
This case is one of the few in which the press was able to be of considerable assistance to us. Not, I assure you, by usurping the functions of the police, as so many fictional newspaper men do so fictionally successfully, but by passing on to us with remarkable celerity everything they discovered, and leaving the dirty work to us whose job that is. I applaud such pressmen, as does every good policeman. On the 9th of August last year, the Criminal Investigation Department of Nottingham received a trunk telephone call from London. The call was routed to me. The caller identified himself.
John Marchbank speaking.
Inspector Case here, Mr. Marchbank.
Oh, yes, yes. Look here, old fellow. I've had a telephone call from Nottingham that I suspect wants investigating.
Yes, sir?
A man's just called to tell me that he's willing to sell me, for a considerable sum of money, the exclusive first-hand story of a murder.
May I ask who you are, sir?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I'm editor of the News of the World in London. We've the largest circulation in Geneva.
I've seen your paper.
Yes. Well, this chap told me that he had the story. Says you chaps don't know anything at all about it yet. So I thought I'd better notify you.
Oh, well, that's very good of you, sir. Did the man give his name?
Yes. I told him I'd have to consult my superiors, and I'd ring him back at 12:25. He's at the telephone kiosk there, and the number's 633-191.
And his name?
Brown. George Brown, he said. Although I suspect that rather too easy, isn't it? Probably his nom de plume.
You're going to talk to him at that number, sir?
At 12:25, I told him. Yes.
Thank you, sir. We'll be there with him. Goodbye.
Good luck. And don't forget the News of the World, Inspector.
It was, of course, simple to determine the location of the telephone kiosk from the number. I proceeded there at once to Detective Sergeant Victor Mann to find a young man with excessively long hair talking rapidly into the phone. We moved closer to listen as best we might through the closed door.
Nobody knows about it except Victor.
Did you say that to him, Inspector?
What papers?
I expect you'd better find out, Sergeant.
All right, sir.
Well, £150. I need them.
Your name, George Brown?
Excuse me, listen.
I'll have that telephone, please.
Look here, who are you?
The ID cop. Give us the phone. Hello, are you there? Hang on a sec, please. This is the police. You want to talk, Inspector?
I say.
Are you George Brown?
I am. I was...
It's him, Inspector.
Thank you. Just wait, you, Brown. Hello, is that Mr. Marchbank? It is? Good. Was that your man? Right, we're here. We'll have a talk with him. Eh? Oh, yes. Of course, I'll remember. Thanks very much, sir. Now, Mr. Brown.
Who are you, the police?
We are. What's the cards?
I was going to call you at once, officer, just as soon as I got finished with my London call.
I suppose you tell us now.
We're right here.
May I sit down, please?
On the bench there.
Leg feels better when I sit down.
What's the matter with your leg?
Always been that way.
Sit down, Sergeant. Now, what's this, Brown, about the murder you know about?
Well, I don't know if it's a murder or not, sir.
You told the editor of the News of the World it's a murder.
Well, I think it's a murder.
Where?
It's in an old derelict orchard about half a mile from here, sir.
It's a woman, you told the editor?
Yes, sir, a woman.
Is the body still there?
Yes, sir. I'm sure nobody'd find it.
Why hasn't it been reported to the police?
Well, I found it just yesterday, you see, and I thought I'd try to make some money out of it before I told you chaps. Can't blame me for that, you know.
Well, can't we?
Do you want to take us there?
Well, under the circumstances, sir, I suppose there's really no choice, is there?
There is not. Come along.
And on my leg, will you great oaf?
I felt sorry for young George Brown as he limped along with us in the direction of his derelict orchard. Down Edwards Lane, past the Roxy Cinema and the Metropole Hotel, jabbering about his bad luck at every step.
How'd you chaps get on with me? I'd have stood to make £250 if you hadn't butted in.
150 the bloke on the telephone was saying to you, or you were saying to him, cock.
Well, 150 isn't hay, you know, till a fellow's out of work. Now I shall never see it, thanks to you.
Serves you right, trying to make fools of the police.
Well, I didn't make fools of you, mate.
Don't come a Gracie Fields on us.
How much further is this place, Brown?
Down the hill there. There's a path.
I don't see a path.
You'd never have found it. I'll show you. Here, see? It's all grown over, but there's your path.
Where's this body?
See down there, at the bottom?
That pile of rags?
It's a coat. Been thrown over her.
Who threw it over her?
How do I know? The murderer, very likely.
How'd you find her?
Saw beads lying on the path here. Oh, I'd better give them to you, hadn't I?
You had.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot them. Here.
Better tie them together, hadn't I? How do you know they're hers?
I don't know. Seems probable, though, don't it?
Yes, it. Well, come.
Oh, I'm not going down there again. I've seen her.
Now, come on, pal.
No, I won't do it. It was tough enough climbing up and down yesterday with my leg. I'll stay here. You go on.
Too right, you'll stay here. Shall I climb down, sir?
I'll go. You stay here with the prisoner.
Prisoner? I'm not arrested, am I?
You are now. I arrest you on charge of willfully concealing evidence of a violent death, and I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence.
Satisfy you, cock?
What are you going to do with me?
The body was that of a woman about 30, I judged, lying on her side, fully dressed, the coat carefully placed over her. There was no immediate means of identification, and the only obvious wounds were the bruises about the head, which had caused the face to become quite black. The body was removed to the mortuary at Leenside for examination by Dr. Crofton, the police surgeon, and by Dr. John Little of the Home Office Forensic Science Laboratory. Mann and I took Brown to a justice of the peace on the charge we had made of concealing evidence. He was allowed to go after he'd been bailed under the Criminal Justice Act of 1925, which permits the police to go bail themselves in such cases. In the meantime, a card found in a pocket of the coat which had covered the body had provided the first identification. The card bore the name of Mrs. Anne Battersby of 97 Longmead Drive, Nottingham, who had been reported missing on Friday the 3rd of August, 6 days earlier. Lodgers at the Longmead Drive address identified the broken string of beads, the coat itself, and certain other articles as the missing Mrs. Battersby's. I talked with Sergeant Mann.
Yes, sir. That's who it was, all right. This Battersby woman. Body's been identified.
Who identified it?
Her husband and these other people, sir.
What about her husband?
Oh, I've talked to him, sir.
You all right?
Well, I brought him along with me, sir.
He here now?
Yes, sir.
Let's have a look at him.
All right, sir. Mr. Battersby.
Yes?
Come in, please. Inspector Case, Mr. Battersby.
Sit down, Mr. Battersby. I was wondering if you can tell us anything, sir.
I'll try to, sir. I can't imagine.
Your wife's acquaintances, is there anyone at all?
I don't know of any. The ones I know are other women. No woman did that, Inspector.
No. How do you account for her being found in that particular place, Mr. Battersby?
I don't know. That near the Roxy Cinema. That's where she was going when she left. She told Tommy.
Tommy?
Thomasina Jane, our daughter. She was home when Anne left.
Where were you, Mr. Battersby?
At work.
What's your occupation?
Advertising copywriter.
For an advertising concern?
No, I'm self-employed. My office is in St. Peter's Gate.
I see. And when did you discover your wife missing on the 3rd?
She wasn't there when I came home. At 10 o'clock at night, I notified the police at once.
What time did you leave your office?
About 9:30.
I see. Is that your usual leaving time, sir?
No.
What is your usual time?
About 5:30.
Uh-huh.
I was working that night on a new advertising campaign.
You could prove that, of course.
I'm afraid I can't. I was alone. I had no office employees, and I was quite startled when I realized how late it had got, and I hurried home.
When you found your wife absent, where did you think she was?
I didn't know. Tommy woke and said she'd gone to the cinema. I telephoned there, but there was no answer, and I called several of her friends.
Women friends?
Of course. Well, only one of them was at home, Danielle Dupuy, and she was...
What did you expect to find out, Mr. Battersby?
Why, poor Anne used once in a while to stay the night, Danielle.
Without leaving you a message?
Well, I thought she'd forgotten to call Tommy, or perhaps Tommy had been asleep and hadn't heard the telephone.
But your wife was not there?
No. Danielle said she'd seen her that afternoon.
Where?
Near the Roxy Cinema, about 4 o'clock.
And where were you at that time?
I was in my office working.
Where you stayed all evening?
Of course.
Going without your dinner?
I'm afraid so.
But that you can't prove. Can you?
Look here, are you accusing me of my wife's death?
Not yet, sir. Now, let me tell you what Dr. Little, the Home Office pathologist, said to me. I called on him the next morning, the 9th, at his laboratory, where the body had been taken for a more complete examination. He'd been working most of the night, and he was tired.
Oh. Well, I've discovered several things, Herbert.
Any progress?
I let you decide. First, she's been dead for about a week. That, with the bruises on her face, which I think were made by someone's fist, accounts for the dark color of her skin.
Almost black.
Yes.
She was murdered about the time she disappeared, then?
I think I can say so.
How quickly did the discoloration set in?
Almost at once. A day or so, let's say. Oh, I can hardly keep my eyes open.
I'm sorry.
It's my job. Second, she died of strangulation, suffocation. I think, remembering the bruises, it was manual strangulation.
Yeah.
By the condition of the stomach contents, she died about 4 hours after her last meal.
Ah. If we can discover when she ate last, then we'll know almost the exact time of her death.
The day and the time.
I'll try to find that out.
All right. No, we used my little laboratory vacuum cleaner on her clothes.
What did you find?
Nothing much. Except these hairs. Longish.
Black?
Yes. Recognize them?
And not a husband. He's almost bald-headed. What hair he has is sandy.
Traces of grease on this.
Can it be identified, you suppose?
I doubt it. But we can compare it with samples of brill cream and other messes people put on their hair and identify it that far.
Will you do that?
Of course. Probably the murderers.
I'm sure.
Oh, here. This is what we found under her fingernails. Oh,
More hair?
shreds of fiber.
From her coat or dress?
From somebody else's coat or dress.
You think another woman, Doctor?
Can't tell. Bring me the garment she clawed these bits from, and I'll prove that's what they're from.
How?
Comparison microscope, my boy.
Oh.
I'd like to see those beads you were talking about, too. Sorry.
What for?
I want to see if they fit into these marks in her neck.
Marks?
I think the boil strangled her with her own beads. So do you mind clearing out and letting me get a few winks of sleep like a good man?
You going to sleep here?
Oh, the lady won't snore.
Leaving Dr. Little to his well-earned rest, I sought out Sergeant Mann for a conference. He listened attentively to my instructions.
All right, sir. I've got it all, I think.
The beads.
They're taken to Dr. Little.
Right. That is it.
Ask him for samples of his hair.
What else?
Look over his wardrobe and get samples of fibres from everything and bring them to the Forcenic laboratory. Oh, yes, and find out from him how to reach the Stanil du Puy.
I admire your pronunciation, Sergeant.
Well, the girlfriend of Mrs. Battersby.
And ask her to come and see me.
Ask her?
Fetch her.
Hope she's pretty.
She's French.
On his sword, he married Pons.
What?
French, you'll speak it like a native.
Well, try it on Mademoiselle Dupuy.
Try what, sir?
Get out of here. Send in that man that's waiting.
Man, sir?
The newspaper fellow.
Oh, the little fat man from London.
Send him in.
Yes, sir. You can come in, sir.
Oh, thank you. Excuse me. I'm addressing Inspector Case, am I not?
You are, sir. I take it you're Mr. Marshbanks.
Of the News of the World, London. I was speaking to you yesterday, sir.
Very glad to see you, sir.
Oh, thank you. May I sit down?
By all means. Well, you uncovered a real one, Mr. Marshbanks. What brings you to Nottingham?
I came down to see this murder story merchant, Brown. He telephoned me again last night.
Oh, did he?
Told me that you've arrested him.
I'll teach him to conceal evidence. He's on bail now, but he'll get sent down for a few months when his trial comes up. What did he tell you?
Tell me?
When he telephoned you.
Oh, well, I promised to give him £70 for his story, provided you have no objections. It's our type of thing, after all, you know.
I'm down on his price, isn't he?
Oh, no, that was my doing. We're not in business for our health, you know. It's all right with you, provided, of course, that I show you the story first.
I see no harm in it, as well.
Oh, good. Oh, thank you. Ordinarily, I'd let our staff man here in Nottingham handle it, but I wanted to get away from my desk, and I confess this intrigues me.
Yeah.
I say, I was thinking of something. Can't put down an old newspaper man, can you, Constable?
Inspector.
Huh? Oh, I am sorry. Of course, Inspector. That's many bloody things about constables in the paper, you know. I am sorry. Do forgive me.
What are you thinking of?
Oh, I was just thinking, what if this young chap turns out to be the murderer himself? Wouldn't that be jolly?
Would be quite interesting, Mr. Marshbanks.
I know what I should do.
What?
I should give him an extra £50. But only if his story is exclusive, sir. Only if it's exclusive, mind you.
You're very generous, sir.
It'll be worth it. Oh, it'll be worth it.
Well, sir, if I allow you to leave me upon your lawful occasions now, I trust you will leave me to mine.
Huh?
I to see you again before the day's over, sir.
Oh, with my exclusive story, I promise you, sir. Good morning.
Before the day was over, I'd said, a great many things happened before that day was over. First, at about 3 in the afternoon, Dr. Little telephoned me from his forensic laboratory.
Well, I had a good sleep, Chase.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, sir.
And then about an hour ago, your sergeant man brought in samples from Mr. Battersby's clothing. He sent them for them, he said.
All right.
I checked about half of them. They don't match with the samples under her fingernails.
Oh, they don't.
Cheer up, Herbert. I've still got quite a lot to look at and compare. Oh, and here doesn't match either. Sergeant Mann brought a sample of that. No like it.
Well, I expected as much.
Just thought I'd let you know we're working and I'm wide awake. Oh, I mean, I'm wide awake and we're working is better. Well, I'll ring you if I find anything.
Good, thank you. I'll be here. As I sat down the telephone, there was a knock on the door. Yes? Come in.
Thank you, Sergeant.
It is the Inspector Case, n'est-ce pas?
I am the Inspector Case, yes, ma'am.
This is Mademoiselle Dupuy,
Danielle Dupuy.
Oh. I'd like to ask you a few questions, please, Miss Dupuy.
The Sergeant Man? No, he has already asked me questions, monsieur.
What have you been asking her, ma'am?
Oh, not about the case, sir.
He asked me, do I know Anne Battersby? Yes, I say, and I do not. She is dead. Oh, hélas, ma pauvre amie.
You saw her on the day she disappeared?
Oh, I see her 2 times. Twice? I see her twice, oui.
Twice?
Once, when she is about to leave for the cinema. The Roxy to see Une lettre pour 3 épouses. Letter for 3 wives. But I am making luncheon for me and my friend. And I am désolate I cannot go with her. Oh!
What's the matter?
Oh! I just think if I go with her, I am dead too.
Oh, well, cheer up, Mr. Puey. You didn't go with us. Excuse me, sir.
So what did you do then, please, Mr. Dupuy?
I give her my lunch with my friend. Haricots verts.
She means green beans.
At what time?
Huh? 15 hours. Pourquoi?
Wait just a second. Put me through to Dr. Little at the forensic laboratory. Doctor.
Who is it?
Herbert Case.
Nothing new yet, Case.
Look, I found when Mrs. Battersby had her last meal.
Uh-huh. When?
At 3 o'clock on the 3rd.
You know what she ate?
Green beans, for one thing.
Good. That's what the report says. At Chesterton, she was killed between 6 and 7 o'clock on the 3rd. That all?
For now, thank you.
Bye.
And when was the other time you saw Mrs. Battersby that day, Miss Dupuy?
It was about just before 5 minutes to 6.
Where, Miss Dupuy?
Hold it, Sergeant. Are you sure of the time, Miss Dupuy?
I am always sure, Monsieur the Inspector, and it was on Edward's Lane, only just past the Roxy Cinema. And of that I am also certain.
Did you talk with her?
I did not. How am I to know who is this man she is talking with?
Man?
She is walking down the street, Edward's Lane, toward the old orchard, with a man, and he is talking to her.
Would you recognize this man again, Miss Dupuy?
Oh, I am not sure I would know his face for sure.
Did he have a lame leg?
How do you know that?
Did he?
Wait.
I wish you had asked Mrs. Battersby to go with you.
But I could not, monsieur. I had a very important appointment. Why do you wish so?
Because I think you saw the man who murdered her about half an hour later. And that wasn't all that happened before the day was over. I turned Miss Dupuy over to the matron who applied cold cloth to her head. 50 minutes later, Marshbanks of the News of the World returned and came cheerfully into my office.
It's wonderful.
What's wonderful?
The story.
Brown story? Is it written already?
I've got the first paragraph here, and as soon as we've looked it over, we're going over to the Black Boy Hotel. I have a room there, and he's going to finish it on my portable typewriter. Never travelled without the port of all made in Switzerland, you know. Used by correspondents everywhere.
May I see the story?
Of course. Wonderful idea. He calls it I Saw Something White. Isn't that a ripping title?
What's it mean?
Well, let me read it. As I slowly walked up the rustic paths in the derelict orchard, I saw something white on the path before me. What could this be? Raced through my mind. I hurried forward and bent over the white object, and my heart almost stopped. It was the white face of a dead woman.
That's enough.
Don't you want to have the rest of it?
No, I want to hear the rest of it from Brown.
Oh, how fortunate. I asked him to wait for me in the anteroom.
Isn't it? Just a second. Sergeant Man, get Miss Dupuy and ask her to come to the anteroom at once. Fetch her if she has any objections.
Yes, sir. Miss Dupuy?
I think Mr. Brown has met her.
Oh, French, eh?
Come on, let's find Brown. Oh, do you happen to have an extra £50 on you, Mr. Mustang?
£50?
I think you're going to owe it to Mr. Brown.
Eh?
Your proposition, you remember. Come on. Oh, there you are, Brown.
Oh, how do you do, Inspector? Have you been reading my story? The first paragraph, I mean.
I found it very interesting.
I like it very much indeed.
Well, thank you.
You said you saw her white face.
Well, I thought that was rather a good touch.
It was if you'd seen her face within an hour or two after you'd killed her.
What are you saying?
The combination of the blows she had received in the face and the strangling with her beads and the hot weather. Her face has been that ghastly black color since a few hours after she died. Mr. George Brown.
Black, that's what I meant. Not black.
Oh, here you are, Mr. Queen. Have you ever seen this man before?
Oh! It is he! It is the man with the limp. Yes, I have seen him. He is the man who did kill her. Oh,
And this time the warning was a trifle different from the first time. George Brown, I arrest you for the willful murder of Anne Battersby. I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. This is a little of the testimony of George Brown, but not so sizes when he was tried for murder.
Yes, I killed her. No, there was no reason for it. No reason except I hate everyone. Everyone hates me and my crippled leg. I'm glad I thought so many times about a perfect crime. She laughed at me once as I dragged my way down Edwards Lane. I promised myself she'd be the first to die, and after I'd murder her, I'd seek out the others who laughed at the poor cripple. So I asked her to help me over the road in the rough orchard. She laughed and she said about Harry. She didn't know she was going to die. I hate her. I hate you. I hate everybody. The crime, if I hadn't tried to make money for the races out of it, should have been satisfied with her life, strangling the lots and smiles out of her with her own paltry bead. I hate her. I hate her.
There was a great deal of that. He was found guilty, but they didn't hang him. He was sent to the asylum for the criminal insane at Broadmoor. He hanged himself 5 months later. Poor demented boy.
Heard on Whitehall 1212 today, Horace Braham as Inspector Case. Others in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Maurice Delamore, Carl Harbord, Lester Fletcher, Glenn Former, Gerard Burke, and Patricia Courtley. Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper.
Radio Mystery Theater presents Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, foreman of this crew of mysterious miscreants who mingle here at this hour. It was King Alfonso X of Spain who modestly remarked, "Had I been present at the creation, I would have given some useful hints for the better ordering of the universe." I'm sure that many of us feel, with all due respect and in all modesty, that we, too, might have made some helpful suggestions of our own. But since none of us was consulted in the arrangement of the world, we must accept it as it is. Or must we?
Shall I help you upstairs with your luggage? No, you do have luggage.
Oh, my luggage? It's outside. Somewhere.
In the street?
Somewhere in the United States. I lost it. Well, the fact is, the bus lost it.
Well, how could a bus lose luggage?
I don't know. It was placed on the bus when I got on. It was missing when I got off.
Or perhaps it was removed by mistake at another stop.
The bus made no other stops.
Another passenger might have taken it by mistake.
I was the only passenger. No. The bus lost my luggage. We simply have to accept that.
Our mystery drama, The Cornstarch Killer, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by Greyhound Package Express and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The boarding house has become a most familiar literary locale, and it is almost always, presided over by a landlady. Seldom, if ever, do we encounter a landlord, except perhaps as an inferior appendage to a dominating spouse. Since the ladies have, in our time, invaded hitherto basically masculine domains, turnabout is only fair play. Today, we are concerned with a gentleman who happens to be a landlord of a boarding house. Turn with us now to the first page in the Journal of Dennis Truffle.
Have you ever waited for death? Oh, a rather ridiculous question. We all wait for death, don't we? But in the prime of life, I suppose we wait for death as an eventuality, not as an impending occurrence. But here I am, starting my story at the end instead of at the beginning. The beginning. It was a rather damp, foggy November night. A moment, if you please. Good evening.
I rang your bell.
I heard.
It's a most unusual bell for this day and age.
This is a most unusual day and age.
I agree. To begin afresh, I rang your bell because a sign, a rather neatly lettered sign, said rooms.
Do you like the sign, then?
I wonder if I might speak with the landlady.
Oh, I'm sorry, we don't have one. Will the landlord do?
I'm flexible.
Oh, won't you come in? Mr. Dennis Truffle, at your command.
I am Miss Menhaden. Maud Menhaden.
Menhaden?
It's the Indian name for a fish.
Oh.
Narragansett Indian. The name was given to a convict ancestor of mine.
A convict ancestor?
Yes, a murderer. You see, many of our early settlers here were transported felons. Evidently, my ancestor must have looked like a fish. Hence the name. Now, is that settled?
Well, I was not aware that it was ever an issue.
Concerning the room.
I have an excellent room at the head of the stairs.
I'll take it.
Well, surely you wish to see it.
No.
Oh, the rent is $35 a week.
How much?
25.
No, 35 sounds right.
Oh, well, then shall I help you up with your luggage?
What's that?
The police car, I should imagine.
Seems to be coming this way.
Yes, I would assume so.
Why?
Unfortunately, the neighborhood has changed.
Stopped here.
Why? Excuse me.
Hi, Dennis.
Oh, Officer Paderewski. Is something wrong?
Yeah, we had a little contretemps up the street.
That's contretemps. A guy was murdered. Do they have any idea
So I thought I'd drop in here and check out some of your creeps, Dennis.
Now, see here, Officer Paderewski, that's no way to refer to...
You do have some real ripe avocados in this joint, Dennis.
Now, I will not have my tenants insulted.
Okay, Dennis, okay. Who's around?
Well, unfortunately, we have more vacancies than we... presently, the second floor rear, I have Professor Boniface.
Where is he right now?
Out where? Communing with nature, I suppose. And the second floor front, I have just acquired as a tenant Miss Maud Menhaden here. Miss Menhaden, this is Officer Paderewski.
Please, do not look at me in that way, officer.
In what way?
With lust.
Oh, I wasn't looking with... what I am doing is looking at you closely.
For what reason?
Because that's what a police officer has to do.
Why?
Because there's been a murder.
Are you saying that you suspect me of committing the murder?
Oh, no.
Could I have the key to my room, Mr. Truffle?
Yes, of course.
To answer your unspoken question, Miss Menhaden, am I related to the famous pianist? I am sure of it.
Here's your key, Miss Menhaden.
Now, I say this because I have a little boy who plays the piano.
Thank you, Mr. Truffle. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, of course, he only plays by ear. Yeah. That one is built.
Built?
Constructed. Put together. Ooh, there's a lot of woman there.
She does seem to be of generous proportions.
Hey, what's she doing in a joint like this?
Well, I assume she requires refined surroundings.
Sure. Well, Dennis, keep me posted, huh? Yeah, I gotta hustle around, see if I can't catch that killer.
Who was the victim?
Oh, guy was the manager at the bus depot. You're just up the block. He was on his way home from work.
And it happened a half hour ago, you say?
Uh-huh.
A half hour ago, I was in my sitting room with Chapman's Homer.
Oh, come on, Dennis. You don't need an alibi.
And a fellow human being was being stabbed to death.
Yeah. Hey, hold on, Dennis. Huh? All I told you was a guy was murdered. How do you know he was stabbed?
But if it happened just up the block and the killer had used a gun, then I would have heard the shot, I dare say.
Yeah. Good thinking, Dennis. See you around.
How did I know the victim had been stabbed? My quick, glib explanation to Officer Paderewski may have sounded convincing, but the fact is, it wasn't true. It's just that the moment I heard of the killing, instinctively, I knew it had to be a stabbing. Why? Tonight, for the first time, I'm aware of a kind of lightness, a kind of incisive understanding, a sharpness in my brain. I can't analyze it. It seemed to enter my mind when Miss Menhaden entered the house. Oh, Miss Menhaden, that reminds me. She had gone upstairs without her luggage. Miss Menhaden, a rather large woman, but so exquisitely... well, that was neither here nor there. I'm sorry to disturb you, Miss Menhaden.
Yes?
Do you require assistance with your luggage?
My luggage?
You do have luggage.
Oh, my luggage.
I didn't see you bring it in. Is it outside?
Yes.
What, you mean you left it in front of the house?
No, I mean it's outside. Somewhere.
Somewhere?
I lost it.
How?
Well, the fact is, I didn't lose it, actually. The bus lost it.
But how could a bus lose luggage?
I don't know. It was placed on the bus when I got on. It was missing when I got off.
But surely the people at the bus company
I don't like the people at the bus company.
But there is some official at the bus depot who
yes,
could...
There was.
Well, what did he do?
He looked at me in a manner that I cannot tolerate.
Well, what sort of manner is that?
A lewd manner.
Oh, well, surely...
And I shall not return there.
But don't you want to find your luggage?
That which is lost shall not be found again, and that which is missing shall be gone forever.
Yes, but
is there anything else?
No. Except that this man who was murdered a half hour ago happened to be employed at the bus depot.
Indeed.
He was the manager.
Oh.
Was he the one who looked at you in what you considered a lewd manner?
I didn't consider it lewd. It was lewd.
Well, at any rate, the poor fellow is dead now.
He's been punished.
Punished?
Oh, yes. There's no doubt about it.
But what did he do?
Is it possible you haven't been listening to me, Mr. Truffle? I told you what he did. He was also lascivious and salacious. The sin of lust, Mr. Truffle. It must be stamped out.
Well, be that as it may, Miss Menhaden, even if he were sinful, that's hardly the reason he was killed, I would imagine.
Really? Why do you suppose he was killed?
Well, he was coming home from work. This is a Friday evening. He was carrying his pay envelope, I suppose, and some thief...
No, he wasn't robbed. He was struck down for his sins.
You say he was not robbed?
He was not robbed.
Well, but how do you know?
I know.
But how?
Retribution, Mr. Truffle. Retribution. The hand of justice cannot be stayed. Whole cities, Sodom and Gomorrah, were expunged from the earth. What difficulty would there be in striking down one Harry Perkins?
Harry Perkins?
The obscene animal who lusted after me in the bus terminal office.
Yeah, but the bus terminal, it's right in the middle of the floor in plain view. What could he have possibly been able to...
I could read his thoughts.
Oh, well,
there's a poem which I shall send to his widow. Perhaps she will see fit to make it his epitaph. Harry Perkins, vulgar of manner, overfed, overdressed and underbred, heartless, godless, hell's delight, rude by day and lewd by night.
Well, I would hardly think she would.
And now there is one less of them.
Them?
It takes all kinds, as they say, and we seem to have a special kind right here in Dennis Truffle's boarding house. Why did Mr. Harry Perkins die? You are probably spinning your own yarn, so why don't we compare designs when we meet again in just a few moments for Act 2. The French, as you know, during the 1930s, constructed a system of fortifications called the Maginot Line. This was considered an impregnable defense against invasion. We mention this because into the boarding house of Mr. Dennis Truffle has come a Miss Maud Menhaden, a lady whose defense of her virtue is also seemingly formidable. We read further from the journal of Dennis Truffle.
Before I continue, I must digress briefly for a point of personal information. Since I have never actively courted a member of the fair sex, certain coarse and unkind people have seen fit to question, as it were, my inclinations. I shall not dignify this slander by rebuttal. I was taught by Dad and Mother to venerate. The verb itself is the Latin root for love. To venerate the feminine sex. And to look at woman as a temple of virtue who contains within herself... well, no matter. It is merely that I have never met until tonight, until Miss Menhaden entered my house, and therefore my life... Oh, what am I saying? Well, Miss Menhaden frightens me. What did she say? That Mr. Harry Perkins was not killed by a thief? Is it true? I must find out.
Hey, Dennis, what are you doing out this hour?
What am I doing?
Well, this ain't exactly the kind of neighborhood to take a constitutional.
Well, I thought I would...
Besides, I thought, what with that dame...
Dame?
You're the cagey one, Dennis.
I don't know what you're talking about, Officer Paderewski.
That luscious dame.
That is no way to refer to Miss Menhaden.
Why? Is it a lie?
Well, tell me, Officer Paderewski, this man who was killed up the street, this Mr. Perkins, the manager at the bus depot.
Yeah?
Why was he killed?
Why?
Or was it a robbery?
Why do you think it was a robbery?
Well, it must have been. Friday night, payday.
Let me tell you why it wasn't a robbery, Dennis. Because his wallet was in his pocket, his ring was on his finger, his watch was on his wrist.
Oh. And he was stabbed?
Yes. Stabbed in the back.
The back?
A nice, clean little wound. But it did the job.
And the killer left no clue behind at all?
Not a thing.
Then you're completely in the dark.
There's one little item. Nobody can figure out what it means. The dead man had a kind of white smudge just above his chin.
What kind of smudge?
I told you, a kind of white smudge.
What was the smudge made of?
If I told you, you'd be even more confused than I am. Cornstarch.
Cornstarch?
Figure it out. What was he doing with a cornstarch smudge across his face?
Cornstarch.
Well, what are we going to do, huh? Stand around here all night saying cornstarch? Look, why didn't you go back to the house where it's nice and warm and cozy, and there's this Miss Menhaden?
So, she was right. It wasn't a robbery after all. He was murdered for another reason. What other reason? Who had come up behind him and stabbed poor Mr. Perkins in the back? Is it possible he had been punished? Why had she been so sure? And the cornstarch, what did the cornstarch mean? It was too much. And I went back home and brewed myself a nice hot cup of tea.
Mr. Truffle.
Oh, you startled me.
I'm sorry.
I was very deep in my thoughts.
I'm sorry to invade the privacy of your kitchen.
Oh, any time, Miss Menhaden. Will you join me in a cup of tea?
You are a very unusual person, Mr. Truffle.
Oh, well...
You're a man of the highest sensibilities and finest personal character.
Well,
you have a reverence and a respect for womanhood. You are completely free from sin. As I hope to be one day.
One day?
Yes. I must continue to fight temptation constantly.
But surely, Miss Menhaden, love between men and women
is filled with traps and pitfalls, snares set by Satan, and furthermore this lust this love, this carnal knowing. Oh, I must not bore you with a recital of my innermost feelings.
Oh, no, please, Miss Menhaden, feel free.
Yes, Mr. Truffle, you are a fine human being. One of the very few, perhaps. The only one who deserves to be saved. And I shall do my utmost to save you.
Oh, well, I certainly appreciate that.
I came down here for a purpose. Do you have any cornstarch?
Cornstarch?
Cornstarch. Ordinary, everyday cornstarch. Of course, I realize cornstarch has become old-fashioned in this so-called improved world we are afflicted with.
Well, I have a box right here. Here, take it.
Oh, I just need a little.
Use as much as you like and return the rest.
Well, thank you, Mr. Truffle.
No, don't return it. I rarely, if ever, use it.
Cornstarch has an almost infinite variety of uses. For example, do you know what I use it for?
No.
Well, you may find this somewhat difficult to believe, but at one time...
Hey, Dennis, old pal, old chap, old buddy. Let's have a little drink.
Professor,
come on, Dennis, baby. You got the bottle underneath the sink.
Now, Professor, you've had too much.
Sure, but it's no good if you don't have too much. Ain't that so, baby?
I beg your...
Miss Menhaden, may I present Professor
Wilbur? Not.
Oh, what bit her?
Professor Boniface is your fellow boarder.
This hulk, this carrion, look at yourself. A corrupted container of lust and sin.
Is that bad?
You will be struck down in the midst of your obscene...
Professor, you look tired. It's time you get to bed.
That's right, Dennis, old boy. Time for bed. What do you say, sweetie?
You have chosen licentiousness. You have chosen to revel in the depravity of the flesh.
What is she carrying on about?
Now, Professor, you are being rather forward.
Ah, so what? A little lovin' never killed anybody.
Take heed. A little loving may very well kill you. Good night, Mr. Truffle.
Good night, Miss Menhaden.
Good night, honey.
Now, really, Professor, she was highly insulted.
What do you know about it, Dennis?
I know that Miss Menhaden is a highly moral...
Yes, Menhaden is a woman. And you never insult any woman by praising her.
Must you be so indelicate?
What can I do, Dennis? It's the law of human nature.
From this point on, I must be extremely careful with my facts, lest I inadvertently do someone an injustice. I permitted Professor Boniface to wheedle several drinks of a rather strong spirituous liquor which I keep about the premises, purely for medicinal purposes. The result was he passed out. I then assisted him up to his room, where I deposited him safely onto his bed. On the way back downstairs, I passed by Miss Menhaden's door. I paused for a moment. I was about to knock, to inquire if she was all right, when it seemed to me I heard a rather strange noise. What could it be? And then I remembered where I had heard such a sound before. It was a knife being sharpened on a whetstone, a smooth, marble-like stone. I remember it was the sound made by Dad as he sharpened his razor. The sound one makes when one carefully and patiently puts a fine cutting edge on a delicate steel blade. But, of course, it may have been nothing of the sort. Which brings me to the next evening. Well, Professor, how are you this evening?
Whatever happened to Helen of Troy?
According to Homer, she went home to Sparta with her husband, King Menelaus, where they...
Oh, that ain't the one I'm talking about. I mean the lady upstairs.
Well, why do you call her...
Because she's the best-looking dame I ever seen. That's the angle that I'm going to use on her.
What angle?
You know, feed her all them classics. chicks really go for the cultured guys.
I don't think Miss Menhaden goes, as you say, for anybody.
Oh, I've seen her in action, Dennis. Oh, that one is mine. All mine.
Well, how can you say that?
Because it's a fact. No woman can resist Wilberforce, the body Boniface. I am now in stage 2 as far as she's concerned.
What is stage 2?
I play hard to get.
You must understand, he believed every word he said. Poor professor. He'd been in the boxing ring, you know. He was the junior light heavyweight champion of Stormfield, New Hampshire, and it was said the experience left him intoxicated. No, punch drunk. Well, at any rate, he went out. About a half hour later...
Oh, good evening, Mr. Truffle.
Oh, well, good evening, Miss Menhaden. May I offer you some supper?
No, thank you, Mr. Truffle. The hosts of the Lord must fast before they go into battle.
Battle?
Battle.
Well, that sounds grim.
On the contrary, it's glorious.
You say you're going into battle. Well, where does this combat, where is it scheduled to take place?
Wherever I find it. Wherever I find some poor, depraved wretch who, blinded by error, is groveling in sin, I'll open his eyes to the true glory and thus save his soul.
Oh.
And speaking of depraved wretches, where is Professor Boniface this evening?
Out.
Where?
Well, I'm sure it would distress you to know that he will be going from one low place of entertainment and refreshment to another.
Yes, it is distressing. Oh, Mr. Truffle, if only all men were like you.
Like me?
Pure.
Well, she went out. That was about 8 p.m. She returned, I would say, at about 11. There was absolutely nothing unusual about her appearance or manner. I remember I said, "Good evening, Miss Menhaden."
Good evening, Mr. Truffle.
I wonder, did you save any souls this evening?
I may have.
And with that rather cryptic remark, she went upstairs to her room, and I heard her lock the door behind her. I then put on a record of a 16th century Danish composer and was almost lulled to sleep by the dissonances when there was a loud clanging of my doorbell. All right, I'm coming.
Dennis.
Officer Paderewski.
Oh, Dennis, I got some bad news for you, so get a hold of yourself. Now, I know how fond you was of him, and...
It's Professor Boniface, isn't it?
Yeah, old Boniface.
And he's been murdered.
Yes, Dennis. How did you know?
How did he know? We all knew, didn't we? We knew that Professor Boniface was not long for this world. And we could tell by the way Miss Menhaden was carrying on that she was the one who would dispatch him on his journey to eternity. But is this a fair assumption? After all, whatever happened to that good old American dictum, a person is presumed innocent until proven guilty? What actual proof do we have? We may or may not have some when I return with Act 3. A favorite form of thriller is Jack the Ripper murders, the psychotic killer who slaughters women at random because they do not measure up to his standards of purity and virtue. In these days of women's lib, however, we must not be male chauvinists and make all our killers masculine. Is it possible that we are dealing here with a Jacqueline the Ripper? Who knows? With us, anything is possible.
Boniface. Wilberforce Boniface, the professor. Dead?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what to say.
Well, I was hoping you might be able to tell me something. You know, after all, he was one of your boarders.
Well, he would sleep all day and go out drinking all night.
Well, think hard, Dennis. Did he know Harry Perkins? Harry Perkins, the manager at the bus depot who was murdered the other night?
Well, I couldn't be sure, but why?
Well, we got an idea that the same person murdered them both.
The same person? Why?
Cornstarch. The professor also had this smudge of cornstarch across his face and a knife wound in the back.
Cornstarch?
Yeah, that's what I said. And that's what we're calling the murderer now. The cornstarch killer.
But why would the killer leave cornstarch on the victim's face?
Well, we got nuts in this world like you never dreamed existed. Do you know anyone who would want to kill the professor?
Kill him? No.
Anybody in the house who might have been mad at him.
In the house? Well, at present there's just myself and Miss Menhaden.
Maybe I'd better talk to Miss Menhaden.
Yeah, but she doesn't know anything about Professor Boniface.
Can you be sure of that, Dennis? Yeah, tell her I'd like to, interrogate her. If you don't mind.
Miss Menhaden, there's a police officer downstairs.
The relative of the famous musician?
He wishes to talk with you in an official capacity. It seems that there has been another murder.
Another one?
This one even closer to home, I fear. I actually at home. Poor Professor Boniface.
The lecturer?
Whatever. The unfortunate fellow is dead. Officer Paderewski will want to know if you know anything about it.
Yes. I know about it.
You do?
Professor Wilberforce Boniface was an abomination. As such, he was removed from this earth.
Removed?
Justice was done. Morality was served.
Yes, but who did the doing and the serving?
I know that he was struck down because his time had come.
Well, yes, I can understand that point of view, but the police might press you for specifics.
Why?
Well, if you say you know who killed poor Professor Boniface, he will automatically ask, who?
Who? I should think anyone knows who. The avenging angel.
The avenging angel?
Yes, and now there's one less of them.
Them? And she wouldn't say another word. I ushered her downstairs to Officer Paderewski. I am ashamed to say that he was merely using the murder as a pretext for having a conversation with her.
Do you go out very much, Miss Menhaden?
Out?
Oh, you know, for a little fun.
Fun?
Laugh.
What is it you're trying to say to me, officer?
Well, I was wondering if some night we could...
Officer, I dislike the way you look at me. And I detest the way you talk to me.
I know a place.
Oh, I dare say.
Oh, I could show you a great time.
Have you any questions to ask me in your line of duty as a police officer? Police officer, indeed. Who shall watch the watchman? Good night.
Now, there is a dish. I'm afraid you angered her. Officer Paderewski, there's something you must know.
Oh, what is it, Dennis? Well?
Well, what? What could I tell him? Could I tell him that Mort Menhaden had spoken in a threatening manner about both Harry Perkins and Professor Boniface? Could I tell him that she had been out somewhere when the professor was killed? And about the cornstarch? Why did she want the cornstarch? Wasn't that something that might be of interest to the police? And yet I couldn't say a word. Hey, Dennis. Oh, Officer Paderewski. Have you found anything new about the murders?
The cornstarch killer, it's all over the media.
Yes. But has anyone reported seeing anyone who might be a suspect?
Not a rumble. Now, how this guy can manage to sneak up behind his victim and just slip the knife into the back...
You say guy. Why are you so sure?
Hey, are you trying to tell me it could be a thing?
Well,
Dennis, you're not a bad guy, but when it comes to figuring out murder, you're in over your head.
But suppose I were to tell you...
Hold it. Who there she is?
Who?
Look, across the street. Miss Menhaden. Look, get to walk on her.
And at that moment, I saw her. I saw Maud Menhaden for the first time. It was a flash of revelation. I saw her as the most beautiful and desirable woman in the world. How could she be a killer? And even if she is, which is a ridiculous assumption, how can you lose her? I ran home as quickly as I could. I listened. I could hear her upstairs in her room. Oh, my darling Maud. I was about to knock on her door and make my impassioned declaration of love when I heard the sound. Was it my imagination? Was she sharpening a knife? What could I do? I went back to my sitting room to think. I turned on the radio. There was a program of 8th century Albanian folk music. It put me to sleep. I awoke. It must have been hours later. The radio was still on.
And now, the news headline on the hour. The notorious cornstarch killer has struck again.
No.
Another victim. This time, an officer of the law. Patrolman Rutherford Hayes Paderewski, killed while walking his beat, stabbed in the back. And as a signature, a smudge of cornstarch across his cheek. More details as they come in. Now we return to...
I waited for Miss Menhaden to come home. And finally I heard the front door open and close, and her footsteps in the hallway. Miss Menhaden.
Oh, good evening.
Are you all right?
Of course. Why do you ask?
Well, you know there was another murder.
Another murder?
Officer Paderewski. The police say it was by the same person.
Do they?
He was stabbed in the back. And the usual signature, the cornstarch, was smudged on his face.
Well, that's one less of them.
Them?
If you'll excuse me.
Miss Menhaden, you remember you borrowed the cornstarch?
Yes. Oh, shall I return it?
Oh, no. You were about to tell me what you used it for?
Face powder.
Face powder?
Well, of course. At one time, ladies only used cornstarch or rice powder.
Well, why would you want to use anything at all? You're beautiful.
What are you saying?
Desirable.
Mr. Truffle, do not look at me like that. Not you.
Your face, your body.
I see lust in your eyes. Don't look at me.
Dearest Maud.
Oh, lewd, lascivious fool.
She ran upstairs to her room and slammed the door. I knew now how 3 men had died. She did not sneak up behind them. No. She approached them slowly, with her mouth parted in a slow smile, her eyes shining with promise. And she embraced them, which is how the cornstarch powder rubbed off on their faces. And as she kissed them passionately, she deftly inserted the knife into their backs where it quickly found a hole in their hearts. I sat in my chair, and I listened. Did I hear the sound of the knife being sharpened again? And now, the door is opening upstairs, and I hear steps approaching. Yes. I see her. She's coming down to me, and her hair, her beautiful golden hair, has fallen across her shoulders, and her face has a smile, a tender smile of invitation. And there's a light that seems to be smoldering in her eyes. And she's wearing a robe, but cannot conceal, nor does she mean it to conceal, the soft, beautiful curves of her body. As she's coming closer.
Kiss me, Dennis. Kiss me, Dennis, darling.
Shall I let her place her arms around me, or shall I stop her? Shall I demand to see if she holds a knife in the sleeve of her robe?
Kiss me, Dennis, darling, kiss me.
Is this how she approached the others? Is this what she said to each of them before she killed them?
Dennis, I love you.
How do I know she killed anybody?
I want you now, Dennis.
Now? Yes, now, right now. I cannot destroy the magic of this moment. I must take her in my arms now. I can't help myself. I must take her in my arms.
Did he win or lose? What do you think? I regret to say that the cornstarch killer had struck again. Yes, in these emancipated days, we are all equal all the way. Equal pay for equal work is what the ladies quite justly demand, and so it happened with Maud Menhaden. Captured finally by a policewoman, I might add, and she received equal pay for her work. She was sentenced to a fatal visit to the scaffold. I shall return shortly. Our friend Dennis Truffle died in the violence of passion. And yet, he probably died happy in the arms of the woman he loved. It wasn't much of an affair, perhaps, from your perspective or mine, but it was the great love of his life. And if it was of only momentary duration, well, who is to say longevity is always for the best in these matters? After all, you will admit he didn't have time to grow tired of her. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Marion Selders, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Hello?
Al?
Oh, I just thought you'd like to know the grand jury handed down indictments against your clients, Dr. Grant and Ms. Stafford. I'm just having warrants issued against them both for first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder.
And you know that's going to be a waste of time, Al.
You don't say.
I just did. Ballistics showed that Mrs. Grant was killed with a bullet from a gun other than the one on the scene of the crime. That gun has disappeared, Al. Without it, you have no case.
You wouldn't want to bet on that, would you?
I'm not a betting man.
It's just as well. I've got a nice little surprise to spring on you just for once. See you in court.
Al?
is he?
Suits me. I'm more worried about what I may have got.
What?
Like they say, a bull by the tail.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Allied Van Lines and your nearby Goodyear Auto Service Center. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Merle Oberon in Lydia, with Edna May Oliver, Alan Marshall, Joseph Cotton, and George Reeves. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil P. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. In the words of a very sound philosopher, there's more than one way to skin a cat. And there's more than one way to find good drama for the Lux Radio Theater. Ordinarily, we wait until a picture or stage play becomes a hit before selecting it for the air. But we picked tonight's drama long before it became a hit. In fact, even before it became a drama. And for that, we have to thank our evening star, Merle Oberon. At a rehearsal here many months ago, Merle told me the idea of a picture she was going to make. An idea that sounded so good, I put in my radio bid the very next day. And that was even before the script was written. Under the practiced production hand of Alexander Korda, the idea became the screenplay Lydia, which has just been released nationally. It's already a hit on the screen, and that should be assurance it'll be a hit over your loudspeaker tonight, especially with Merle Oberon playing her original role, supported by 4 other members of the picture cast: Edna May Oliver, Alan Marshall, Joseph Cotton, and George Reeves. This is Miss Oliver's maiden voyage on this stage, and as one who gives a mental cheer every time she appears on the screen, I feel like giving her a 21-gun salute tonight. In this play, the lovely Lydia Macmillan makes her choice among 4 men who are in love with her. That might happen to any girl. What gives this story a new and original twist is that they all get together again, many years later, in a scene that's a bolt of dramatic lightning. Of course, one reason that makes Lydia a fitting play for the Lux Radio Theater is the fact that it's the story of a beautiful woman. And naturally, we believe that no story of a beautiful woman is quite complete without Lux toilet soap. Women are concerned with how they look from the age of 8 to, well, I suppose must be 80. And that gives the male half of the world a great deal to be thankful for. Fortunately, wherever women do care about their looks, our product is always at hand. But I reluctantly suspect that there may be 1 or 2 women left in this audience who haven't tried it yet. If those lonely ladies will let Lux toilet soap speak for itself, I'm sure they'll find it very eloquent and convincing. The curtain's going up now on the first act of Lydia, starring Merle Oberon as Lydia Macmillan, Edna May Oliver as Granny, Alan Marshall as Richard, Joseph Cotton as Michael, and George Reeves as Bob. The Lydia Macmillan Foundation for the Blind and Crippled Children of New York is being dedicated today. On the granite steps of the new building, a woman stands quietly. She's near 70 and dressed in black. During all the speeches and applause, she hasn't stirred from her place. Straight and dignified, she looks for all the world like a statue, carved in bronze. Her name is Lydia Macmillan.
This institution was not built of stone and mortar. It was reared out of a human heart that has given itself to the service of mankind. Lydia Macmillan, it shall be our privilege and our honor always to serve the standard you have raised.
I'm sorry, sir, but you can't see Miss Macmillan now.
But I'm an old friend. I'm sure that she...
It's quite impossible. She can't see anybody. She'll be too tired.
Tired? Who'll be too tired? Do you think a few silly speeches can wear me down? Well, sir, what do you want?
How are you, Lydia? Congratulations, my dear.
Well, blow me down. It's Michael Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Golly, this is worse than the speeches. I'll have to sit down.
Lydia, may I with all my heart and the rest of the world...
Moses on the mountain, man. Are you going to give me another speech? Sit down. Trudy, this is an old beau of mine. Leave us alone, please.
Oh, yes, Miss Lydia.
You haven't changed a bit, Lydia.
That's one reward of being a spinster. You don't change. You decompose, but you don't change.
Spinster? You never married?
No. Too much work. Not enough allure.
Nonsense. There were 4 of us that I know of.
4? Bob 1, Frank 2, Richard 3.
Well, what about me?
Of course, Michael 4.
Lydia, now that you've seen me, do you suppose it would start too much gossip if you and I were to meet now and then and hold hands a little with the past?
I still like to set tongues a-wagging, Michael, but I'm busy till Wednesday.
Call on me Wednesday and don't bring a chaperone.
Remember Granny's cry, Michael. Once aboard the lugger and the gal is mine. Aboard the lugger Wednesday, then. Goodbye, Michael.
Come in, Miss Macmillan.
Is that you, Lydia?
Hello, Michael.
I'm glad you came.
Wild horses couldn't have kept me away.
Come along. I've got a little surprise for you.
Surprise? Michael, you have a devilish look in your eye. What is it?
There you are.
How are you, Lydia?
Hello, Lydia.
Well. Blow me down.
May I present these 2 gentlemen? Bob 1 and Frank 2.
Is this Central Park West or the land beyond the moon? I expected this to happen after I was dead. To turn a corner and find you all seated together on a cloud, strumming hard.
It was Michael's idea, Lydia.
It's wonderful. I'm enchanted, providing you're all real and not ghosts. But what are you doing in a dinner jacket at this hour, Bob?
Oh, I'm the manager of a nightclub, and I double in brass as bouncer.
Bouncer?
Yes, that's where my football training still comes in handy.
You frighten me, Bob. You always did. The male rampant.
The same vibrant, overpowering Lydia.
Frank. Dear Frank.
I can see you now as I always did, with every beat of my heart.
I never missed one of your concerts, Frank, if I could help it.
Yes, you always liked my music. I've always thought Lydia loved the sounds I made. They're the part of me she loved.
Hey, no fair, Frank. No courting until after we've had some tea.
Nonsense. I want to hear everything. Everything we've thought about each other for 40 years. Go on, Frank.
I've only had one thought, chiefly. Why didn't you marry me, Lydia?
For me, I've wondered that about myself a million times. You get a girl right up to the altar, and she evaporates.
Out of my life, too. Out of all our lives. Suddenly and forever. Was there a reason, Lydia?
There was.
What was the reason?
I think we're old enough to be very honest.
That can mean only one thing. It was a man. Someone you loved.
Yes. I'm surprised he isn't here.
You mean Richard?
Yes.
I sent for him. He may still come.
So there's still a missing ghost named Richard.
I knew it. You're jealous. Never tell a man the truth until after 90.
Oh, your tea, Lydia.
Tea? Michael, I hate tea.
You'll like this tea. There's a little grog in it.
Ah, Granny's grog. Lovely.
The first cup of tea you ever gave me was June the 30th, 1897.
June the 30th, 1897. Oh, yes, I remember. It was the afternoon of my first ball. And it was that afternoon that I saw you for the first time, Michael. You were standing at the foot of the stairs in Granny's old house. You were talking to your father.
His father?
Didn't you know? Michael's father was our butler, and a very fine old gentleman he was. You must have thought me very rude, Michael, for I remember bounding down the stairs like fury, yelling at the top of my lungs for Granny. Granny! Granny! Granny, where are you?
Miss Lydia, you'll have to be quiet. Your grandmother's in there with the doctor.
Oh, golly, what a nuisance. There's no more wrong with Granny than there is with me.
Miss Lydia.
There isn't, James. Golly, everyone knows it. I'm going to show her my new dress. Isn't it beautiful? Granny! Granny!
So that's Miss Lydia.
Herself, Michael.
It's astonishing the way people change when they grow up a little.
Now, don't be impatient, Michael. You shall meet her just as soon as I've presented you to Mrs. Macmillan.
I don't care to be presented to Mrs. Macmillan, Father. I've nothing in common with these people. I've got other plans for us. And I want you to resign.
Are you offering me another position, sir?
I'm very serious, Father.
So am I. I've been a father but once, Michael, but I've been the butler in this house for 35 years. And I leave it to you, which is the stronger habit.
But, Father...
Get out of my house. Get out of my house.
I wouldn't set foot in it again if I lived to be a million. Never.
And I'll see that you don't change your mind, you fake sawbones.
You're as healthy as a bartender, madam. But you're spoiled, self-indulgent.
Get out.
Good day.
Get out. Cast off, you landlubber. I'll poleaxe you. Claims he's a doctor. Doesn't know his elbow from a barrel of rum. Telling me my liver is perfect. I ought to run him out of Boston.
Granny, will you please look at my dress?
What dress? Are you trying to tell me that shameful thing you have on is a dress?
But, Granny...
You look as though you were ready for the bathtub. Upstairs with you. Put something on. Cover up those shoulders.
Oh! There's nothing wrong with showing your shoulders. If I can't wear what other girls wear, I'll not go to the ball. I'll go to bed and stay there and never get up. Just lie there and die, killed by a nasty, cruel grandmother.
Oh, you little idiot. If you start crying, I'll brain.
Don't flatter yourself. Nobody's going to cry.
Good. Now go sit down. Now, James, who is this young man and what does he want?
May I be permitted, ma'am, to present my son, Dr. Michael Fitzpatrick?
A doctor, eh? I just get rid of one and another descends on me. I've spent 37 years of my life trying to get a little relief from a liver. Oh, there's the pain again. Right there.
May I see your tongue, ma'am?
What for?
Please. I may be able to tell something while you're having your seizure.
A lot of good that will do.
Say, ah.
Huh? Oh. See anything?
Now, relax, please.
Well?
Very obvious.
What is?
Gastroenteritis, acute.
I have that?
Definitely.
Well. First medical I've met who makes sense. Gastroenteritis, eh?
Acute.
Well, I know where I got it, too. The sea. Swallowed tons of seawater in my youth. Ate out my liver. That's what killed Captain Macmillan, my husband. Where's Lydia? Lydia, come here. I want you to meet our new family physician. What's the name again?
Michael Fitzpatrick, ma'am.
Oh, yes. James's son. As fine a father as a man ever had. James, I want something to eat.
I have the tea ready, ma'am.
Tea? I hate tea.
With a chaser of grog, ma'am.
Ah, that's better.
Well, Granny, what about my dress? May I go to the ball or do I go to bed?
Go on. Go to the ball in that mermaid suit. You wouldn't have dared wear it in my youth. But men have changed. Their blood has cooled. Once aboard the lugger and the gal is mine. You don't hear that anymore. Well, come on, James. Come along, man.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I want some of that pâté de foie gras that gave me the pain yesterday. I feel so much better today that I don't think it'll do me any harm.
Golly, she had me upset a while. The old pirate. That's all she is. Nothing but an old pirate. But I love her. I really do. Oh, Dr. Fitzpatrick.
Yes, Miss Lydia.
Do you think $10 is a lot of money?
Well,
Do you dance, Doctor?
Yes.
Oh, how nice. Here's your ticket.
What ticket?
To the ball. You must come even if you can't dance. $10, please.
$10?
Mm-hmm, for the ticket.
Oh, of course. Well, let's see. Now, 1, 2...
2...
4...
4 and 5 is 9.
9.
Golly, but you have a lot of money, haven't you?
Yes.
I'll take the rest and change.
Yes, there you are. 10.
Thank you. Now, you must stay and have a cup of tea. Granny, Dr. Fitzpatrick is staying for tea.
Yes, I remember that afternoon. For me, it was love at first sight.
It wasn't for me, Michael. I'm afraid it was only the Macmillan avarice and cunning. You see, there was a prize offered for the girl who sold the most tickets, and I still had one left.
Oh, Lydia.
I never forgot that ball, Lydia.
Yes. Do you remember the ballroom? My breath stopped when I went in. Oh, I've seen a great many ballrooms since, but none as wonderful as that one.
Wasn't so wonderful for me. You danced every dance with Bob.
Yes, Michael. I was very sorry for you. But you see, I was very much in love with Bob. Isn't this wonderful, Bob, darling?
Yep, hunky-dory.
I just love dancing with you, Bob. I'd like to keep on dancing with you forever. Wouldn't it be wonderful?
Well, we'd sure get tired.
Oh, Bob, you're so funny. I can feel the muscles in your arms. I bet you could pick me up and carry me off as if I were a feather.
I could carry 20 like you. That's from playing football.
But I don't want you to carry 20. Just me. Bob, dance out towards the terrace. I want to look at the stars. Tonight is perfect, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
I didn't know there was so much happiness in the whole world, and it'll never go away, Bob. It will always be like this. Moonlit nights and gardens. Do you love me madly, Bob? Do your fingertips buzz like mine? Oh, Bob, look how beautiful the sky is. Millions and millions of stars, like the poem. The night has 1,000 eyes and the day but one. Yet the light of the bright world dies with the dying sun. The mind has 1,000 eyes and the heart but one. Yet the light of a whole life dies when love is done.
Yep.
Just a moment. Coming.
Hello, Dr. Fitzpatrick.
Why, Miss McMillan.
May I come in? I hope I'm not disturbing you.
Not at all. Is this a professional visit?
Of course not. Oh, I like your office.
This is my laboratory.
Well, I like it. Michael, do you believe in equal rights for women, or do you believe that women are slaves, chattels, no more than cows in the pasture? Answer me that. Are women slaves?
Why, of course not.
Then you're on my side.
Oh, what's happened?
Oh, Michael, it's shameless of me to say this, but I'm in love, and Granny hates him.
Hates him? Hates who?
Bob Willard. She's packing me off tomorrow to Virginia to visit my silly cousin Mary. But I'm not a slave. I'm not going to be shipped off in a crate.
Lydia.
Oh, I know all scientists are cold-blooded, and... What's that thing, Michael?
That's a microscope.
Oh, but you're different. You're not a scientist, really. I mean, you love me, don't you? In your own way, of course, like a brother. And you're going to help me, aren't you?
Certainly.
Oh, thank you, Michael. You see, we're going to elope.
Elope?
Tonight. We've already made an appointment with the Justice of Peace in Quincy at 8 o'clock.
And what do you want me to do?
I have it all figured out. Granny is taking me to some silly lecture this evening, and you're to come to the house in about an hour, look at my tongue, and say that I'm very sick and must go to bed. Then Granny will go alone, and I'll get out of bed and elope.
Will you excuse me while I put on my coat?
Michael, where are you going?
I'm going to tell your grandmother the truth.
You despicable sneak.
Never mind what I am.
You wouldn't dare.
I'll dare anything to keep you from wrecking your life.
Wrecking my life, you hypocrite. I can see through you, you nasty toady. You want to stand in with Granny so you can get ahead. I thought you were my friend.
I am.
All right, then, you lackey. Servant's blood, that's what you have. I'll marry Bob anyway, tomorrow, the next day, or sometime. And Granny, you and all her butlers can't stop us.
Well, young lady, explain yourself. Where have you been?
I'm sorry, Granny, but I had a dizzy spell and I had to sit down on a bench on the common.
Dr. Fitzpatrick to see you, ma'am.
Oh, Dr. Fitzpatrick.
He's never been more welcome. Where are you going, Lydia?
I don't want to see him.
You said you were sick. You stay right here, young lady.
Good evening.
Well, Michael, how are you?
I'd like to speak to you alone, Mrs. McMillan.
Oh, Michael.
Never mind me. Have a look at Lydia. She came staggering home like a pelican.
I'm all right, Granny, really.
Nonsense. We all have the Macmillan liver. Stick out your tongue.
No.
May I see it, please?
No.
Lydia, don't behave like a brat.
Her pulse seems fast.
What do you think? Is it a liver?
Possibly. Huh. Her eyes are a little yellowish.
Ah, it's a liver, all right.
I think she should be in bed.
Oh,
all right, she can stay in bed until tomorrow morning, but not a moment longer. We're leaving for Virginia. Now get up to your room, young lady.
Yes, Granny, good night. Good night, Michael. Thank you.
Thanks for what? Looking at your tongue? You'll probably send me a whacking big bill. Get upstairs.
Yes, Granny.
Well, Michael, where's your pain?
What?
You look like a sick cow.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know. You're in love with her, aren't you?
I suppose I am.
Well, don't look so glum. Ted Macmillan didn't get me without a fight. He fought like a tiger shark. Once aboard the lugger, and the gal is mine. Breed is dead, I guess. James, see that Miss Lydia's bags are packed for the morning. Liver or no liver, she leaves at dawn.
In just a few minutes, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Merle Oberon, Edna May Oliver, Alan Marshall, Joseph Cotton, and George Reeves, will bring us Act Two of Lydia. And now your attention, please, for a special message. Lux Toilet Soap announces a 1-cent sale. Now, for the first time, and a limited time, you get a cake of Lux Toilet Soap for 1 cent when you buy 3 cakes at the regular price. Only hurry, ladies, hurry. This amazing offer won't last long. Don't miss out on this unbeatable beauty bargain. Those of you who use Lux Toilet Soap regularly know it is a real beauty bargain any time you buy it. For Lux soap is a wonderful aid in keeping complexions soft and smooth, appealingly lovely. It's the gentle white soap 9 out of 10 Hollywood screen stars use. They've found they can depend on its creamy, rich, active lather to care for their precious complexions. Active lather is gentle, but it's thorough. It removes stale cosmetics, every trace of dust and dirt in a twinkling, leaves skin feeling soft and smooth, fresh as a delicate gardenia. You want the charm of a lovely, appealing complexion? Now's the time to try Lux toilet soap and see how well Hollywood's beauty soap works for you. All this makes Lux toilet soap seem like a real luxury, doesn't it? Well, Lux soap is a luxury, but it costs so little it's thrifty to buy. Thrifty to use, too, because it lasts and lasts. And now it's a greater bargain than ever. So hurry, hurry. Stock up on Lux toilet soap now while the special 1-cent sale is on. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Lydia, starring Merle Oberon as Lydia Macmillan, Edna May Oliver as Granny, Alan Marshall as Richard, Joseph Cotton as Michael, and George Reeves as Bob. Michael, Bob, Frank, and Lydia. 3 old men and an old lady, looking back 40 years. Over their tea, they talk of things long past, of love and sorrow, of joy and despair, of great plans made, and schemes that went astray.
We were to be married that evening, Bob and I, by the Justice of the Peace in Quincy. We were there, Bob and I, but the justice never came. He had been delayed, it seems, making up a will for a dying man. And we sat in his parlor half the night. Bob had arranged a wedding dinner for us in a little hotel just out of town. We went there to wait for the justice. It was snowing, cold, and the hotel itself was the dreariest I had ever seen.
Come on, honey. Drink it down. Drink it down.
Thank you, but I don't want any more.
It's champagne.
Bob, I don't want it, and please don't you have any more either.
Why not? It's all paid for, isn't it? Sure it is. Here's to you, Lyd, the prettiest girl in Boston.
Bob, it's awfully late, and I want to go home.
What? And leave the rest of that bottle? I should say not. Oh, Lydia, I wish we were married right now.
I'm awfully glad we didn't get married.
Huh? What do you mean?
I thought it would be so romantic to elope, and now I see what it really means. When I marry, I'll get married in a church, the way I've always dreamed, in the beautiful white gown that my granny wore. And...
What do you mean when you get married? You're going to marry me, aren't you?
Bob.
Tomorrow.
Bob, please take me home.
What do you want to go home for?
Bob, let me go.
You're having fun, aren't you?
I want to go home. Bob, you're hurting me.
You know I love you, don't you? And you love me, too.
Bob.
So why not be happy, huh?
Let me go. Let me go.
What's the matter with you? Hey, come back.
So I ran away from you, Bob. Out of the hotel into the snow. You're blushing, Bob. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings.
I've been repenting that night for 40 years, treating a girl like that. A girl who loved me.
Nonsense. It wasn't love. But if a man hadn't died that night in Quincy, I would have married you, Bob, and ended up running a nightclub. But as it turned out, something else happened that night. A little thing. One of those little things that sometimes change a whole life. As I ran out of that hotel, I threw myself into a carriage standing at the curb.
Here, just a moment.
Take me to Commonwealth Avenue, Boston.
I beg your pardon, miss, but this is, or rather was, my carriage.
Oh.
Can you spare a moment while I pay the driver? Thank you. Here are, driver.
Much obliged, sir.
Beauty in distress, driver. Beauty in distress.
Beauty in distress. I was to hear those words again. For you see, that man, young, handsome, dashing, that man was Richard, the missing ghost.
And I was the first.
Yes, Bob, you were the first. It lasted a long time, the funeral of first love. Granny used to worry about me. I had no appetite. I never went anywhere.
No, she's not going to the opera with us. I don't know what to do with that girl. Still moping over that puddin-head Bob. Little idiot.
It's only puppy love, my dear Sarah. We've all had it.
She makes me sick. I bring her to New York, drag her to balls, theaters, throw men at her. But no, all she does is flop up in from time to time just to show she's alive. Now, what's all that?
It's a parade. More of the boys off to Cuba, I suppose.
Granny, Michael is with them.
What?
Michael, he's going to war. Granny, please, I'd like to see him before he goes. James is going to see him. May I go with him?
Of course, run along.
Oh, thank you, Granny. James, wait, I'm coming with you.
Sarah, dear, are you really going to let her go with James?
Well, why not?
Well, I must say you should draw the line somewhere. He's a servant.
Yes. Have you ever heard what I was before I married Captain Macmillan?
I have never believed it.
Throw me down, you silly old woman. I was selling fish in my father's fish market. And that's how I met Captain Macmillan. He was looking for a bloater.
Oh, Michael, I've eaten so much, and I've never been happier in all my life.
My last prescription for you before I leave for the war is a steak every evening, baked potatoes, and a stein of beer.
I'll be as fat as that blonde lady there when you come back.
Just so you wait for me. I've loved you, Lydia, since the first day I saw you.
Michael, if it's real, it'll last, and you can tell me about it when you come back. Not now, please. And while you're away, I'll grow up, Michael. I've been sitting on a shelf all my life like a little china doll, but that's over.
Well. Hello.
Oh.
Haven't we met before? Of course, Beauty in Distress, remember? Quincy House, Quincy, Massachusetts, last December. I never forget a face, especially a pretty one.
Listen, if you think you
Michael, please.
Don't worry, old man. No offense intended. Well, miss, I'm glad to see you looking more cheerful. And you're the fellow who caused the disturbance, I take it. I can always tell what a woman is crying about.
For 2 pins, I'd knock your block off.
Haven't got 2 pins, old man. Goodbye, Beauty in Distress.
Michael, we'd better go. You're supposed to be at the pier. I can still see you at the rail of that boat, Michael, and Richard standing behind you, for he was in uniform, too. I waved to you, and he pretended it was for him and waved back. Oh, Michael, you were very annoyed with Richard that night.
Curious. I thought when I sailed away I had changed your life. But instead it was that stranger at the rail who was doing that. Tell me honestly, did you fall in love with Richard then, when he was waving at you?
Dear Michael, at the moment of your heroic departure for Cuba, I wasn't aware of either you or Richard. The only male who meant anything to me then was Johnny.
Well, I don't remember any Johnny. Johnny who?
It was Johnny who changed my life more than any of you. He was the little boy on the pier, a little boy in ragged clothes.
Tell me, will you? Is them guys Marines or just sailors?
They're Marines.
Have they got guns and everything?
Oh, yes. Here, I'll hold you up. Is that better?
Yeah, I can hear them better. What do they look like? Are they big?
I can't hold you any higher. Can't you see them?
No, ma'am. I'm blind.
Oh, blind. Oh, yes. Yes, they're very big. They have red and blue uniforms on.
Red and blue? I don't know what red and blue is.
Well, red is it's like the sound of those big horns.
Yeah? What's blue?
Blue is, it's like, don't you think I'd better take you home? Johnny who changed my life. I took him home and saw the poverty and filth of the slums for the first time in my life. It was horrible. And then I had an idea. A home for blind and crippled children. It was only a few small rooms at first, hidden away in the midst of the tenement district. But it was a start. The children seemed to be happy there, and I know that I was. And then you came along, Frank. Oh, what a wonderful day that was.
everything she says on radio.
Just a minute, children. Do you want me, Mary?
Yes, Miss Lydia, there's a gentleman to see you. A Mr. Frank Audrey.
Frank Audrey, the pianist?
I don't know, miss.
Ask him to come in, Mary. Children, in the other room, please. I'll be right there.
This way, sir.
Thank you. How do you do?
How do you do?
My name is Frank Audrey. You may have heard of me.
Of course I have. Won't you sit down?
Thank you very much. I've heard of you and your work, too, of course. And I've wondered if you know what an important part music could play in it. I was hoping that perhaps, well, that you would let me be of some help.
Of course I will. Oh, I don't know how to thank you. It's very nice of you, Mr. Audrey.
Not at all. There's a piano in this room, isn't there?
Yes, right over there.
I thought so. I can usually feel them. They hum a bit.
You mean that...
Yes, I've asked the papers not to mention it, but like your children, I am blind, too. I can barely distinguish light from darkness.
I never knew.
Now, my specialty as a teacher of the blind would be music. But not music as such. I would try to teach them form and color. I think I can provide a picture book for their ears. For instance, we could have a class in what the stars look like. I made a great study of this matter. I've heard them bubble out in the sky at night like water in the spring. They're blue, like this. And then I think they would see what I see. And here we turn a page in the picture book and come to the color red. You recognize it? It's the sun going down. Very impressive. And instructive, I think. And much more fun than playing Chopin to people who can see everything but Chopin. Well, then we could have a class in what Miss Macmillan looks like. Do you mind if I describe you without restrictions? Young, emotional, very lovely.
It's much too lovely for me.
No. This is the way I see you. This is the way you are.
How you worked in that little place, and how the children loved you for it. You gave them eyes, Frank. You showed them all the beauty and the wonder of the world. It was almost a year before Michael came home. The night he was to arrive, I was very excited. The children were all off to bed, and we were waiting for him.
Tonight in the arms of dashing Captain Michael Fitzpatrick, just home from Cuba.
You love him, Frank.
Uh-huh.
Lydia!
There he is. Michael, in here.
Lydia.
Oh, Michael, I'm so glad you're back. It seemed like 1,000 years.
Much more.
Michael, this is Frank Audrey. Frank, this is Michael Fitzpatrick.
How do you do?
I hardly need an introduction to you, Dr. Fitzpatrick. It's always Michael in this house. Well, go along with your hero, Lydia.
Have a sleigh outside and a pair of horses.
I'm ready. Good night, Frank.
Excuse us, Miss
Good
Audrey.
night. Have a good time.
Good night.
Hello.
Well, and who's that?
It's me, Ruthie. I want a drink of water.
Oh, Ruthie. I understand your eyes are getting better.
Uh-huh.
Did you see Miss Lydia tonight?
Uh-huh. She was awful pretty.
Tell me, what does she look like? Is she dark or fair?
Well, she has dark hair.
And her eyes, what color are they?
Blue.
Blue.
Yes, blue like the sea.
And did you see the man who was here, Dr. Fitzpatrick?
Uh-huh.
What did he look like?
Oh, he's tall and very handsome.
Oh. Good night, Ruthie. Up to bed.
Good night.
Blue eyes and dark. Tall and handsome.
Hurry, Michael. We'll never get to that dance.
Lydia, I was thinking. That fellow loves you, too.
Who?
Frank Audrey.
Oh, Michael, you're mad.
He loves you. I could tell.
Michael, I've done a giddy lot of growing up while you were away, and I've almost made up my mind.
Against me?
Against marriage. I have my work to do. So much work that a lifetime isn't enough to do it.
That doesn't worry me at all. It's a pre-marriage phase that all women go through these days.
Then you understand, I remain a spinster. And as far as I can see, I'll be one when I'm 90.
Well, that will involve me in one of the longest courtships on record.
Move over there!
Look, Michael, that sleigh is trying to pass us. Don't let him. No one's going to pass us tonight. This is our night. If you want to race, why don't you get going? Hurry, Michael.
Hold on.
Come on, you turtles. Giddy up, you field mice. That's better. That's better. Eat that wind.
Whoa! Whoa, whoa.
We win. We beat him, Michael. We beat him.
Whoa there.
Look at him. He can't believe it yet.
Too bad, old man.
Takes his beating like a gentleman anyway. He's coming over. Oh, Michael.
Yes?
Look, do you remember him that night in the cafe?
Hello. Well, I'll do better next time. Oh, how do you do?
How do you do? Gentleman in distress, hmm?
It seems so. Well, what about a dance for the loser?
I gave Richard his dance, and he wanted more. He was like that. And then, toward the end of the evening, we danced out of the room into the darkness. It was then that he kissed me.
Well, well, well. It seems as though there are fellows in the world as bad as I am.
Yes, Bob. He was worse. He was as bad and wicked and marvelous as they come.
Oh, did you ever see him again, this devil on wheels?
Oh, many times.
What are you laughing about?
It's quite wonderful. You all knew me so well, and even loved me. And yet you never knew me at all. It wasn't I you loved, but an imposter, an illusion.
Well, that's not true, Lydia. You were very real.
Oh, no. There was only one real me. And she lived only a little while in Macmillan Port. You remember it, Michael?
Yes, of course.
It was an island off the coast. My grandfather had settled it. He built ships there and sailed them around the Horn. I was born there. I was born there twice, and I died there once. Anyway, we went there, Richard and I, out of Boston in a little boat. There was a wind tearing across the bay and an ugly sea running. But Richard sat there at the tiller like the sailor that he was, grinning into the icy wind, looking as pleased as a little boy on a sled. We were wet and half frozen when we arrived.
Ned! Now where's that weather-beaten tar?
Tying up the boat. Wasn't he surprised to see us, though? Dear old Ned.
Get the stove going. I want steak, potatoes, and a wash tub full of hot coffee.
Oh, Richard, you were marvelous beating into that gale. You look like a Viking.
I am a Viking. And I wish I had some dry socks. Come over here.
Richard, you'll have to lose that habit of addressing me as though I were a gang of stevedores.
Come over here, I said. You were all right in the oar. You didn't squeal once.
I was terrified.
I knew it. That's why it was fun.
You admire me very much, don't you, Richard?
Yes, you'll do in any wind. Come here, you stonebed.
Richard, Ned'll be coming.
Let him.
I want to laugh.
Then laugh.
Oh, darling, darling, you're wet and icy and half frozen.
No, I'm not.
No, you're not. The sea and the wind are inside you, but they're warm. Oh, Richard. The wind rose higher that night. For days it screamed over Macmillan Port, and the sea was a fury of boiling whitecaps. There was no getting home, and I was glad. It was like heaven there. Richard and I were together all the day, and at night I could hear him in old Ned's shanty, laughing over the gale. I was never so happy in all my life. Richard, what are you looking for?
A book? I feel like reading a poem.
Oh, I'd love that.
The Macmillans don't seem to have been very lyrical.
Darling.
Hmm?
Darling, I'm so idiotically happy I can't think. This must be different from what love usually is, don't you think?
Yes,
In what way? Tell me.
because it's you and I. Because we got the same storm beating in our blood. We're like the upper and lower jaws of a wolf. We came together in the same bite, and we know the same taste. Look at you. You drive me crazy. You tear my heart out with your eyes. Stop it.
No.
Stop it. I want to read a poem.
Why?
Because I want to hear somebody beside myself moaning and howling with love.
Oh, my darling, darling. Are there other people? Is there a world somewhere? I don't know where I am. All I know All I know is that you're going to kiss me, Richard.
Lydia! Lydia! The wind's down. I'm going into the mainland.
Richard, must you go? Let me come with you.
No, I don't want you alone.
Why?
Because I want you to stay here.
But, darling, you'll be gone ages.
No, I'll be back in 6 hours if the breeze holds. Please stay here, won't you?
Very well, if you don't want me.
I want you forever and ever.
You do?
Till I die, I'll always want you every minute.
Oh, I'm such a fool. When you say that, my knees melt. They really melt. Is old Ned going with you?
Of course, he's on board now.
Richard, I won't live until you come back.
I won't be really gone. I'll always be here. If you get lonely, just look in any of these corners and you'll see me standing there, just like this.
Darling. In that little boat, they headed out to sea. I stood there thinking, if the breeze dies down, he won't cast off. But the breeze didn't die. Not it. Not it. Then I sat and waited by the fire. I started to pray that night for what I thought was happiness, and kept on praying forever since. It was a long night, the longest in the world. Then a faint patch of white came into the cove that grew larger. The little boat was coming back. Old Ned was at the tiller. He had a strange look on his face, an old man's look who is sorry for life. He had a letter for me from Richard. The wind almost blew it out of my hand. If it had, it would have been better. Oh, so much better. He held the light and I read the letter on the windy pier. He was gone away, it said, his heart torn out of him. He was gone because there was another woman with a claim. Not his fault. It had happened a year ago. He was going back to see her. There were cries and tears in the letter.
It might take a little while, even a few months. I enclose a ring, my mother's wedding ring, and I'll send you another every month. Believe me. Trust me. Wait for me. My heart's in Macmillan Port, and I'll come back for it. Forgive me for the way I am going.
Forgive him. He couldn't have borne the sight of my tears. Wait for him, he said. I think the letter did blow away after I'd read it. Yes. I don't remember ever seeing it again. It must have blown out of my hands into the sea.
Pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars Merle Oberon, Edna May Oliver, Alan Marshall, Joseph Cotton, and George Reeves will bring us Act 3 of Lydia. And now let's listen in on two young people who are dancing together.
Good music, huh? Well, then the music always sounds good when I'm dancing with you, Jane. That's because you're so sweet.
Sounds as though Jimmy's enjoying that dance. And no wonder, for Jane's the kind of a girl that men like to be near. She's pretty, really charming. And part of her charm is that flower-fresh look she always has. You see, she knows the importance of perfect, exquisite daintiness. Jane knows an easy way to make sure of daintiness, too. She's found out that her complexion soap, Lux Toilet Soap, makes a wonderful daily beauty bath. A beauty bath that leaves skin really fresh and sweet. She says,
I wouldn't ever think of missing my Lux soap bath before I go out for the evening. A bath with that smooth, creamy lather makes me sure of daintiness. I love the Lux soap perfume, too. It leaves such a nice, delicate fragrance on my skin.
Yes, fastidious women everywhere depend on a Lux soap beauty bath. They know that active lather carries away every trace of perspiration, dust, and dirt, leaves skin flower fresh. They love the expensive Lux soap perfume, a blend of 34 different ingredients. And yet this luxury is theirs for so little. Lux soap is hard-milled, too, so it can be used to the thinnest sliver, and it lasts and lasts. Why not get 3 cakes of this fragrant, smooth white soap tomorrow? Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Curtain rises on the 3rd act of Lydia. To her 3 old friends of the past, Lydia has opened her heart wide. In her story, she's shown them a girl they never really knew, the girl she used to be.
That letter from Richard, was that the end? Didn't you ever hear from him again?
Not for some time. I waited as he had suggested, only a little more desperately than he thought. And then at last a letter came to Boston. It was a nice letter, the kind one gets once in a lifetime. It contained 3 more rings, and it said he loved me. I remember the words to this day.
I adore you. I worship you. I dream of you every hour. I'll be with you again on New Year's Eve at the Church of the Little Heart, the one you always talked about. We'll be married on New Year's Eve while the bells peal. Be there at midnight. I love you.
New Year's Eve came at last. In a flurry of excitement, I was packing my bag to go to New York. Granny was with me.
Well, young lady, I'm still waiting to hear.
To hear what, Granny?
Oh, you Jezebel, stop taunting me. What's he like?
I'll bring him back from the church and you can see with your own eyes.
He's a sailor, eh?
Yes.
Well, that's very pretty, I must say. My granddaughter running off to marry a sailor I've never seen. A low, deck-swabbing rotter in a knitted cap and a scoundrel to boot.
All of that?
Some red-faced liar with a wife in every port.
All of that?
I can just see him now, heaving from side to side when he walks like a pelican. And you love this monster?
Yes, Granny.
And he loves you?
Oh, yes.
Are you going to love him for always?
Till I die.
Even if he turns out to be a scoundrel and a dog?
Whatever he turns out, I shall love him for always, just as I do tonight. The Church of the Little Heart. I was there when the bells struck midnight, the New Year. And I was there much later, when the dawn broke over the city, and Richard had still not come. Richard never came. Never. You were very kind to me, Michael, in the months that came after.
Still waiting for word from him?
From whom, Michael?
The strange gentleman from across the ocean who doesn't write to you. Lydia, I think it's time I said something. It's a phantom, an hallucination you're pining away for.
Please don't, Michael.
I've a right to talk. I've loved you a long time, Lydia. I want to live all my days with you. And I have more to offer than your phantom. I can offer you a home, children, and my love.
Yes, I know.
I love you, Lydia.
You'll always love me.
You know I will.
Oh, Michael. Michael, I'm tired. So tired. Hold me. Hold me, Michael.
Lydia. Yes?
A telegram for you, Miss Lydia.
Oh, let me have it, please.
The boy is waiting for an answer, Miss Lydia.
Michael?
Well? Lydia, what is it?
It's from your father. Granny's sick. They're afraid she... Mary, pack my bag. I'm going home. How is she? Is she any better, James?
Oh, she's very much better, Miss Lydia. I'm afraid I was a bit hasty in sending you that telegram last night.
Just what happened, Father?
Well, she was in very high spirits last evening. She said to me, James, I have a feeling in my old bones that something very important has happened and that I've finished a job. Soon after that, she was stricken.
Did you call a doctor?
Yes, at once. Dr. Whitridge.
Dr. Whitridge, that's Sawbones.
Granny.
Never felt better in my life.
Granny, darling, I'm so glad to see you.
Why, Lydia, you're shaking like a leaf. What's that idiot James been telling you?
Nothing, darling. We were coming anyway. Michael and I have some news for you. You are feeling better, aren't you?
Good for another 50 years, even with Whitridge. I knew you two would come. I felt it in my bones. Well, out with it. When's the wedding?
Well, we haven't set any date yet.
Moses on the mountain. You can't dilly-dally around with a girl like Lydia. Nail her down, man. Nail her down. We'll set the date right here and now.
All right.
You'll be my father and my mother, Granny, and my maids of honor. Oh, good heavens, I almost forgot. We brought something for you, James.
Thank you, Miss Lydia.
It's something you're going to need in the very near future. Isn't he, Michael?
Yes, he is.
My first white waistcoat.
To wear at the wedding, James. Do you think I might kiss you now for the first time, Father?
Not the first time, Miss Lydia. I had that privilege once when you were 18 months old.
Well, come along. Luncheon's ready, I hope.
Yes, ma'am.
Good. I haven't eaten a thing since this morning. Now then, your usual place, Lydia. You there, Michael?
Yes.
James?
Yes, ma'am.
I want a fourth service at the table.
A fourth service, ma'am. I didn't know you were expecting guests.
I'm expecting nobody. I want a fourth plate there for yourself. Come, don't fall asleep. Sit down.
Very good, ma'am.
And call me Sarah. Maggie, bring another service. No soup for James. He hates it.
It's very kind of you to remember, ma'am.
I asked you to call me Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah.
It's better. And unless you're very cold, James, I would suggest you remove your gloves at the table.
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, I beg your pardon, ma'am.
Now we're all here as we should be. I waited for this moment a long time. The ship all trim, the topsails bellying out, and a good man at the helm. You, Michael. No fancy pirate with his whiskers in the wind, but a good man. Maggie, we're coming into port. Fetch some grog. We're coming into port, and we're going to drink to the health and happiness of our new captain, Michael Fitzpatrick. Michael...
Granny!
Catch your father.
Oh, Granny! Granny died that night. I went away after the funeral to Macmillan Port, and Richard was there in every corner, grinning at me. That smirking ghost of a Richard. But I was too strong for him. I looked squarely in all the corners. I spent the nights there getting stronger all the time, learning to hate him. I laughed at him and all men who think they can torment a woman forever. I was still there in Macmillan Port the night Michael came to bring me home.
I think you've stayed away long enough. Why haven't you written to me?
I didn't know what to say, Michael.
I know a little what it is. It's unreal being in love with a ghost. It'll go away, Lydia.
It's gone away.
Then you can come back and we can be happy.
Please, listen, Michael. I came here to get strong and to decide about my life. I have decided.
You don't love me.
I do, in a way. But if I can't have all there is, I don't want less.
And what is there, Lydia?
There's love, Michael. Love that's part of the hot sun and the salt water. It's like a feast that leaves you hungrier than a winter wolf. I've had it, Michael. I've known it. It's gone. It'll never be for me again. Never from this moment. I'm an old maid now, Michael. Old as if I were 90. And I'll die that way. Because I'm like all the greedy Macmillans who ever lived. They could never take less. Always all there was or nothing. There's the story. That's the Lydia who lived a long time ago. 40 years ago. And that's all there is. Work, some memories of you, Michael, and you, Bob, and you, Frank, and a ghost.
Dr. Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Captain Richard Mason is here, sir.
Richard?
Yes. The devil on wheels. The ghost of Macmillanport. Show him in, please.
In here, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Fitzpatrick?
Yes.
I got a wire from you. Don't know you, but decided to come anyway. What's this reunion all about?
Richard. So that's where you've been hiding all these years, behind that old face. It's too amazing, Richard. Old and crusty like myself.
Eh?
Don't you recognize her, Captain?
No, I'm afraid I don't. What's the lady's name?
My name? It doesn't matter, Captain. Will you excuse me?
I'm sorry, madam. Strange person, isn't she?
Lydia.
He didn't remember me.
He was taken by surprise.
Nonsense, Michael. He's forgotten me.
You're not upset.
No. I made a fool of myself, Michael.
Not at all. You opened your heart to the men who loved you.
No. None of you loved me, really. Bob loved a little idiot. Frank loved a vision that wasn't true. You, my dear, loved an angel. And Richard loved only Richard.
I kept thinking as I was listening to you before. What was the real Lydia? Which one?
The real Lydia? Dear me, there was no one real Lydia, Michael. There were dozens of them. Ask any woman, they know. Every woman is wise and foolish, clever and absurd, good and bad, just as Lydia was.
Your applause rings down the curtain on Lydia, and some acting we won't soon forget. 4 great troopers return to the microphone now. Merle Oberon, Edna May Oliver, Alan Marshall, and Joseph Cotton.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Naturally, I was delighted when you asked us to play Lydia here so soon after the picture was released. It's been a very enjoyable week.
I would like to point out, sir, that you owe the presence of a certain lady here to Lydia.
You're right, Mr. Cotton. Edna May Oliver's first appearance anywhere deserves celebrating.
Well, how do you like the Lux Radio Theater after giving it the once-over lightly, Miss Oliver?
It's a theater, Mr. Marshall, a theater. The curtain goes up at the beginning and it comes down at the end. Give me some of those old tyrant Granny Macmillan parts to get my teeth into and I'm happy.
You have a date with another tyrant, Miss Oliver, just as soon as we can find one. We'd like to make you as much at home here as Alan Marshall.
Yes, you've practically moved in here to live, haven't you, Alan?
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't here last week.
However, 2 weeks out of 3 so far this season makes you pretty good.
Good. You should have the key to the back door.
I think you're right. But before we bring the curtain down for the evening, I'd like to say something about the product that makes these plays possible. I've used Lux soap regularly for a long time now, and I think it's a grand complexion care.
When Lux soap is on trial, Merle, the result is sure. A jury of several million American women has already handed down the verdict.
What play are you casting for next week, Mr. DeMille?
That's a delightful comedy called Third Finger, Left Hand. And I really don't need to tell you more than the names of our stars, William Powell and Myrna Loy. The play is adapted from the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture success. You'll hear Myrna Loy as a businesswoman who invents a husband for reasons of her own. When Bill Powell turns up claiming to be the husband, you can imagine Myrna's embarrassment and get a faint idea of the fun there'll be here next Monday night.
Any comedy with Bill Powell and Myrna Loy is a must for me, Mr. DeMille. I'll be listening.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. We have a standing order for players like you four. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents William Powell and Myrna Loy in Third Finger, Left Hand. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Here is important news for those of you who live in communities not operating on daylight saving time. If you live in a community which does not operate on daylight saving time, you will hear this program beginning next Monday night, 1 hour later than heretofore. Alan Marshall appeared tonight through the courtesy of David O. Selznick Productions. Joseph Cotton through the courtesy of RKO, and George Reeves through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox. Heard in tonight's play were Jeff Corey as Frank, Bruce Payne as James, and Dix Davis, Barbara Jean Wong, Verna Felton, Thomas Mills, Una White, Stanley Farrar, and Ferdinand Munier. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Jackson Beck in the CBS broadcasting booth way up at the top of the great amphitheater of Pompeii. It's Navy Day here in Pompeii, this blistering hot 26th day of August in the year 79. Navy Day, and no doubt about it. The mighty Roman fleet, fresh from its recent Mediterranean maneuvers, is anchored right out here in the Bay of Naples. And every Navy man that could get liberty is jam-packed into this amphitheater. Practically the whole population of Pompeii, 20,000 people, have turned out to honor the watchdogs of the empire, the mighty Roman fleet commanded by Pliny the Elder. Yes, it's a great day for Pompeii. From my vantage point way up high, I can see this big bowl full of Pompeians spread out before me, and they're having a whale of a time. The games haven't started yet.
August 26,
up rapidly.
79 A.D., the last day of Pompeii. CBS is there.
CBS takes you back 1,869 years to a city in the shadow of an epic catastrophe. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
CBS is there, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical facts and quotations. And now,
August 26, 79 A.D., the amphitheater in Pompeii and Jackson Beck.
Today finds the Roman fleet in Pompeii's backyard. And the Pompeians have been looking forward to this holiday for a long time. The customers are still pouring into the amphitheater with their admission tickets of bone and bronze. The ushers are showing the crowd to their seats, patricians to the ringside seats, the freedmen to the middle sections, and the ladies way up in the gallery, especially reserved for them. The big show in the arena here this afternoon, of course, is the fight between the gladiators Pugnax, P-U-G-N-A-X, Pugnax, and Moranus, M-U-R-R-A-N-U-S. That's Pugnax and Moranus. But also on the program is the execution of a family of Nazarenes who will be thrown to the lions. And after that, more contests, games, wild animal hunts, and a whopping big review of the fleet with all hands on deck. To cover these exciting events in Pompeii here today, CBS has special events reporters Ken Roberts down there at the ringside, Michael Fitzmaurice up in the ladies' gallery, lucky dog, Cameron Blake at the entrance to the arena, John Daly out in the bay with the fleet, and yours truly, Jackson Beck, perched up here in our CBS observation booth overlooking the whole amphitheater, right up near the gods themselves. And speaking of gods, I'll wager most of them are sitting right up on top of old Mount Vesuvius out there, sipping their nectar, savoring their ambrosia, and enjoying the fine spectacle right along with us poor mortals. Yeah. My calm, cool technician, Philip Airhorn, tells me that Ken Roberts is ready to introduce some of the celebrities who are here today, so we'll switch you to Ken Roberts down there at the ringside. There it is.
On the dais, the seat of honor for our noted guest today, there is the Senator Lavenius Regulus, the former city officials Caius Quinicius Valgas and Marcus Porcius, the banker M. Cadrius Marcellus, and of course the Aedile Proculus Proprius, one of the leading magistrates of Pompeii, through whose personal courtesy this spectacle honoring the Navy has been arranged. The Aedile is very popular with the people. Yes, indeed, Your Honor, Pompeii is one of the most delightful summer resorts in the whole Roman Empire. Of course. But the cool winds aren't blowing today. What's wrong? By Jove, 'tis a marvelous day. All honor to the Roman fleet and to my excellent friend, the Admiral Pliny the Elder. Ah, my good people, would that you were with us on this magnificent occasion. Join with us on this day of joy. Never has Pompeii been so honored. Your Honor, do you think the heat will affect the match between Pugnax and Moranus? Not a bit, not a bit. The heat I vow is most unusual. Certainly all the world has heard of the salubrious,
The exhilarating climate of our fair city of Pompeii.
Naturally, but what about...
Yes, today is very unusual. Statius, noble author, has said, and I quote him, all things conspire to make life pleasant in Pompeii, where the summers are cool and the winters warm, and where the sea dies away gently as it kisses the shore. By Jupiter, that's well said. Don't you think so?
I do, Your Honor.
And for the truth, I vow, would that every Roman could enjoy our exquisite weather. And I say to all of them, come to Pompeii.
Yes,
come to the biggest little colony in the Roman Empire.
Yes, Your Honor.
Enjoy our entertainments, our baths. They are without equal.
But, Your Honor, what about the earthquake that caused so much damage 2 years ago?
Yes, most unusual. But we are rebuilding. By Jove, that earthquake was truly a blessing from the gods, I say. For upon the old, we are setting up the new. Come, everyone. Come and live life to its fullest among the pleasures of Pompeii. I love you all.
Your Honor, whom do you favor in the main contest this afternoon, Pugnax or Morenus?
As sponsor of the event, it would be injudicious for me to take sides. But by Jupiter, I do favor Morenus. And I placed a small wager with the senator on the goal. But I'm impartial. May the strongest man win.
Thank you, Proprius Proculus. Thank you. Another well-known personality on the dais is the famous comedian and buffoon Horconius Rufus. Rufus, who is that divine goddess who accompanied you into the amphitheater?
By my troth, that is no divine goddess. That is she to whom I am wedded.
What is the title of the performance you're now giving at the theater?
Why, we are doing Preface to Dr. Thrown Out. But today is a Roman holiday. Today we do not wear the mask and wig. No talk of the theater now. Let us enjoy this wonderful spectacle. And in truth, I am so glad to be here. Really, I'm awfully glad to be here. You know. A most curious event occurred to me on my way to the amphitheater today.
Oh, really? Would you tell us about it?
I'd be very glad to tell you about it. I was being carried in my litter past the forum. Forum? That's another name for a meeting of my wife's dear family conferring on the problem of how to squander my wealth. I was being carried past the forum, and there I saw this unusual spectacle. It seems that a slave was carrying an umbrella for his master. Suddenly, the slave stopped walking, and his master continued on out from under the umbrella, and by the gods, he did not get wet.
No?
No, for by Jupiter flew the it wasn't raining.
Tell me, Rufus, are you wagering on today's contest?
Oh, forsooth I am, Burley, I am. I shall wager 2 talents on Pugnax and 2 talents on Morenus.
But that way you'll only break even.
The confirmation's about me to be wished, for indeed I can use the money. I say now, who will take these wages? You, Your Honor. What you say?
Thank you, Horconius Rufus. The public has just time announcing the entrance of the gladiators to the arena. For a description of the procession of gladiators, we return you to Jackson Beck up at the top of the amphitheater. The procession is about to enter the arena from the north portal. I can see the musicians, and behind them, here they come, the gladiators, unarmed, marching in solemn, stately tread into the arena. The crowd is hypnotized by the sight of these men marching slowly to what will certainly be death for many in the ranks. The faces of the gladiators are set in expressions that range from almost inhuman ferocity to utter stoicism. In contrast, the bloodlust of the spectators has charged their faces with almost livid anticipation. All eyes, of course, are on Pugnax and Morenus. Pugnax looks surprisingly young. His body is well-muscled, but not brawny. He looks as lithe as a panther. Morenus, on the other hand, is a picture of savage brutality. His body is covered with hair, and his arms hang from his sides like battle axes. Behind the gladiators, a chariot is bringing up the end of the procession, and chained to the sides of the chariot is that Nazarene family that will be thrown to the lions. There are 3 of them, father, mother, and daughter. The daughter, a girl of about 15. The Nazarenes, you know, are that peculiar sect which of late has been causing so much unrest in the empire since their leader was executed in the Palestine colony by authority of Pontius Pilate. This particular family is well known in Pompeii. The father, Marcus Tullius, was formerly a member of the priesthood of Isis. The prisoners are marching with their heads thrown high, faces that reflect a strange, mystical kind of ecstasy. Now the gladiators have reached the dais. Handkerchief, and now the procession is starting its march back out of the arena, which is fairly large, measuring about 400 feet in length and 300 in width. And now Mike Fitzmaurice is waiting to interview another celebrity down in the ladies' gallery, so let's go down there and see who it is.
CBS microphone with me is one of the most beautiful and famous women in all the empire.
Angel.
A favorite of the emperor, the celebrated entertainer, the delightful Umbrizia Januaria. Januaria, what brings you from Rome to Pompeii?
The heat, by Lucifer, is murderous in Rome.
Hard, huh?
Like a baker's oven, but Pompeii is worse. It is like Hades, but no matter. I would travel through brimstone to the ends of the empire to watch Murena's battle. Magnificent, magnificent Murena.
You're staying here at your villa, of course.
Hardly a villa, Angel. Merely 15 chambers and an atrium and a peristyle of only 84 columns. Just a modest little place, but away from the city. When will this contest begin? It's simply stifling in this gallery, and these women, they smell abundantly of the farm. Gloria, move that fan faster, girl. Move it, move it.
I noticed you're wearing your hair up this summer, Januaria. Is that the latest fashion in Rome?
Yes, the Empress styled it. Do you approve?
It's very attractive with the ringlets piled high on the head that way.
Angel.
By the way, how is the Empress?
Lovely. She gets more beautiful as she grows older.
So I hear. I see you're wearing your robe in stola fashion, almost to the ground.
Yes, you like the sandals? They're more popular than booties this year among the better class of women. Gloria, move that fan faster, or I'll jab you with this hairpin. Necklaces, rings, bracelets, and the earrings of worked gold are also being worn.
That's very interesting. Who do you like in the big contest today, Januaria? Pugnax or Murenas?
Murenas. By Apollo, there is a man. Muscles like granite boulders.
Have you seen him fight before?
Many times. Nobody lunges a triton into his opponent's belly more magnificently than he. I remember the last time he fought. It was against the Saxon. Why, he skewered him with the agility of a fawn dancing on a buttercup. The man is a veritable mountain of Vesuvius.
Thank you, Umbrizia Januaria. Now over to Ken Roberts, who has moved from the days to the freedman section. Standing beside me in the freedman section is one of the most famous gladiators of all time. A man whose name and glorious career is known to all of you. A man who really needs no introduction. The champion of champions, one of the few gladiators ever to retire undefeated from the list. A former slave, but discharged with honor. Now a freedman and a Roman citizen. Tetraides of Macedonia. Greetings. Well, what have you been doing since your retirement, Tetraides?
Oh, I've become an innkeeper. My inn is at the sign of the Wild Dog. At the Herculaneum Gate. Oh, I have a very fine inn.
I'm sure it is. Who is your favorite today, Pugnax or Murenas?
Both are knaves, I vow.
They don't compare with the gladiators of your time?
Why, Zeus, in my time, they would not be fed to the lions. In the good old days...
Thank you, Tetraides. The trumpet is sounding. The big fight is ready to start. So over to Jackson Deck in the observation booth for a blow-by-blow description of this great contest.
Now the fighters have reached the large ring drawn on the floor of the arena by the ringmaster. They must battle within the confines of that circle. Now they're in the circle. The battle has begun. A tense air of expectancy has come over the crowd. All eyes are on the combatants. The two fighters are circling, measuring each other, cautious, careful. Murenas has taken up a position in the center of the circle. Pugnax slowly walking around him. Neither fighter's yet made a move. Pugnax plunges with his sword, but Murenas steps aside with the agility of a deer. Pugnax quickly recovers. His eyes never moving from that met in his opponent's right hand. They circle again. Pugnax punches again and he misses. And the impetus of his stroke has thrown him forward. There goes the net, and he's trapped. Pugnax is in the net. He's thrashing about like a wild animal. Murenas approaches. His face is burning with a deadly eagerness. Now he raises his titan. He has pinned Pugnax to the ground. The wounded gladiator is still fighting. He's still trying to get out of that net. Blood is gushing from the wound in his hide. And now Pugnax drops his hand suddenly in a token of defeat. Murenas steps back. Pugnax whipping his hands now toward the crowd. He's asking for pity, for mercy. The men want cold steel, but the women, look at those women. They'll not let Pugnax die, not young, virile, handsome Pugnax. The 8-aisle signal comes up. Life and mercy for the fallen Pugnax. Listen to those frenzied shrieks of those women. Morenas, snarling disappointment, is stepping back. He lowers his Titan, sneers, scowls, but he must stand back. Now the attendants are rushing into the arena to carry out the wounded Pugnax. Morenas salutes the crowd with a clenched fist. Now he's walking from the field. Well, that was a short fight. Rather disappointing to the crowd. The execution of the Nazarenes is the next event. The Lions will be led into the arena in a moment, so over to Cameron Blake at the arena entrance. The Lions are being let out of their cages now. Hear the cage doors being opened. Here come the Lions. They're passing through a barred passageway into the arena. There are 8 lions. These beasts have been starved for 48 hours. They are hungry, vicious, panting for the taste of flesh. Here come the Nazarenes from the dungeon. Marcus Tullius, his wife and daughter. They're practically naked. The guards are bringing them up. Marcus holds his wife's hand in his own as if to give her strength and courage. The woman is leaning on her daughter, a beautiful child of 15. They're comforting each other. Marcus Tullius, will you speak to us?
I will pray for you, my son.
This is a bitter end for a former priest of Isis.
When I was a child, I spake as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things.
Are you quoting the words of your leader?
These are the words of Paul, of sacred memory. It was he who converted us in Rome. It was he who...
Trumpets are sounding. Guards are pushing the 3 Nazarenes into the arena. He's trying to embrace. The mother is faint and courageous. Does not weep. Daughter and husband support her. The old man is praying aloud. They're brave, these Nazarenes. Here comes the iron gate, closing the way into the arena. There is no escape for them now. Back to Jackson Beck in the observation booth. The Nazarenes are alone in the arena now with the lions. They're standing together. Their lips are moving in prayer. Now the animals have sighted them. They're bounding forward. They're ready. What in the world is that? How the light... Why, God, it's Vesuvius! Mount Vesuvius has exploded! The whole mountain is on fire! Vesuvius is erupting! Flashes like lightning are coming from the peak. The air has suddenly become black with smoke and fire. The amphitheater here has been thrown into a panic. People are fleeing toward the exit, trampling each other in a wild frenzy to get out. Men and women are tearing at each other, climbing over one another. The people are jumping, falling into the arena. The lions are loose among them. This is horrible. The cloud of smoke is becoming denser. Very dense. I can hardly see anything. The smoke. The people are in a...
This is CBS in Rome. The special Navy Day broadcast from Pompeii this 26th of August in the year 79 has been interrupted because of transmission difficulties. Just before the failure occurred, Jackson Beck reported from the amphitheater that Mount Vesuvius, just outside the city of Pompeii, had suddenly exploded. We are trying to reestablish contact with Pompeii. Meanwhile, we invite you to listen to one of the Emperor Titus's favorite singers, Marcia Campagna, singing Beloved the Pearl. Speaking. We have just received word this 26th of August in the year 79 from Naples, confirming the fact that Mount Vesuvius has erupted and Pompeii, the most beautiful resort city in this time of the Caesars, is on fire. One moment, please.
Another report has just been handed to me. The town of Herculaneum, 8 miles west of Pompeii, and on the western slope of Vesuvius, has also been inundated with a flood of fiery mud. CBS will do its best to provide the fullest possible coverage of this sudden and completely unexpected catastrophe, this 26th day of August in the year 79, the first year of the reign of the Emperor Titus. Fortunately, we were broadcasting from Pompeii when Vesuvius exploded. Our CBS mobile unit was at the amphitheater, and we may be able to reestablish contact with it again. John Daly, aboard the fleet in the Bay of Naples, is equipped with a shortwave transmitter, and just a moment, I have just been informed that John Daly is ready to broadcast from the Roman Imperial Fleet. So over to John Daly.
This is John Daly on the deck of Admiral Plini's flagship, the Augustus Rex. Vesuvius has exploded. Pompeii has disappeared under an inferno of flaming rock and a hail of scalding fiery steam. We can't see anything but flame and smoke rising above shattered Pompeii. The crew of the Admiral's ship have begun to launch barges to head for Pompeii to rescue any inhabitants that may reach the beaches. The Admiral himself has gone ashore, and I hope to be able to board one of the barges with my shortwave equipment shortly and get to the beach. The terrible catastrophe came without warning to us on the fleet out here in the bay. It was just past noon Roman time. As you heard the broadcast of the gladiatorial contest, we out here heard a terrific roar. We all turned to look and saw Vesuvius on fire. A tremendous column of smoke was shooting up from the summit, a cloud-like mass that burst upwards and outwards like a huge pine tree. It burned fiery red in spots, and in other spots it was black, blue, violet, all the colors of the rainbow. Huge chunks of rock and earth were tossed about in the air like pebbles, and everywhere a torrent of blazing embers was flying off into space. For a few seconds, this entire ghastly mass seemed suspended in the sky, and then, like a fiery blanket, it fell upon Pompeii and nearby Herculaneum. Wait just a moment. The barge on which I'm going ashore is ready. I'll try to get back on the air when I reach the beach. This is John Daly. I return you to CBS Row.
This is Harry Marble in Rome, this August 26th in the year 79. Our CBS mobile unit, which was at the amphitheater in Pompeii, broadcasting the Navy Day spectacle when Mount Vesuvius erupted, has succeeded in reestablishing contact. So we switch you now to Jackson Beck, somewhere in Pompeii.
This is Jackson Beck. This is Jackson Beck. I hope I'm getting through. I'm in the partly soundproof CBS mobile unit moving slowly along Stabian Street, passing the new Temple of Jupiter. You can probably hear the sound of the unit wheels and the steady thump of cinders, rock, and flaming ash on the top. Outside, through the windows, I can see people screaming and shouting. Buildings are burning and crashing in flames. Ken Roberts is in the mobile unit with me, so is Mike Fitzmaurice. But we don't know what has become of Cameron Flake. We lost track of him when the panic started in the gladiatorial combat. We're making our way as fast as we can through the beaches, but the going is slow, tortuously slow. The roads are jammed with thousands of escaping men, women, and children. They're all trying to get in here with us. It's pitch black outside, almost like night. Some people are carrying torches. By their eerie light, the horrified faces on the road are silhouetted with stark, wild fear. This is the first tragedy in the reign of the Roman Emperor Titus, who was crowned only 2 months ago. The smoke is intense. Most people have thrown their tunics over their heads and are trying to crawl as close to the ground as possible, trying to get under the murk. Smoke. Now, wait a minute. That sound on the roof of our mobile unit. Yes. As I can see it now, it's rain. Rain. It's beginning to rain. The rain is mixing with the ashes and embers. The road outside is becoming a hissing, scalding, searing, flaming inferno. Excuse me. The steam and smoke is leaking through. It's unbearably hot. I can't talk. Ted. Perhaps Ted Roberts will fit. So they're coughing too, waving their hands. Oh, we can't continue. We can't. I return you to CBS Rome. CBS Rome.
This is Harry Marble in Rome. A report from Misenum says that the estimated deaths are at least 2,000. The Admiral of the Fleet, Pliny the Elder, is missing. Our reporter, Cameron Blake, has succeeded in re-establishing contact. Go ahead, Cameron Blake. This is Cameron Blake. I'm in a room filled with people who have sought refuge from the steady falling downpour of flaming ash, which is continuing to pour from the angry open mouth of Vesuvius and is swiftly reducing this once beautiful summer colony of Pompeii to smoking ruin. This looks like the last day of Pompeii. The Pompeians are almost insensible with fear. Those of us here escaped the amphitheater through a side entrance to the dungeons where the lions were kept. As we ran through the streets, we stumbled over the dead and the dying. The scene was a holocaust. There was a madness about it all. A rich merchant stumbling along with whatever treasures he could salvage from his wrecked and burning house, beads and baubles around his neck, money bags clutched to his waist. Behind him, his slaves carried a smoldering litter. We passed a young boy and girl clutched tightly together, dead. Somebody just shot us. The roof is on fire. I've got to get out of here fast. This is Cameron Blake. The exit is close. We're trapped. There's absolutely no chance for escape. The smoke and the heat are unbearable. I'm crouching on the floor of the roof. The roof is collapsing. It's starting to come down. This is Harry Marble again. The signal from Pompeii has failed. We have only one last recourse now for any news from the burning city, and that is John Daly reporting from the beach by way of the Navy transmitter aboard the fleet. Go ahead, John Daly.
August 26, 79 A.D. Mount Vesuvius erupts and Pompeii dies.
You have been listening to The Last Day of Pompeii, another broadcast in the series CBS Is There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Last Day of Pompeii was written by Irv Kunick. Next week,
June 22nd, 1757. Clive of India wins the Battle of Plassey. CBS is there.
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is John Daly in the Salem Court of Massachusetts Bay Province. The recess in the witchcraft trial of 71-year-old Rebecca Norse, which started at 10 o'clock in the morning of this 29th day of June, 1692, is just about over, and the trial should soon resume. As you know, Rebecca Norse, great-grandmother and mother of 8, whose husband owns a 300-acre farm not far from the Crane River Bridge, went on trial this morning as a witch. The penalty for witchcraft is death. This courthouse on Townhouse Lane is jammed to the rafters.
Salem, Massachusetts, June 1692. CBS is there.
A Salem court tries a woman as a witch. CBS invites you to believe that our microphone is there waiting for the verdict. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
This broadcast, the fourth in a special summer series produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
Salem, June 29th, 1692, and John Daly.
Tell them how this trial is progressing. The tension with which this day opened here in Salem has grown greater, if possible. In this trial, second in the biggest roundup of suspects these colonies have ever seen, 2 key witnesses for the prosecution this morning testified that the defendant, Rebecca Norse, was responsible for fits, seizures, and the unnatural torment which have been plaguing a dozen or so Salem girls for the last few months. Another woman named by these girls, Bridget Bishop, has already been hanged, and waiting in jail at this very moment to be tried by this same court on these same charges of witchcraft are 150 local residents who were seized in their homes in nearby Lynn, Topsfield, Marblehead, Amesbury, Andover, Wells, as well as Salem, and as far off as Boston. This morning, a prosecution witness, the Reverend Mr. Samuel Parris, minister of Salem Village, testified that the alleged unnatural activities of Rebecca Norse against the afflicted children are actually part of a much larger plot against the government. Is that correct, Mr. Parris?
If that plot had not been discovered, the plotters would soon have succeeded in sinking this government.
On the stand this morning, Mr. Parris, you spoke of proof.
They have been holding meetings, sir. They have been holding meetings and plotting to root out the Christian religion from this country.
I see. You said, too, that they were prepared to blow up all the churches and wreck our government.
And set up instead their own diabolism.
So, well, I'm told, sir, that before you came to this church, you were a merchant in the Barbados Isles.
I gave up commerce for the ministry.
You brought back with you some slaves, sir.
2.
Is it true, Mr. Parris, that there has been a dispute going on between you and members of your congregation as to what were the terms of your salary agreed upon 2.5 years ago?
When I accepted the call to this parish 2 years and 7 months ago, my salary was clearly determined.
But there is a dispute, isn't there, as to whether it gives you permanent ownership of the parsonage or merely the use of the ministry and the pasture.
The salary for my services includes full and permanent ownership of the parsonage and surrounding grounds. Those who have disputed it are simply not in possession of the facts.
I see, but is the prisoner's husband, is Francis Norse, among those who have disputed your claim to permanent ownership, Mr. Parris?
Francis Norse is not in possession of the facts.
Just one more question, Mr. Parris. About the committee charged with furnishing you with firewood last November, when you tried to have them brought to law.
The committee had stubbornly and for a long time been derelict in its duty to furnish the parsonage with firewood.
But it was argued then that an extra sum had been added to your annual salary to compensate you for finding your own firewood.
But that
Mr. Parris, Rebecca Norse's husband, the husband of the woman against whom you testified this morning, is on the firewood committee, is he not?
Rebecca Norse has been plotting the destruction of our government.
Thank you very much, Reverend Samuel Parris. Also on the stand this morning, we heard Dr. William Griggs, village physician, testify that a number of his patients had been bewitched. Dr. Griggs, you said that you yourself had seen evidence of their unnatural affliction.
I saw the ministers, the Reverend Mr. Parris's own niece, try to fly up the chimney.
You described how she was picked up by an unseen force.
An unseen force hurled her through the room so that she flew from wall to wall. Then she began to show every evidence of starting to fly, stretching up her arms as high as she could and crying, "Wish, wish, wish."
This morning, Dr. Griggs, you testified that the girls were under the baleful influence of an evil eye. Now, speaking as a medical man, what is the explanation of the evil eye?
When a witch turns her evil eye on a subject, an invisible and impalpable fluid darts from the eye of the witch and penetrates the brain of the bewitched. From then on, the witch can do with the bewitched as she pleases.
Thank you, Dr. Griggs. The excitement over the witches brings to a head the anxiety and unrest which has been disturbing these people of Salem. Dissatisfaction with a succession of governors, high taxes, a high cost of living, and lately rumors of war make it easy to understand why the distracted Salemites feel, as one put it to me this morning, that Satan is loose in New England, and why they're not surprised to learn that 150 of their own neighbors and even friends have been plotting with the devil against them and their government. The judges are coming in now. Judges Sewell, Sargent, Winthrop, Richards of Boston, Corwin, and Gedney of Salem. And here comes the deputy governor, the Honorable William Stoughton, who has been acting as Chief Justice during the trial. This is the sign that the recess is over, the prisoner is about to be brought in, and the trial resumed. The crowd grows quiet. Attorney General Thomas Newton has walked over to say something to Deputy Governor Stoughton.
Here she comes.
Oh, here she comes. Here comes Rebecca Norse, accused witch. She's flanked by George Herrick on the right, another constable on the left. Her husband is standing up. Francis Norse is waving to his wife, trying to get her attention, but the elderly prisoner seems to be either too indifferent or too tired to look up. That was her daughter's voice. The voice you heard was Sarah Norse's, the defendant's 28-year-old daughter. She called out, "Mother," and her mother seems to have heard her. She raises her head. She looks a little bewildered. Judge Stoughton is pounding on the desk for order. The trial is about to start. In the front row, the afflicted girls, Ann Putnam and Abigail Williams, who are here to testify against Rebecca Norse, are staring at her. The marshal helps the prisoner to the platform where she stood this morning. Apparently, Rebecca Norse is still not going to sit. She's going to stand through this session. She's standing about 8 feet from the judges now, facing the judges. Attorney General Newton has opened the trial, and he tells Rebecca Norse, "You are now in the hands of authority."
I adjure you to answer the questions of the court truthfully and not to lie.
He warns her not to lie, and now I'll throw open the microphone on the witness stand and let you hear the proceedings.
Rebecca Norse, why do you hurt these children?
I do not hurt them.
If you are guilty of this fact, do you think you can hide it?
The Lord knows.
Ann Putnam, have you seen this woman hurt you?
Yes, she beat me last night.
Despite the fact that Rebecca Norse was locked in the Salem jail last night, 12-year-old Ann Putnam accuses her of having beaten her in her own home, thereby implying that Rebecca Norse can be in two places at once and is therefore a witch.
Abigail Williams, have you been hurt by this woman?
Yes.
Now, Rebecca Norse, here are two, Ann Putnam, the child, and Abigail Williams, who complain of your hurting them. What do you say to it?
I do not hurt them.
This morning you heard read the confession of one Abigail Hobbs, confessed witch. She named you as the queen of a witch's feast. What do you say to it?
How could she say that? She is one of us.
What do you mean by that?
By what?
What do you mean by one of us?
She is like the rest of us, innocently imprisoned.
Didn't you say you would tell the truth? Who hurts these children now? Look upon them.
May I go to prayer?
We have not sent for you to go to prayer. Why did you stop coming to church when the girls were seized with fits?
It made me ill.
Why didn't you visit them in their affliction the way the other neighbors did?
I was not able to go out of doors because of illness.
What sort of illness?
I suffer from weakness of the stomach, sir.
What did he say to you?
We mustn't believe everything these distracted children say. There is no one whispering in the ear.
You dare to lie before this whole assembly. You are now before authority. I expect the truth. What did the man whisper in your ear?
I ask anyone here to tell me they saw anyone beside me. You can see I am all alone.
Let's go to the sacrament, David. Please do not
There has been talk among your neighbors, Rebecca Norse, that your illness is of a supernatural character. What do you say to that?
But I've had difficult times, sir. I am the mother of 8 children, and I suffer with the weakness that any woman would, my age and condition.
Do you have any wounds?
Attorney General Newton has asked the defendant perhaps the most dangerous question of all so far. Do you have any wounds? Referring to those marks found on the person of a witch which betray that she is in league with Satan. But Rebecca Norse being slightly deaf, he has to repeat the question, do you have any wounds? I have none but old age, she answers. 71-year-old Rebecca Norse is beginning to tire. Her white hair, somewhat disheveled, is clinging to her forehead. She's wringing her hands, nervously clasping and... Something strange is happening. 12-year-old Ann Putnam is screaming. She is pinching. She is pinching. And now Abigail Williams is screaming. She is choking me. Both of these girls seem to be having some kind of a spasm. They're writhing on the floor, clutching at their throats and crying that Rebecca Norse is choking them. Deputy Marshal Herrick and another constable have run over and are each holding one of the prisoner's hands to keep her from pinching and choking the girls, who are at least 10 feet away from her. They're now manacling her hands behind her back. The turmoil is dying down. The spectators are taking their seats. Attorney General Newton again turns to the prisoner, who seems visibly...
You see, Rebecca Doss, what a great condition these girls are in. Why do you hurt them?
I do not hurt them.
But when your hands are freed, the girls are pinched and choked.
Yes, sit down. Do not feel well.
You are strong enough, Rebecca Doss, to bewitch these girls. You are strong enough to stand at your trial. Do you think these girls suffer voluntarily or involuntarily? What do you say, Rebecca Norse? Do these girls suffer voluntarily or involuntarily?
No.
The court is not able to hear you.
May my husband come up to wipe me for it, sweat from me for it. My hands are bound.
These girls charge you with hurting them. If you think they suffer involuntarily, then you admit that what they say is true. And if you think they suffer not willingly, then you are calling them murderers. Which do you say, Rebecca Norse?
I do not mean to call them murderers. I don't know what to make of their conduct.
Answer the question, Rebecca Norse. Do you think these girls suffer against their will or not?
I do not think they suffer against their will.
Rebecca Norse is showing extraordinary courage. Old, alone, pitted against men of superior education and legal training, with no lawyer to defend her, she nevertheless sticks to her point that the girl's fits are not involuntary. Now Ann Putnam's mother, Mrs. Thomas Putnam, takes the
Tell
stand.
the court what happened.
One morning, Rebecca Norse came to me.
What time was it?
It was very early morning. Just as it grew light. She was still in her nightgown. She came to me, and she brought a little red book in her hand.
She tried to make you sign it?
She said if I wouldn't, she would tear my soul out of my body.
What happened then?
Then there appeared to me 6 children in winding sheets. And they called me aunt.
Who were these children?
They told me they were the children of my sister Baker, who lives in Boston. And they said that Rebecca Norse had murdered her. And they told me to go and tell it to the magistrate, or they would tear me to pieces.
The testimony piling up against Rebecca Norse has become more serious, if possible. And now another neighbor of the accused, Sarah Pepper, a widow, takes the stand.
Now, without fear, will you tell the court, Sarah Pepper, whether anything ever took place between the prisoner and any member of your family?
Yes, sir. About this time, 3 years ago, my dear husband, Benjamin Pepper, now dead, may the Lord bless his soul, was as well as I ever knew him in my life.
Yes, go on, please.
He was healthy and happy till one Sunday morning, Rebecca Norse.
The same Rebecca Norse who now stands charged with witchcraft?
The same Rebecca Norse who now stands charged with witchcraft.
What did she do?
She came to our house and fell to scolding and railing at him because our pigs had gotten into her fields.
Your fields are close together?
Yes, sir. And we're only supposed to keep half the fence mended. It's up to her to mend the other half. That was the agreement.
What happened then?
Her side of the fence was down and our pigs got through. We told her we'd kept those pigs hobbled, but there wasn't a thing you could say to quiet her down. She railed and scolded, calling on her son Benjamin to go and get a gun and kill the pigs.
How did your husband answer her?
My poor husband never said one word amiss to her. And it was right after that he was taken with a fit.
Was his seizure the same kind as the afflicted girls have been having?
His seizure was the same kind as the afflicted girls have been having.
Did your husband have any seizures after that?
My poor husband was never the same again. The day before he died, he talked very cheerful. But he was seized at midnight, and this fit lasted till the next night. And then he died.
The deputy marshal is leading the weeping widow Pepper back to her seat, and Attorney General Newton turns to confer with the 7 judges behind him. This looks bad for the defendant. So far, all of the testimony... Wait a minute. A young man is coming towards the judge's bench. It's Samuel Norse, the prisoner's son. The sheriff challenges him.
To speak. If you have any evidence to present, Samuel Norse, present it at the proper time.
This is the proper time, and I ask leave of the court to present my evidence.
Tell your story.
On the 27th of March, I and my sister's husband, John Tarbell, he's here now, and he'll swear to everything I say.
Tell your story.
John and I went up to Thomas Putnam's to find out why his wife and daughter were making shocking accusations against my mother.
The reason why is no secret. You heard them tell the court.
I wanted them to tell me. At the house, I found Miss Putnam, her daughter Anne, and one of Anne's friends. I asked young Anne how she came to name my mother among the witches. I said, did she mention my mother's name first, or did someone else say it to her?
What point are you trying to make?
When I asked young Anne how she first came to mention my mother's name among the witches, she replied that she had seen the apparition of a pale-faced woman sitting in her grandmother's chair. I said, who was that woman? She said she didn't know her name. I said, who told you to say my mother's name?
Are you saying that?
That's when her friend spoke up. Why, Anne, don't you remember? She said it was your mother. That made Miss Putnam very angry. She cried, why, it was not. It was you told her to say Rebecca Norse. Then they turned on each other and they said it was you told her to say the name.
I still don't understand the point you are trying to make, Samuel Norse.
What I'm trying to say is that not one of those who now accuse my mother would admit it was they first named her among the witches.
First or last, they named her.
Attorney General Newton seems to be a little impatient as he motions Samuel Norse to return to his seat. His sister has risen. The Norse family seems to be on the attack now in defense of their mother. Sarah Norse, the defendant's 28-year-old daughter, without being asked, without permission, has come up and is now standing before the bench. Attorney General Newton ignores her. He's conferring with the judges. Rebecca Norse is looking at her daughter. She's smiling, a strange, vague smile. Now Attorney General Newton has turned to Sarah Norse. He's taking her testimony.
I was in the meeting house on the 24th of March, the day the committee first examined my mother. I was there when Miss Bibber...
You are referring to the widow Bibber who lives in Wenham?
That's the one. I was there when she went into a fit.
The court knows that.
I was watching her when she began to scream that my mother was sticking her with pins.
You're adding nothing new to the facts, Sarah Norse. If that is why you have asked for permission to testify...
But I saw Miss Bibber take the pins out of her clothes. I saw her take the pins out of her clothes. That's a lie! I saw Miss Bibber take some pins out of her clothes and hold them between her fingers. Then I saw her clasp her hands around her knees. And that's when she began to scream that my mother was sticking pins in her. That's a lie! You're a liar! You're a liar!
One of the spectators probably sees Mrs. Bibber screaming, that's a lie. It's a liar. Sarah Norse is answering her, shouting, it's the truth, and you know it. The marshal is making her go back to her seat.
Come on down and take your seat. I would like to speak.
Benjamin Putnam is asking to testify. The Attorney General is inviting him to come forward, is asking the brother-in-law of Mrs. Thomas Putnam, who testified against Rebecca Norse just a minute ago, to come forward.
I have a paper here, signed by 39 people of Salem and Salem Village. I ask the court's permission to read it.
You may read it.
We, whose name...
will you read it a little louder?
We, whose names are hereunto subscribed, being desired by Francis Norse to declare what we know concerning his wife's conversation for some time past, can testify to all whom it may concern that we have known her for many years, and according to our observation, Her life and conversation were as she claimed it, and we never had any cause or grounds to suspect her of any such thing as she is now accused of. Signed, Benjamin Putnam, Sarah Putnam, Job Swinnerton, Esther Swinnerton, Samuel Abbey, Hepzibah Ray, Daniel
This
Andrew,
is a surprise. 39 of Rebecca Norse's neighbors, including Ann Putnam's own brother-in-law, testified by petition to their belief in Rebecca Norse's innocence. Rebecca Norse seems stunned by this unexpected turn in her favor. The spectators, too, seem visibly impressed by the long list of responsible and respectable names. Mrs. Putnam looks startled. She keeps brushing her hair out of her eyes. Her face is pale. Judge Stoughton is turning to the jury.
Rebecca Norse! Didn't you bring the devil with you? Didn't you tell me to tempt God and die? How often have you eaten and drunk your own damnation, Rebecca Norse?
That was Mrs. Putnam. She's screaming, how often have you eaten and drunk your own damnation? She's hysterical. She's becoming violent. She's ripping her clothes. Her husband has received the court's permission to take her outside, and he's lifted her bodily. He's carrying out, kicking and screaming out of the courtroom, and has taken her out now. The trial can start again. Rebecca Norse seems to be on the point of fainting. It doesn't look as if she can keep standing on her feet much longer. Once again, Judge Stoughton... Wait a minute. Something else has happened. A woman among the spectators threw her shoe and hit Rebecca Norse in the face. There's a red streak on Rebecca Norse's right temple where Mrs. Pope's shoe hit her. Rebecca Norse looks white and shaken. The courtroom is quieting down. Judge Stoughton turns to the jury. Apparently there's going to be no more testimony. He's going to send out the jury for a verdict right now.
I charge that you, being the judges of the facts, if you find that Rebecca Norse did bewitch the said girls, Ann Putnam and Abigail Williams, so that they were sore afflicted and tormented, then you must find her guilty of witchcraft under the statute of James I.
The jury has risen now and is filing out of this courtroom to consider the verdict. The judges are leaving too, and Deputy Marshal Herrick is taking Rebecca Norse from the courtroom. Some of the spectators are leaving for a breath of fresh air. The jury is out of the courtroom now. Of course, there's no possible way of knowing how long they will be. They may return momentarily, and if they do, we will switch back here to the courtroom immediately. Meantime, there are about 150 other suspects, as we told you, who have been rounded up in this drive and who are now in nearby jails waiting to be tried by this same court. My colleagues Harry Marble and Ken Roberts are at this moment in two of those prisons, Boston and Ipswich, with CBS microphones, and we switch you first to Harry Marble in Boston Prison.
This is Harry Marble in Boston Prison. I'm standing in a room about 25 by 35 and 7 feet high. The walls are of stone and the windows are barred. Leaning against the walls and chained to the benches here are about 25 or 30 men who are waiting to be tried for witchcraft. Right beside me, his hands manacled, is Navy Captain John Alden. Captain Alden, what are the specific charges against you?
Witchcraft, I presume.
You have to pay your own room and board while you're in prison, don't you, Captain?
Yes. And should I have the misfortune to be found guilty, my family would have to pay the cost of my execution. And, of course, my property would immediately be confiscated by the authorities. The deputy governor, I imagine.
I am told that some of your fellow prisoners confessed to practicing witchcraft, Captain.
I will tell you how one confessed. A boy of about 18. They had him tied neck and heels until blood flowed from his mouth and nose. He confessed.
One more question, Captain Alden. Are you by any chance related to the John Alden who married Priscilla Mullen?
That was my father, sir. My parents met on the Mayflower coming over from the other side.
Thank you, Captain John Alden. This is Harry Marble in Boston Prison. I now switch you to Ken Roberts in Ipswich Jail.
This is Ken Roberts in Ipswich. The jail here is crowded with women of all ages. Beside me here is the prisoner, Dorcas Good, accused witch. How old are you, Dorcas?
I'm 4 years old.
4-year-old Dorcas Good was arrested the same day as Rebecca Norse.
I'm 4, going on 5.
Dorcas just corrected her age. She is 4, going on 5. Why are you here, Dorcas?
I want a piece of bread with honey.
Do you know why they put you here, Dorcas?
My name is Dorcas Good, and I'm 4 years old, going on 5.
chained beside 4-year-old Dorcas here is Mrs. Rebecca Jacobs of Salem Town. Why have they put you in prison, Mrs. Jacobs?
They ran in the street. They ran in the street, and I said, look at the children. They are running in the street.
Mrs. Jacobs.
Then the men said, these are your children. They are running after you. Tell them to go back.
Your children saw you arrested, Mrs. Jacobs?
Come home, Mother. Mother, come home. I want my children. I want my children. I want my mother.
Do you get enough to eat here, Mrs. Jacobs?
Children, don't cry. Mother will be home. The nice men are just taking your mother for a walk.
Mrs. Jacobs, have your children been allowed to visit you?
Bloodroot and windflowers, sweet Mary and lilacs, they grow in my garden. When night comes, they close their eyes and go to sleep. I want my children. I want my baby.
I want a slice of bread and honey.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Jacobs, but a message has just been handed to me. The jury trying Rebecca North has just come back into the courtroom. So this is Ken Roberts returning you to John Daly in Salem.
This is John Daly in the Salem courtroom. The jury has come back. The jury charged with the fate of Rebecca North has just returned. The judges are in their places. The prisoner, her hand still manacled, stands facing the bar. The spectators are silent, waiting. The jurymen have taken their seats, all except Thomas Fisk, the foreman. The foreman is standing, and now Judge Stoughton turns to the jury.
Have you reached a verdict?
We have.
What have you found?
We find the defendant not guilty.
Not guilty. The jury has found Rebecca North not guilty. She looks stunned and stands bewildered and confused, pale and shaken. Her husband is fighting his way up to her. 72-year-old Francis North is crying, and his wife, Rebecca North, is now in his arms. Rebecca North, her gray head sunk on his shoulder, is crying for the first time since this trial began. Her sons and daughters are kissing and hugging her. They're all trying to touch her. They're patting her face, her hair, her dress, and they're laughing, and at the same time, tears are streaming down their cheeks. Now Judge Stoughton has left the bench and is talking with Thomas Fisk, the foreman of the jury. George Herrick, the deputy marshal, is pushing his way through to Rebecca North, probably to tell her that he's glad she was acquitted. The deputy marshal is saying something to Rebecca North now, and for some reason or the other, he's taking her by the shoulder. And now the jury is going out again, and Sam North has run over to the deputy governor. He seems to be having a heated argument with Judge Stoughton. I'm going to get over there to find out what's going on. There's something going on. There's a great deal of confusion all around here.
Do this to my mother. I did not impose on the jury. I've merely given them a fact which they had overlooked.
Mr. North, what has happened?
They're making the jury convict my mother. The jury comes back with a verdict of not guilty, and Stoughton sends them out again. They come back and he tells them that they have misinterpreted the facts. They have my mother on the stand, and they tell her Abigail Hobbs said she was a witch. And she says, how can Abigail say that? She is one of us. Now the judge says that when my mother said she's one of us, she admitted she was a witch, too. But he heard my mother say she didn't mean that. She meant Miss Hobbs was just one of the prisoners. Why, what Stoughton's done is tell the jury to hang her.
But why? Why should Judge Stoughton do this?
Because they've got some people in office around here who are scared of being pushed out. There are too many people who don't like them. So they find themselves some scapegoats. They take women like my mother. They say she's a witch. They say they're trying to bewitch our children and sink the government. All they're trying to do is save their own necks, and for that they're going to hang my mother.
Sam North is angry, frenzied. He seems to be absolutely sure the jury will change its verdict. I've never seen anything like this happen in a courtroom before, and it's hard to believe. But we'll see. The jury is coming back already. They've only been out a short while. With Tom Fisk leading them, they're coming back into the jury box. Their faces are grave. Judge Stoughton is banging his gavel for order and has turned now to jury foreman Thomas Fisk.
Have you reached a verdict?
We have.
What is your verdict?
We find Rebecca North guilty as charged.
Mother! Mother!
Rebecca North has been found guilty. What Sam North feared has happened. Everything he said was apparently true. And if this is contempt of this court, let it be so. A woman adjudged innocent by a jury of her peers, by almost precise direction of a presiding judge, has been found guilty and now must pay the supreme penalty.
Salem, June 29, 1692. Rebecca North is guilty, and the witch hunt goes on.
You have been listening to CBS Is There, the fourth in a special summer series of broadcasts of famous events. Next week,
July 29, 1588, the English Channel. Sir Francis Drake defeats the Spanish Armada.
CBS is there.
CBS is There is produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon. The Salem Witch Trial was written by Sylvia Berger. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup present Inner Sanctum Mysteries, starring Wendy Barry. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host to welcome you through the squeaking door into a gay little world of homicidal maniacs, vampires, ghosts, werewolves, and assorted forms of sudden and gory death. Friends, if you ever walk through a cemetery at midnight and see a girl whose hair is on fire and is carrying her head under her arm, you know what to tell her, don't you? Just say, keep a cool head on your shoulders, Toots. And run like crazy.
I suppose you think that kind of advice will help her.
Why, of course, Mary. What else could you say to a girl whose hair is on fire? Wait, I know what you'd tell her. You'd say, my dear, why don't you cool off with a glass of Lipton's iced tea?
I declare, you sure think of Lipton's at the strangest times. But you know, folks, come to think about it, this is a strange time of year. The days are hot, and yet the nights are apt to be a bit chilly. Yes, this is the time when people keep cool with a refreshing pitcher of Lipton's iced tea while the sun's on the rampage, and then later, after sundown, a hot cup of Lipton seems to taste just right. And do you know the reason why Lipton's, hot or iced, is always so welcome and satisfying? Well, it's because Lipton's has that famous brisk flavor. That word brisk, B-R-I-S-K, means that Lipton tea tastes fresh and full-bodied. It's never flat or wishy-washy. That's right, folks. You just don't know how good tea can be till you've tried Lipton's.
And now, friends, get ready to try a new kind of Inner Sanctum story. It's called The Murder Prophet, and it's an original radio play by Milton Lewis, who copied it from a tombstone. Yes, and our star tonight is that glamorous Hollywood movie star, Wendy Barry, who plays the role of Claudia Dale. All right. Clear the floor and give your flesh room to creep. Ready? Then let's hear Claudia tell us the story in her own words.
At exactly midnight, I saw him for the first time. My headlights picked him up when he hailed me along a lonely stretch of road near my home. I wouldn't have stopped, but the storm was so fierce, I felt sorry for him. I drew up to the side of the road.
Thank you.
Going far?
No, not far.
Where to?
I'll let you know.
Oh, what's that?
Where?
There on the side.
Tombstone.
Oh, there's a cemetery where I picked you up.
Yes, Birch Lawn.
Cigarette?
No, thank you. I don't smoke.
He said nothing for a few minutes. In the reflection of the dashboard light, I saw his face for the first time. Sunken eyes, hollow cheeks, mouth set in a queer grin, a skull barely covered with a thin layer of milk-white flesh. With a start, I realized he was staring at me.
I've seen you before.
Oh, I don't think we've met.
No, I know you.
Are you sure?
Yes. I would never forget someone so beautiful.
Oh, really?
You're Claudia Dale.
Why, yes.
You're married to Howard Dale.
That's right. But I don't seem to place you.
No, you wouldn't. I know quite a lot about you.
Do you really?
Your first husband was Willard Banks.
How did you know that?
He died 8 years ago, a suicide.
Who are you?
You don't know me. Be careful, you're speeding.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
You're trembling.
How do you know so much about me?
I just know.
Oh, really? I suppose you have second sight or some such rubbish.
It is not rubbish.
Then tell me where I'm coming from.
Pittsfield.
You guessed.
You went there to visit a sick friend, Martha Wollstone.
But you couldn't guess that.
You're going too fast. You're losing control.
No, I'm not. I'm quite all right. I can go fast if I choose to. I shall go as fast as I wish.
Would you care to know more of yourself?
No. No, I do not find your little trick particularly amusing. Besides, What else do you think you can tell me about myself?
Your future.
Nonsense.
Your husband is dead.
Howard?
Murdered.
Oh, you're lying.
You'll find his body on the floor near the piano of your living room when you get home. There are 2 bullets in his head.
Get out of here. Get out of this car. Get out. You hear me? Get out.
Very well. It happens that this is where I wish to go. Good night, and thank you, Mrs. Dale.
He vanished into the shadows on the side of the road. And then I noticed something white and shining queerly in the spot where he disappeared. I looked closely. It was another tombstone in another cemetery. I raced madly for home, fighting the hysteria that seized me. The nightlight was burning in the living room. It couldn't be true. Howard would take me in his arms and kiss me when I stepped into the house. I rang the bell. No answer. Somehow I managed to get the key in the lock. I ran into the living room. Howard!
Don't move.
Oh, who is it?
Right behind you. I've got a gun.
Oh, a gun.
Do it in the body.
Who are you?
Turn around.
Oh, you murdered him.
Keep quiet.
Oh, don't come near me.
Sit down.
Don't touch me.
I said sit down.
Oh.
Sorry I had to slap you. You're losing control. You don't have to scream for the police. Here's my badge.
You?
Detective Sergeant Quinn. Homicide.
Oh, well, I thought you were...
Yes, I know. Drink this.
Thanks.
Feel better?
Yeah, much.
Who is he?
My husband.
Sure?
Positive. When was he killed?
About 20 hours ago. 4 yesterday morning.
How do you know?
One of the bullets went wild. Hit that clock on the mantel. Where were you yesterday morning?
Pittsfield. I stayed with a sick friend, Martha Wollstone.
Here, look at these things. I took them out of his pocket. They all his?
Yes. Where's the snake ring?
There were no rings.
But he had one. It was quite valuable. He was never without it. I gave it to him.
All right, now look. Did he wear it on the 3rd finger of his left hand?
Yes.
There's a mark, but no ring.
When did you come here?
I drove in behind you. You left the front door open.
I think I know who killed him.
Who?
A man I met on the road coming here. He knew my husband had been murdered.
You did, huh?
He even said his body would be near the piano.
When did you see this guy?
Oh, 10, 20 minutes ago. Picked him up on the road.
Where?
At Birch Lawn Cemetery.
Where'd you drop him?
At another cemetery near here. He seemed to walk behind one of the tombstones. Oh, I know it sounds mad, but it happened just as I said.
What's his name?
I don't know. But he looked like a human cadaver. Like a man who's dead and... Oh, you don't believe me.
Why'd you kill your husband?
What? What are you saying?
You heard me.
Well, I told you I was in Pittsfield.
Why'd you go there?
Martha was ill.
Were you there at 4 yesterday morning?
Well, of course.
Don't lie.
Stop shouting at me. I told you who killed him. What are you trying to do to me? Isn't it enough to come home and find Howard like that without you trying to... Oh, in heaven's name, leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Not a scotch, lady?
No, thanks. Here, keep the change. I'm leaving.
Sit down, Mrs. Dale. Don't go yet.
You?
Yes. Won't you please sit down?
Yes.
Didn't expect to find you here.
Nor I you.
Are they making it difficult?
It's a nightmare.
You told them about me?
Yes.
You shouldn't have. They wouldn't understand.
Did you kill him?
Would you care for another drink, Mrs. Dale?
No. Who are you?
I'll tell you later.
Why'd you come here?
To talk to you. I knew I'd find you here.
Yes, you knew.
You're not so skeptical now.
No. What did you want to tell me?
That you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, and that I love you. I've loved you since I first saw you 7 years ago, when you came here to live with your husband.
Is that why you...
Why I killed him? Is that what you meant to say?
Yes.
I'm not an ordinary man, Mrs. Dale, but I'm not a fool. Now, on this card, you'll find my name, address, and telephone.
Do you really believe I'd phone you?
Yes. There will come a time when you shall want love. Good night, Mrs. Dale.
Good night. Hello? Operator, get me police headquarters and hurry, please.
Yes?
That's him, Detective Quinn. That's Garth Dragman.
Thank you, Mrs. Dale. Do you mind coming down to headquarters, Mr. Dragman?
Not at all. Did she tell you that I murdered her husband?
Yes.
I thought she would. I'm not angry, Mrs. Dale, and what I told you earlier this evening still goes. I'll come along right now, Mr. Quinn.
I didn't sleep a wink that night. Twice I got out of bed and drove to police headquarters. The lights were blazing in Quinn's office. I went in the third time. I couldn't bear waiting.
Oh, Miss Dale.
Well?
Glad you stopped by. We checked everything Dragman said. Seemed he was in the same bar and grill where you met him tonight when your husband was killed.
You believed him?
Naturally. Bartender and several regular customers backed up a story. Seems they all left together after the place was closed to play poker.
Well, what about the things he said to me in the car? How could he know about the murder before you or I?
That I don't know. Perhaps he does have second sight. Odd-looking fellow, isn't he? You can't arrest a man for murder because of that.
He's criminally insane, I tell you. I know he is.
My dear Mrs. Dale.
Oh. What's the use? I loved Howard. I loved him to the point of insanity. Otherwise, there was no accounting for the things I did when I left police headquarters. I was determined to find the man who murdered my husband. It was towards dawn when I made up my mind what to do. I went to Garth Dragman's home. I was about to ring the doorbell when...
Don't ring, Mrs. Dale. The door is open. Come in.
You were expecting me?
Yes, I was expecting you. Do you still think that I killed him?
I don't know what to think anymore.
Do you want me to find the person who murdered him?
Yes, more than anything in the whole world.
See, I have strange gifts, Mrs. Dale. And I do believe I understand the mind of a criminal. That mad impulse to crime, that strange, twisted desire to take a living being, a creature of arrogance and power, and make it a corroding, lifeless mass of flesh fit for worms. You're shocked? Crime is a shocking, evil thing. And only a man with the brain of a genius can succeed at it. And only a man with a greater brain can trap a successful criminal. I'll find your murderer for you, Mrs. Dale. On one condition.
What's that?
That you marry me.
I felt my body turn to ice. I knew I was talking to a madman. I was sure I was talking to the man who'd murdered my husband.
Oh, shucks. It's not so hard to predict a murder. I can do it. It's easy. I predict that there'll be at least one murder every week on Inner Sanctum.
Good gracious, yes. You might say it's worth a character's life to appear on this program.
Oh, don't feel sorry for them, Mary. Don't forget they can always make a comeback as a ghost on next week's show. In fact, I predict that Claudia's husband will be around one of these Tuesdays.
All right, now it's my turn to make a prediction. And I predict that during the coming fall and winter, more people will drink Lipton tea than any other brand.
Oh, you said that last year.
Yes, and it came true then just as it will now. Folks just naturally seem to prefer Lipton's. If you'd ask a tea expert to explain this preference, he'd say it's because Lipton's has a brisk flavor. You see, that word brisk, B-R-I-S-K, is a technical word. Brisk means that Lipton tea always tastes fresh and tangy. Yes, full-bodied and vigorous, never flat or insipid. So, folks, even if you're not a regular tea drinker, you should try Lipton's. That brisk flavor makes all the difference in the world.
All right. Let's get back to the other world now. The world of creeping, crawling horrors. I'll bet you think that Garth Dragman can't really foretell murders. Or do you think that Claudia doesn't have the courage to trap this homicidal Romeo? Or is he the killer? Well, we'll let our star, Wendy Barry, in the role of Claudia, tell you. Go ahead, Claudia. Shock him into the shakes.
2 weeks later, I married Garth Dragman. He was the strangest man I ever knew. He would disappear for days at a time, and then suddenly turn up without warning. He had all the money he wanted, yet I never knew where it came from. There was a closet in his room which was always kept locked and bolted. I knew from the way he acted about it that the closet contained the answer to all the things I wanted to know about him. One night while he was away, I obtained tools and tried to force the lock.
Good evening, Claudia.
Oh, Garth.
You didn't expect me back, did you?
No,
I knew you'd try to open that closet someday.
Well, why do you keep it locked?
So that no one but myself shall know what's in there.
Not even I?
You in particular.
But, Garth,
You'll not attempt to open it again, will you, Claudia?
No.
Forgive me for striking you. I'm not quite myself tonight. I sometimes do things I regret when these moods come upon me.
He sat down. He seemed terribly exhausted, completely spent. But there was a strange, wild light in his eyes. He seemed like a man intoxicated with some strange drug that few men know the taste of.
You do forgive me, don't you, Claudia?
Yes, of course.
See, it's something that few people know, Claudia, but a person who has extraordinary powers carries an extraordinary burden.
You mean your gift of prophecy?
Yes, I didn't want to mention it. It seems to upset you so.
It doesn't frighten me any longer.
Did you read in the newspaper about a woman's body being found in the river? She'd been murdered, garroted.
Yes, it was in this evening's paper. They don't know who she is.
I can tell you who she is. Josephine Ford. The stupid girl, Claudia. I could have told you that she'd be murdered 3 days ago.
How do you know these things?
Because I see them. Sort of vision. Now I'm seeing another vision. It's a house, 346 Harbor Street. Near the waterfront. A young woman lies in bed reading. She's very attractive. In an hour, she'll be dead. When the police come, they'll find her body decapitated. The criminal did this to destroy her identity.
But who is the criminal?
What difference does it make? He'll never be caught.
Garth, while you were gone, Martha Wallstone telephoned. She's ill again.
Oh.
She asked me to come up immediately.
Why didn't you go?
I was waiting for you to get home before I left.
You want to leave immediately?
If you don't mind. It's really an emergency.
You may go, Claudia. I shall go to sleep. I'm extremely tired.
It took only a few minutes to get to the waterfront. I found the house at 346 Harbor Street. I went in. The lamp in the bedroom was burning. I looked at the bed. I fainted.
Hey, Mrs. Dale. Think you can sit up now?
Detective Quinn.
Yes. Hardly expected to find you here.
I came because Garth Dragman predicted this would happen.
Oh, Mrs. Dale.
You still don't believe me?
You're a strange woman, all right. You accused this man of killing your husband, and then you married him. I suppose you're going to accuse him of this murder, too.
Yes. This and heaven only knows how many others.
Miss Dale, Do you realize that you haven't got a single piece of evidence to back up your contention?
I'll get the evidence tonight. Will you let me have a gun?
No.
Will you be near my house? I'll need protection.
Oh, after all.
What must I do to convince you what he is? I've risked my own life. I'm willing to risk it again. He's a monster. You're going to wait until he murders me before you believe what I say.
All right. I'll give it a try. I'll come back to your house with you. If you want me for an emergency, smash the window pane.
We drove back together. I dropped Detective Quinn on the corner. The house seemed deserted when I came in, but I wasn't taking any chances. I went to the kitchen, got a knife, hid it in the folds of the long-sleeved gown I was wearing. I went into Garth's room. He wasn't there. But the closet door was open. What I saw in there nearly made me ill. Clothes. Garth's clothes. Some of them soaked in blood. I forced myself to examine them. Then I found something that made my heart beat faster. A little jewelry case.
I'll take that, Claudia.
Oh, Garth.
Give me that jewelry case,
Oh, no.
please.
No, don't take it.
Thank you.
Garth.
Get away from that window, Claudia. Go on.
Oh, don't shoot, Garth.
You were so anxious to see what's in that closet. Well, now you have. And perhaps you'd like to see the latest addition to my collection. It's in this box.
That box.
Yes, Claudia. A hat box.
Garth!
Sit down, Claudia.
What are you going to do?
Tell you who killed your husband.
You?
No. You.
You're insane.
I've written out a confession for you to sign.
What'll happen if I don't sign it?
Well, I credited you with more imagination. Would you like to hear it?
Yes. Yes, read it, please.
Sit over here, away from that window.
Yes.
I, Claudia Dale, murdered my first husband, Willard Banks, for his insurance by administering poison.
My first husband?
Yes, Claudia. See, I mean to make this document strong enough to send you to your death if I wish. I've got all the details here, just how you murdered your first husband, how you killed your second. Shall I go on?
No. You know it's all a lie.
Will you sign it?
Of course not. Just what is your game anyway? If you want to kill me, why don't you shoot? You've been very successful before. There's no reason you shouldn't succeed again. Go on, shoot.
You put me in a very difficult position, Claudia. You see, you have found out certain things about me. Things that could cost me my life. I will not tell you again to get away from that window, Claudia. I should prefer to see you live because I love you. But I shouldn't hesitate to murder you.
You love me?
Yes.
You haven't taken me in your arms once since I know you.
The right time had not arrived.
What do you consider the right time?
When I feel that you understand me. When I feel that you, who murdered two men, understand the deep and strange cravings and desires that race in my blood.
You really believe I'm a murderess?
Of course. That's why I love you.
Then the time is now.
The time?
To take me in your arms.
Claudia.
He still held the gun. He wasn't more than 2 inches from me. I turned my lips up to him. I twisted my body to get out of the range of his revolver. When I felt his lips touch mine, I slowly let the knife slip into my hand. Slowly, caressingly, I drew my hand up towards his neck. Then I plunged the blade in.
Claudia!
Detective Quinn! Hurry!
I'm coming. What happened?
I killed him. And here's the proof that he murdered my husband. I found it in the jewelry case he had in his pocket. It's the snake ring that was missing from my husband's body. Now do you believe me? That's the whole story. I realize that you, as the district attorney, must know all the facts. There they are.
Thank you. There are a few points in the story that interest me particularly. First, the confession that he asked you to sign.
What about it?
The confession says that you were not in Pittsfield at 4 a.m. when your husband was killed. Did you gave your friend Martha Wallstone a sleeping pill, drove her down here, shot your husband, drove back to Pittsfield, turned Miss Wallstone's bedside clock to 4:15 and wakened her. And you gave her the medicine. She thought it was 4:15 and went back to sleep.
Garth was very clever at things like that. He had extraordinary brilliance of the insane.
And just one question. Was that the way you murdered Howard Dale?
I? Oh, but Garth murdered him. The ring proves it.
You never had the ring. You put it in the jewelry box.
I can't believe what you say. Garth was a homicidal maniac. He predicted the death of the people he murdered.
My dear woman, don't you know yet?
Know what?
Garth Dragman was a detective working out of my office. That's how he knew about those deaths. He was put on the case because we suspected you of murdering your first husband as well as your second.
A detective?
Yes. And you're going to die for killing him. It's extremely daring and clever of you to murder him. But you never would have gotten away with it if he hadn't kissed you. He kissed you because he fell in love with you. That poor fool.
Well, friends, that just goes to prove that you should never pick up hitchhikers who come out of cemeteries at midnight. And I bet you've guessed the moral for our story. It's taken from a famous quotation that Harry the Hangman uttered during a nightmare. Never steal the rings of people you murder, on account of that's robbery.
My goodness, you call that a moral. That's one of the most immoral things I've ever heard you say.
All right, Mary, I'll take it back. Now, here's one you really like. There's many a slip twixt the cup and the Lipton. That's why teaspoons were invented.
That's very clever. But I guess the reason they're called teaspoons is because people drink tea so many times during the day. Yes, folks enjoy that brisk Lipton tea not just at mealtime, but between meals as well, such as when friends drop in for a visit. That's why it's a good idea always to keep a good supply on hand. So, folks, ask for Lipton tea in the larger, more economical size packages.
And now here's a cheerful little thought. You can let a man murder you once, but you'd have to be a stiff to let him do it again. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is Puzzle for Wantons by Patrick Quentin. Yes, and next week's Inner Sanctum story, directed by Hyman Brown and brought to you by Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup. Next week's story is about a woman with canary yellow eyes, murderous eyes. Everyone she looks at, she wants to kill. And you know what? She keeps a harpoon in her house. Well, well, you never know what's going to harpoon next. And now I'm afraid it's time to close the squeaking door. So, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Folks, it's wonderful how little time cooking takes these days. Now, when I was a girl, my mother used to spend half a day making a pot of chicken noodle soup. But now we have Lipton's noodle soup mix. And when you use Lipton's, you just empty the contents of the package into boiling water, and in no time at all, soup's on. And what delicious chickeny tasting soup it is. Yes, Lipton's has an old-fashioned homemade flavor, and it's brim full of tender golden egg noodles. So, folks, don't forget to ask for Lipton's Noodle Soup. And don't forget to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
These are my recollections of a very unusual young man with whom I was thrown into contact at long intervals. He's not famous. It even may be that when his life is over, he will leave no more trace of his sojourn on this earth than a stone thrown in a river leaves on the surface of the water. And yet, I met him first in the summer of 1919 in Chicago. A friend of mine, Elliot Templeton, whom I'd known in Paris, invited me to a sort of family dinner party at a country club.
Oh, there you are, Mom. Welcome to this benighted city. Let me present my sister, Louisa, Mr. Somerset Maugham, my sister, Mrs. Brand.
How do you do?
He's really quite famous abroad, Louisa, so pretend you know all his books. Well, how much longer must we wait for dinner?
Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll try to find out about it now.
Of course.
I should never have left Paris.
Well, why did you?
To visit Louisa and Isabel. Oh, Isabel is my niece, Louisa's daughter. She's round here somewhere.
I'd like to meet her.
You'll also meet her young man. His name is Larry Darrell, and I don't approve of him. Oh, I have nothing against him, but he hasn't any money.
We can't all be millionaires.
The fellow hasn't even got a job. He doesn't want one.
And that must be a great shock to a man like you, Elliot, who's never earned a penny in his life.
It may have escaped your notice, my dear fellow, but I am not an ordinary man. For the run of mankind, industry is essential. Oh, there's Isabel now.
She's very lovely. And that other girl?
Her name is Sophie Nelson, a sort of country cousin. Well, come, I rather think I require a cocktail.
A few minutes later, seeing that Sophie was alone, I walked over and introduced myself.
Quite a party, isn't it, Mr. Maugham? Oh, I wish I had a drink.
Well, let me bring you one.
Oh, don't tempt me. I promised Bob I wouldn't.
Bob?
My fiancé. He doesn't like me to drink.
Now, which one here is Bob?
Oh, he hasn't arrived yet. You see, he's putting himself through law school, and he doesn't finish till late. Mr. Maugham, you're a great friend of Mr. Templeton's, aren't you?
Elliot has no friends, my dear, only acquaintances.
Oh, he's an awful snob, isn't he?
Awful. But he's kind and generous. In Paris, people laugh at him behind his back, but they never hesitate to drink his wine and eat his food. Oh, is that Mr. Darrell there with Isabel?
Oh, no, that's Gray. Gray Maturin. His father's a millionaire stockbroker. He gives us class.
I see.
Gray's really wonderful. And he's so much in love with Isabel, he can't see straight.
And she's in love with Larry Darrell. Mm-hmm. I suppose that could complicate matters.
Oh, speaking of Larry, there he is now. Come, Mr. Maugham, I'll introduce you. Well, now that everybody knows everybody, excuse me.
What's the trouble, Brown Eyes? You're nervous.
Oh, of course I am, Larry. I'm waiting for Bob.
Is tall, dark, and legal standing you up?
Oh, I'd like to catch him trying it, Isabel. Now, be nice to Mr. Maugham.
You're old friends, Mr. Darrell? You and Sophie?
They grew up together, Mr. Maugham.
Sophie was probably the best shortstop our neighborhood ever had.
Mr. Maugham, since you're a novelist, I'd better warn you that Larry's very stupid. He knows nothing about anything but flying. But when he came back from the war, he looked so lovely in his uniform. I just camped on his doorstep until he consented to marry me. The competition was awful.
Isabel's not a bad girl, Mr. Maugham. She's just a terrible liar.
Larry, I think we've time for a dance before dinner.
Will you excuse us, Mr. Maugham?
Of course, run along.
Oh, hello, Uncle Elliot.
Isabel? Oh, I thought you were still cavorting at that horrible country club. What's the matter? And where's Larry?
He dropped me off and fled. Hello, Mr. Maugham.
Your uncle insisted on bringing me home for a brandy. He thinks...
Just a moment. Isabel, about Larry, did you have a talk with him?
Yes.
Well, may I venture to inquire the result?
Larry's decided to go to Paris for a while.
Why?
To loaf.
Don't be ridiculous.
Well, that's what he told me.
Really, if you had any spirit, you'd have broken the engagement.
What can I do? I love him. Mr. Maugham, I'm sorry to have inflicted this on you, but you know Uncle Elliot. Well, I'll say good night.
Good night, Isabel.
You think I'm upset, don't you, Maugham?
You've made it fairly obvious.
Well, I'm not upset at all. In Europe, Darrell will be out of the way. And I don't see why Isabel shouldn't marry Gray Maturin before the year is out.
You've lived in France too long, Elliot. You've forgotten that in this country, a girl doesn't marry a man because her mother or even her rich and worldly uncle wants her to.
You know, I don't mind admitting I have a sneaking sympathy for this Darrell fellow. I'd keep my eye on him in Paris. I look for an apartment at a really smart quarter. Oh, I'll do him proud. I'll lend him the rose and my chauffeur now and then. Yes, Maugham, I may even make Darrell my protege.
Poor Elliot. All the wonderful things he was going to do for Larry in Paris. Unfortunately, Larry would have none of it. And Elliot flicked him off like a speck of lint in his impeccable lapel. Larry spent his year in France. Then, quite suddenly, Isabel and her mother arrived.
Now, don't look so unpleasant, Uncle Elliot. Of course I'll see Larry. Darling, don't be hurt. But I didn't come to Paris just to see you.
He met you at the boat, I suppose.
Oh, and it was wonderful to see him again. Mother, doesn't Larry look marvelous?
I must admit, Isabel, he's thrived beautifully in your absence.
Indeed. Well, I haven't a very good account of that young man.
Oh?
When he first arrived in Paris, I invited him to a luncheon. I planned to introduce him to the Princess Novamale. He told me that he doesn't eat lunch.
Perhaps he doesn't.
And then when I asked him to dinner, he said he had no evening clothes.
Maybe he just didn't want to come.
That's the most incredible reason for refusing my invitation I've ever heard. Well, Louisa, how long are you and Isabel remaining?
Oh, I don't know.
We'll stay about a month, Uncle Elliot. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if Larry's with us on the boat back home.
You tired of walking, Isabel? There's a taxi.
Oh, no, Larry. It's delightful. All these wonderful little shops and everything. Larry, do you know I've been here nearly a month?
Impossible, darling.
I've seen you every day, and I still don't know a thing about what you've done all year.
Well, there's nothing to tell. Not really. I've traveled around the countryside, read a lot, gone to lectures. Well, that's about it.
Have you found that peace of mind you were looking for?
No.
How much longer do you think all this is going to take you?
I don't know, Isabel.
And after that, what are you going to do with all the wisdom you will have acquired?
Well, if I ever acquire wisdom, I suppose I'll be wise enough to know what to do with it.
You know what Uncle Elliot says?
Nothing to my credit, I'm sure.
He says you have a cozy little hideout somewhere.
Well, come and see for yourself. The cozy little hideout's only a step from here.
In this neighborhood? But, darling...
Oh, Isabel, it only looks dirty. Come on. I'd like you to see it.
A room 4 flights up. In a tenement. Oh, Larry, how can you bear to stay in this backwash when America is living through the most glorious adventure the world has ever known? You just can't go on loafing forever. How can you?
Well, it's possible.
But what's all this going to lead to?
Oh, I don't know, Isabel. Maybe nothing at all. But it may be that when I'm through, I'll found something to give that people will be glad to take. I mean, a way of life. Oh, I'm talking like a fool, and I know it. I'll probably fail. But if I do, I won't be any worse off than the fellow who's gone into business and hasn't made a go of it.
I see. And there's nothing more to be said.
Isabel, what are you doing?
Giving you my engagement ring, Larry.
You're all dressed up, Isabel. Where are you going?
Oh, where in particular, Uncle Elliot? Larry and I are going out on the town.
Larry? But you gave him up.
Yes, dear, I know. But we thought we'd like to spend my last night in Paris together.
If he had any sense of decency, he'd never ask you. I'm profoundly shocked.
But he didn't ask me. I asked him.
No doubt there were moments that night when Isabel and Larry forgot their engagement was ended. But most of their evening was sad and strained and filled with a yearning that neither music nor champagne could quite overcome. When Larry brought her back to Elliot's home...
5 hours, you'll be on the boat train. How does one say goodbye, Isabel?
Must we say goodbye now, Larry? Oh, stay for a moment. We could have one last drink together.
I'd like to. Isabel, I've never seen you so beautiful.
Oh, darling. Darling.
Oh, what will I do without you? I love you so much I can't even...
You better go. Larry, no, please, no. Don't kiss me again. Please, Larry, for heaven's sake, go.
Goodbye, Isabel.
Larry.
That was a brilliant performance, my dear.
Oh. Hello, Uncle Elliot.
I've been waiting in the next room. I left the door open just a little. Do you still want that drink? I expect you need it.
Oh, you think you're very clever, don't you?
Oh, come, child. I guessed you were up to something. Even your poor mother noticed the pains you went to make yourself particularly alluring tonight.
You're hateful.
Oh, but no fool, mon ange. Isabel, you're a beautiful woman. You had him trapped just now. You know you did.
Yes, I know. But when I looked at him, When I saw you hadn't the slightest idea, I just couldn't play such a dirty trick. I couldn't help myself. I suppose it was my better nature.
Nonsense. It was your sound Midwestern horse sense. Isabel, in less than a year, you'll be Mrs. Gray Maturin with $20 million in the bank.
I'll forget Larry within a year.
I said less than a year. Trust your Uncle Elliot, my girl. He's a very wise old party.
I wonder.
They were married, and in less than a year, Isabel and Gray Maturin. I doubt if anyone was more pleased with this turn of events than Elliot Templeton.
I must say they make a most attractive couple, Mom. All's well that ends well.
I hope they'll be happy. By the way, was that Sophie Nelson I saw a few minutes ago?
Oh, Isabel's country cousin, yes. She's married now to that lawyer fellow. Isabel insisted on inviting them to the wedding. Why, I don't know.
Did she invite Larry Darrell?
Are you trying to bait me? You know very well Darrell's in Europe.
Yes, I saw him last spring, Elliot. He mentioned something about going to Strasbourg and working in a coal mine.
Working in a... Most undesirable young man. Now, about your plans, dear fellow, did I hear you say something about India?
As a matter of fact, you did. I'll be in India by the 1st of the year.
Well, look me up when you're back, old man. Naturally, I shall be in Paris.
It was in Strasbourg, as I subsequently learned, that Larry Darrell came to a great decision. He had made a friend, a fellow coal miner named Costi.
You're late for our glass of beer, Monsieur Darrell.
Sorry, Costi. I've been over at the university. I've enrolled for a night course.
You're a fool. Why should a man who wants to develop his brain work in a coal mine?
I just wanted to, I suppose.
Hiding out, Larry? Police after you?
No.
A woman, maybe?
No, I just thought, well, a coal mine might do me good.
And when you've had enough of it, you go back to America, huh?
I suppose so.
And do what?
Sell stocks and bonds.
But what about the answers to all your profound questions? Peace of mind, happiness, how to live. Don't you know people have been asking those same questions for thousands of years?
They can't help asking them.
You know what you sound like, Larry? Like a very religious man who does not believe in God.
I'm not sure I believe in anything.
Look, have you ever thought of going to the East, India, for instance?
India?
I went there once. I met a very strange man, a saint. People from all over India go to him for guidance, for teaching.
Did he help you?
No. But that was not his fault. It was mine.
A few weeks later, Larry Darrell arrived at a sort of monastery at the foot of the Himalaya Mountains in northern India.
Why have you come here, my son?
I've come to learn. Ever since the war, I've been searching for something. Something that I'm not able to put into words. In France, I met a Polish coal miner. He told me that you might help me.
God is the only help.
I've traveled, I've studied. I've read everything I could get my hands on, but nothing seems to satisfy me.
And should you find what you are searching for?
It will be something good. Something to be shared with others, but how to find it? Where?
The whole world is like you, my son. Restless, confused. It will always be so as long as men set their hopes on false ideals. The road to true salvation is difficult to pass over. Difficult as the sharp edge of a razor. But this much we know. There is in every one of us a spark of the infinite goodness which created us. And when we leave this earth, we are reunited with it, as a raindrop falling from heaven is at last reunited with the sea, which gave it birth.
May I stay here? Will you help me?
Of course you may stay. Our life is very simple here. There are books. We will talk together. You can work in the fields if you wish.
Thank you.
Come, my son.
I don't know if Larry Darrell ever thought of Isabel in the years that passed. For there in India, he was as one lost to the rest of the world. One day, he returned to the monastery from a solitary pilgrimage in the mountains. Eagerly, he sought out his venerable teacher.
Well, my son?
Do you remember what it was you told me the day I left here?
I told you that sometimes, alone in that mountain, strange things may happen.
Well, something very strange did happen to me. One morning, I suddenly awoke and walked out of the little hut. I just stood there on the mountaintop. And gradually, the light began to filter through the darkness like some mysterious figure stealing through the trees. And then the first rays of the sun came up, the mountains. The mist caught in the treetops. I never felt or saw anything like it.
I know.
I felt that I'd been released from my body. And all the things that had been confused before suddenly became clear to me. I had a sense of knowledge more than human. I felt that I'd broken away and was free. I felt that if it lasted another moment, I'd die. And yet I was willing to die if I could just hold on to it. Because for that short time, I had the feeling that...
That you and God were one.
Yes. I'm going back there. I'm going back.
No, my son. Your place now is with your own people. It's been given you to see the infinite beauty of the world, which is only the reflection of the beauty of God. That vision of beauty will remain with you, fresh and vivid, to the end of your days. Go now, my son. Go back to your world.
Much had happened by the time Larry Darrell was once again in Paris. Our meeting in a little Italian cafe was entirely accidental, but I had considerable to tell him.
And what about Elliot Templeton, Mr. Mom? Have you seen him lately?
Oh, yes. He's given up his Paris home. He's taken a villa on the Riviera. All the better people are on the Riviera now.
I don't suppose you've had any news from home. That is, my home, Chicago?
Some, Larry. For one thing, there's been a great stock market crash. Gray Maturin lost everything. But wise old Uncle Elliot sold short. He made a fortune.
And what about Isabel? And Sophie and her beau? They were married, of course.
Yes, they were married. They had a little girl. The husband and child were killed last year in an automobile accident.
And Sophie?
Elliot didn't know too much about it, other than that Sophie just about lost her mind. I understand she disappeared. No one knows where she is.
Sophie. And now what about Isabel?
It may surprise you to know that Isabel and Gray and their 2 children are living not 5 miles from here.
Here? In Paris? Isabel?
After the crash, Gray had a nervous breakdown. He hasn't been well enough to work. Elliot's been very generous. He insisted they take over his home here.
Oh, poor Gray. I should look them up.
Now suppose you let me ask some questions. What did you do in India, Larry?
Well, I learned something about myself. I was very happy there. About Gray and Isabel, if you could give me their address, I might...
Better yet, I'll meet you there this afternoon. Here's the address.
Mr. Mom, how nice of you to drop in.
Hello, Isabel. How's Gray?
Oh, another one of his horrible headaches. He's lying down.
Oh, what a pity. I was hoping you and Gray would dine with us tonight.
I'd love to, but I don't see how we can. Did you say us?
Yes. Larry Darrell is back in Paris.
Larry? Larry Darrell?
He lunched with me today. He'll be dropping in any minute.
Larry. Where has he been?
India.
India? Do you realize I haven't seen him for years? Oh, yes, Marie.
Excuse me, madame. Monsieur Darrell is calling.
Isabel.
Larry. Oh, Larry, I can't believe it.
Hello, Isabel.
Larry, let me look at you. You haven't changed. You haven't changed at all.
Well, is Gray home? And where are the children?
Oh, I'd so like to show them off. But their nurse has taken them to the park. Gray's here in the library. Gray. Gray, dear, look. It's Larry Darrell.
Larry?
Hello, Gray.
Oh, I'm glad to see you, Larry. Sorry you caught me like this.
blinding headache.
Gray, Mr. Morm wants to take us all out this evening.
Do you feel up to it, Gray?
Oh, I wish I could say yes, but go anyway, please.
Wait a minute. Gray, would you let me see if I can help you?
How?
Your headache. I might be able to help you. I'd like to talk to you.
Well, sure.
I think Dr. Darrell would like to be alone with his patient.
Do you mind, Isabel? It won't take long.
I can't understand it, Isabella. It's practically gone. My headache's gone.
Larry, what on earth did you do?
Well, he just talked to me, and then he told me to go to sleep, and I did.
Whatever it was, Larry, you learnt the trick in India, didn't you?
Well, there's nothing so unusual about it. Sort of a hypnosis, I suppose. I merely put an idea into Gray's head that he would feel better. He did the rest himself.
Larry, do you think you could cure him permanently?
Well, I can't work miracles. But there's no reason why he couldn't cure himself in time.
But that was a miracle. I know how miserable he felt.
Can we reconsider dinner, then?
Oh, sure we can. I'd like to go out.
Excellent. Powder your nose, Isabel. I'll phone for reservation. Where'd Larry go, Isabel?
I asked him to get my wrap. What did you do with my husband?
Well, Gray's getting the car. I was watching you and Larry dance. Isabel.
I know what you're thinking. Go on, say it.
You're not going to be so silly as to fall in love with him again, are you?
I've never stopped loving him. Never loved anyone else in my life.
Gray's such a good fellow. It would be a pity to hurt him.
I'll never do anything to hurt him. I'm too fond of him for that.
Well, it's your business, not mine. Well, where shall we go now?
Oh, how about the Rue de Lac?
Rue de Lac? What a neighborhood.
But I've never been there. At least it'll be different, please.
Well, if you really want to go, of course. But I think you'll be sorry. It's dirty and it can be dangerous.
That's ridiculous. Here they come. Gray, guess where we're going? The Rue de Lac.
Isabella, I can't believe it. It couldn't be Sophie.
But it is. Look at her. Here in a dive in the Rue de Lac.
She's seen us.
Oh, it's not possible.
Well, look who's here.
Oh, Sophie.
Well, who'd you think it was? Oh, don't get up, don't get up. Well, fancy meeting you all like this. Hi, Larry.
Hi, Brown Eyes. How are you?
I'm thirsty. Let's all have a drink. Patron.
Connaissez, monsieur, cette fille, Sophie?
Certainly I know them. They're my childhood friends. Donnez-nous une bouteille de champagne.
Très bien.
Well, I can't say you seem so terribly pleased to see me.
I heard rumors you were in Paris, Sophie.
Well, you might have called me. I'm in the telephone book. Well, Gray, you went bust, didn't you?
Yeah.
Tough. I guess it must be pretty grim in Chicago now. Lucky for me, I got out when I did. Well, drink up. It's champagne.
For you, Sophie.
Thanks, Larry. When they were killed, Bob and my baby, I went to pieces. And then I put the pieces together again with alcohol. My loving in-laws kicked me out.
I think that gentleman's trying to get your attention, Sophie.
Oh, that's my boyfriend. That's Coco. Oh, la paix! Tu ne vois donc pas que je suis avec mes amis? Coco's Annie. You living in Paris now, Larry?
Yes. Yes, I am, Sophie.
You remember the summer before the war?
Sure.
Well, we saw a lot of each other then.
Oh? When?
When you and your mother were being social. We used to read poetry together. Remember, Larry?
I remember.
Well, maybe I better get back to my boyfriend. He'll raise the roof.
Sophie, we'd really like...
Oh, so long, folks. Come and see me again when you've got nothing better to do. I'm here every night.
Well, I guess we better get out of here. Let's all go home. You never saw two people so crazy about each other, Larry. Sophie and Bob.
After the accident, we did all we could to help her. It was just no good. A normal person recovers in time. She just never did. She was always unbalanced. Even her love for Bob and the baby was exaggerated. Don't you think I'm right, Larry?
Sophie was as normal as any person I've ever known.
Was she in love with you, Larry?
Oh, good heavens, no. Just a skinny little girl with a ribbon in her hair. I remember her crying once when I was reading a note of Keats because it was so beautiful.
All girls of that age are emotional.
Yes. Yes, I suppose so. Well, I'd better be getting along.
Don't run now, Larry.
It's late, Isabel. And Gray here had better get some sleep.
Oh, but I feel fine, really.
Larry, we will see you.
Of course, Isabel. Good night. Good night, Mr. Mom.
Well, I should be going, too. I'll give you a lift, Larry. When I inquired of Larry where he was living, he asked me if I'd mind taking him instead to the Rue de Lappe. I left him at the cafe with Sophie. For 2 weeks, I saw nothing more of Isabel, Sophie, or Larry. Then one day, in answer to a telephone call, I rushed to Isabel's home.
The idiot. The stupid, blind idiot.
If you'd calm down, Isabel, I might figure out what you're trying to tell me.
He's going to marry her. Larry is going to marry Sophie.
How do you know?
He called me on the phone. I'm frantic.
Well, it's his own affair, isn't it?
He says she stopped drinking. The fool thinks he's cured her.
Oh, that's possible. Have you forgotten what he did for Gray?
Gray wanted to be helped. She doesn't.
How do you know?
Because I know women. She's no good. Do you think for 1 minute she'll stick to Larry? What's the matter with you? Do you think I've sacrificed myself only to let Larry fall into the hands of a woman like that?
How did you sacrifice yourself, Isabel?
By giving Larry up. For one reason, because I didn't want to stand in his way.
Come off it, Isabel. You gave him up for a square-cut diamond and a sable coat.
Get out of here. Get out. I hate the sight of you.
I'm sorry for that, Isabel. Because the sight of you always gives me great pleasure. You're beautiful. You're fascinating. And smart enough, I've always thought, to make the best of a bad job.
No.
Larry's in the grip of the most powerful emotion that can beset the breast of man. Self-sacrifice. He's got to save the soul of the wretched woman whom he knew as an innocent child. And there's nothing you or I can do to prevent it.
But he's going to be so miserable.
Do you love him very much, Isabel?
It's a nuisance, isn't it? I can't help it.
Then why lose him altogether? Make friends with Sophie. Be nice to her.
Yes, I could ask her to lunch tomorrow. Oh, but I can't. Not after the awful things I said about her to Larry on the phone.
If I ask her to lunch, will you behave?
Oh, like an angel of light.
1 o'clock tomorrow at the Crillon. Isabel, you're not hatching up anything, are you?
Don't be hateful. Just terribly curious to see what she looks like, now that Larry's reformed her.
Luncheon with a reformed alcoholic and a jealous girl can be something of a strain. Larry was the only calm one among us. There were cocktails on the table. They seemed to fascinate Sophie, but she spoke readily and openly of having stopped drinking entirely. Isabel actually behaved beautifully. She insisted on giving Sophie a Molyneux gown for her wedding dress. Sophie was to call at the house the next day, and Isabel would drive her to the shop for a fitting.
I'm so glad you're early, Sophie. As long as the fitter can't see us until 4, we can have a nice long talk.
That's what I want, Isabel. Because there's something on my mind. You hate me for marrying Larry, don't you?
Oh, I don't hate you at all. But I'd hate anyone or anything that came in the way of his happiness.
I'll be a good wife, Isabel. I was before.
Yes, I know you were. Would you like some tea, Sophie?
No, thanks. What's in that bottle?
That? Oh, it's called Przofka. It's a sort of Polish brandy. Uncle Elliot sent us a case of it yesterday. It's really wonderful.
Oh, and to think I shall die without ever having tasted it.
Don't you love the color? It's like the green you sometimes see in the heart of a white rose. Oh, poor Sophie.
I have a great desire to drink, Isabel. But give me about 2 more weeks, though. I haven't had a drop since that night in the Rue de Lappe.
It must be awful. I mean, breaking off completely, all at once.
Sometimes when I've been alone, I've wanted to shriek the house down. But this is my only chance. Larry's giving me my only chance. I know that.
Excuse me, madame, the car is here.
Oh, thank you, Marie. Sophie, my little girl's at the dentist. As long as I have time to pick her up, perhaps I'd better.
Of course. Is that her picture, Isabel? Your little girl?
Oh, this is my other one. This is Priscilla. She's 7.
Linda. My baby, Linda, would have been 9 in November. This November that's coming.
Well, I won't be long, Sophie.
Linda. My baby. My baby. One drink. Just one drink. I can't stand it. I can't stand it.
Isabel did not return till quite late. By then, Sophie was gone, and the bottle of Perzovka was empty. 4 days later, Larry finally found her. She was back in the Rue de Lappe, and worse than ever. There was a fight when Larry tried to take her out of the place. He was badly beaten. When he recovered consciousness, Sophie had disappeared. That was the last I saw or heard of her until almost a year later, when I received an urgent telegram from the police department of the city of Toulon.
How good of you to come here, Monsieur Maume. Well, I will not beat around the bush. Here is a book, a novel. You recognize it?
I ought to, Inspector. I wrote it.
Did you also write the inscription here on the flyleaf?
Yes, I did. I gave this book to Sophie Nelson several years ago in Chicago. Have you found her?
We have found her. She has been murdered.
What?
We fished her body out of the harbor. The throat was cut from ear to ear. Monsieur, how does it happen that a person of your age and respectability should be acquainted with such a character?
I knew her very slightly.
Your book was found in her room. Monsieur, we wish merely to establish a few facts about her and arrange for a burial.
Of course.
Right on, Inspector. Monsieur Darrell has returned.
Come in, monsieur.
Hello, Mr. Mom. So they sent for you, too. Have they told you?
Yes, it's dreadful.
I've been at the morgue. I had to identify her.
Well, messieurs, we think we know who perpetrated this crime. Finding him may be another matter. Meanwhile, if you care to arrange a funeral, I can give you the necessary authorization.
We'd like to very much.
So happens, I have a personal friend who is an undertaker. Very reasonable, messieurs. Here, his card.
Thank you.
May I see where she lived?
Follow me. I shall be happy to take you there. The deceased apparently had occupied this room for about 5 months.
Mr. Mom, look.
Yes.
Ah, yes, that photograph. A man and a child. You know who they are?
Her husband and her baby.
Oh? Where are they now?
Dead. A long time ago. Could the picture be buried with her?
If you wish, monsieur.
Poetry. She still had this book of poetry. An ode of Keats. I read this to her when she was just a little girl. Fades the sight of beauty from my eyes. Fades the shape of beauty from my arms. Fades the voice, warmth, whiteness, paradise. Vanished unseasonably at shut of eve.
After the funeral, Larry came with me to Nice to call on Elliot Templeton. I had heard from Isabel that Elliot was very ill.
Uncle Elliot, you have visitors. Look.
Elliot.
Oh, my dear fellow. How very nice to see you. And Larry. Well, this is a surprise.
Mr. Mom said you were sick.
Did he? Well, I am sick.
But you don't look it. You look extremely well.
Well, really now, that's the most sensible thing I've ever heard you say. I've got the Grand Duke lunching with me on Sunday, and I've told my doctor he must put me to rights by then at all costs. Oh, too bad this should have happened just now. It's a particularly brilliant season. Are you going to Princess Novamali's party?
Of course not.
Has she asked you?
She's asked everybody in Europe, Larry. She's giving a great do. Fancy dress.
Fancy dress. She hasn't asked me. It's a deliberate insult.
Come now, Elliot. Why should she want to insult you? It's just an oversight.
I'm not a man that people overlook.
Well, Perhaps she doesn't know you're in the south of France.
Don't be ridiculous. Everybody knows I'm in the south of France. It's going to be the best party of the season. If I were on my deathbed, I'd go to it.
Never mind, old boy. It may rain the night of the party. That'll ruin it.
You know, I never thought of that. I shall pray for rain as I have never prayed before. The old witch. She'd never have got anywhere if it hadn't been for me. Now she doesn't invite me to the greatest party of her career. Fireworks, my dear fellow. They're going to be fireworks. So unkind, I hate them. I hate them all. They've eaten my food and they've drunk my wine. I've run their errands for them and I've made their parties for them. And what have I got out of it? Got nothing. Now that I'm old and sick, they have no use for me. They don't care whether I live or die. Not one of them. It's so cruel. I wish I'd never left America.
Elliot.
Go out. Go out, please. I was carried away. You must not see me like this. Come back later, please.
Oh, of course.
Mr. Mom, I know Princess Nova Malley's secretary. I think I can do something about that invitation.
It would make him feel so much better.
You're not leaving, Larry.
I'll be back later, Isabel.
Where did he go, Mom? Larry?
Oh, I don't know, Elliot. I imagine he'll be back.
I didn't tell you before. The bishop is here today. The bishop himself. Great honor. Now I shall enter the kingdom with a letter of introduction from the prince of the church.
I'm afraid you'll find the company very mixed.
Don't you believe it? I shall pick and choose my company there, as I always have. Where is Isabel and Gray?
We're here, dear.
Oh, now, if you're going to make a scene, Isabel, leave my room.
Oh, Uncle Elliot.
Gray, I understand you have a job in prospect.
Yes, if I can raise enough money to start up my father's old firm again.
Well, you have the money now, my boy. I'm a rich man. I've left you and Isabel everything I have.
Mrs. Maturin, I beg your pardon, but this note just arrived for Mr. Templeton.
Oh. Mom, read it to me, please.
Why, it's an invitation. Princess Nova Malley's party. There, didn't I tell you?
Have you got a piece of paper?
Yes, Elliot.
I want to reply.
Not now, Uncle Elliot, please.
I've always been a man of the world. There's no reason why I should forget my manners as I'm leaving it. Mr. Elliot Templeton regrets he cannot accept the Princess Nova Malley's kind invitation, owing to a previous engagement with his blessed lord. You old witch.
That night, Larry Darrell told Isabel he was leaving at once for Cherbourg. There was a boat sailing for New York.
What are you going to do when you get there, Larry?
Oh, I thought I might take a job in a factory or a garage. I don't know. Might even buy a taxi.
Taxi?
Why not? It's a good life. You're always on the go. Meet a lot of different people.
Oh, Larry, for heaven's sake. Just look what you've done with your life. And with mine. What are you trying to prove? I'd hoped you'd come back to the States with us. Gray's going into business again. He'll need all the help he can get.
Gray's all right, Isabel. He doesn't need me.
But, Larry, suppose he does. Suppose something goes wrong again. He has another breakdown. You can't imagine what he went through the last time. I honestly believe if it hadn't been for the children, he'd have killed himself.
Well, that's the wonderful thing about life, Isabel. Most of us always get a second chance. I got a second chance right at the moment when I thought there was nothing in the world worth living for. Do you know what it means to see another man give up his life for you? To walk the streets at night knowing that someone deliberately died so that you might go on living?
You asked me that question some years ago. I didn't understand then. I don't now.
I told you I didn't think I'd ever find myself. Well, I haven't yet, completely. Oh, I found some of the things I was looking for. And someday I may find them all. But I know what lies ahead, Isabel. I know where I'm going. And Gray, in his own way, can do the same thing, because this is his second chance.
What about me? Doesn't it mean anything to you that I love you? That I've never loved anyone else but you? That my children might have been your children? Look at me, Larry. You know you love me. You know that. You've always wanted me. Say it's true. Say you know it's true. Oh, Larry, I love you. I love you. Please, promise you'll come back with us. Promise you will.
Tell me about Sophie, Isabel.
Sophie?
That afternoon she came to your house. Did she have anything to drink?
Yes. She helped herself. I had to leave to pick up my daughter at the dentist's.
But when you found Sophie gone and the bottle empty, weren't you surprised?
I just thought she got tired of waiting. When I noticed the bottle, I thought the butler had drunk it. I very nearly spoke to him about it.
You never were a very good liar, Isabel.
You don't believe me?
Not for a moment.
All right. If you want the truth, you can have it. I did it, and I'd do it again. I was determined to stop at nothing to prevent her marrying you. Nobody else would do a thing. They didn't care. Oh, Larry, you men are such fools. I knew that sooner or later she'd break down. It stuck out a mile. You saw how jittery she was. I knew she'd give her soul for a drink. I made up my mind that if I found Sophie had not touched the bottle, I'd make the best of things, try to be friends with her. Now, that's true, I swear it. Then when I came back and saw the bottle was empty, I knew I'd been right all along.
That's pretty much what I thought. Sophie's dead, Isabel.
Dead?
In Toulon. She'd been murdered.
Oh, how horrible. Do they know who did it?
No. But I do. There's no need to be shocked about Sophie any longer, Isabel. I've had a feeling all day that Sophie is where she'd want to be most, with Bob and Linda. Oh, I know it's a very simple way to look at it, but it's comforting. Goodbye, Isabel. And take good care of Gray. He needs you now, more than ever.
Mr. Mom, he's gone. Larry's gone.
I know.
I've lost him. Lost him for good. And I love him. I love him so tenderly. And now I've lost him. Do you suppose we'll ever see him again?
It isn't likely. His America will be as remote from yours as the Gobi Desert.
Oh, it's all so crazy. So useless. What is he trying to do with his life? What does he hope to find?
My dear, Larry has found what we all want, and very few of us ever get. I don't think anyone can fail to be better and nobler, kinder for knowing him. You see, my dear, goodness is, after all, the greatest force in the world. And he's got it.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Ella Raines, Edmund O'Brien, and Vincent Price in The Web. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Of all forms of entertainment designed to hold an audience in rapt attention, none has ever surpassed the murder mystery in excitement, drama, and suspense. And tonight, we bring you one of the more thrilling mysteries to reach the screen this season, Universal International's current hit, The Web, with three of its original fine stars, Ella Raines, Edmund O'Brien, and Vincent Price. And with enchanting Ella Raines in the cast, you'll gather that tonight's play, in addition to its other spine-tingling ingredients, has more than a suspicion of romance. And speaking of romance, during the filming of The Web, Ella Raines herself became a bride and settled down to happy married life, between pictures, that is. She assures me that when it comes to household management, a good supply of Lux Flakes is a wonderful help in washing fine fabrics and keeping tableware and silver sparkling clean. Well, I'm sure that many other young brides in our audience have discovered the same thing. and thank their lucky stars for Lux Flakes on the pantry shelf. Here's Act One of The Web, starring Ella Raines as Noel, Edmund O'Brien as Bob Regan, and Vincent Price as Andrew Colby. New York City. Two men, complete strangers to each other, are determined to see a certain Mr. Andrew Colby. One of them, elderly, haggard, has just stepped off a train in Grand Central Station.
Father. Oh, Father. Are you sure you're all right?
I'm all right, Martha.
You should have let me come up to meet you.
To see me get out of prison, it's not a sight I'd want you to remember.
You're free now, Father. That's all that matters.
Where is Mr. Colby? He didn't come here?
Did you expect him?
Yes, of course I did.
Father, please, don't upset yourself. Let's go home now.
He should have been here. I must see him, Martha. I must see
The other man, so intent on seeing Mr. Colby, is now in the offices of Colby Enterprises.
Is there something I can do for you?
Any number of things, but unfortunately I'm here on business. I'd like to see Mr. Colby.
What about?
Well, he's been carrying on with my grandmother. I'd like to find out what his intentions are.
I'm Mr. Colby's secretary. If you have any business with him, you have
Don't bother. I can announce myself.
Mr. Colby's busy. You can't go in there.
Don't blame your secretary, Mr. Colby. She did her best.
I trust this is something urgent.
My name's Robert Regan. I'm an attorney representing Emilio Canepa. As a result of your negligent driving, his pushcart and load of bananas were damaged to the extent of $68.72.
Oh, yes. I seem to recall
You've
that
ignored my letters, Mr. Colby, so try ignoring this. This piece of paper is a summons.
Well, I assure you, Mr. Regan, it wasn't my intention to defraud your client. I turned your letters over to my attorneys, Porter and Griswold.
Porter and Griswold? They wouldn't take a bath unless it involved at least $100,000.
I think you may have a point there. Anyway, I'll see that Mr. Canepa gets a check. And a letter congratulating him on his choice of attorneys.
Ah, thank you.
Do you always attend to these matters personally, Mr. Regan?
I thought my client was getting pushed around, Mr. Colby. I didn't like that. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Regan.
Well, I guess you saw Mr. Colby all right.
Sorry if I got you into a jam.
Oh, anything for the cause of justice.
My name's Regan. Robert Regan.
I'll try to remember. Oh, you will excuse me, won't you? Mr. Colby's buzzing.
Well, I'm in the phone book in case your pushcart ever gets pushed.
It very rarely does. Goodbye, Mr. Regan. I'm sorry about the interruption, Andrew.
Regan? Oh, he was a welcome relief. What an intense young man.
You seem in a very happy mood.
Well, I ought to be. Noel Holcomb just phoned me. They've decided to back me 100%.
Andrew, that's wonderful.
You can wire our Paris office. We'll be ready to leave here in 2 weeks.
May I come in?
Oh, Charles, please do. We've been waiting for you.
Kroner was on the train, all right. His daughter met him.
Kroner. How does he look, Charles?
About the same. Thinner, a little bitter.
5 years. It doesn't seem possible, does it? Noel, that Regan fellow, what did you think of him?
Oh, I don't know. Brash, hot-headed. Fairly bright, I imagine.
Have him come to see me tonight.
Come to see you?
Yes, at home. Say 9 o'clock.
Will you want me there?
Naturally, no. Naturally.
Come in, please, Mr. Regan.
That's quite a display of hardware on your front door. Do you always...
Good evening.
Well, hello. You know, when I'm worth $40 million, I'm going to have a secretary who looks exactly like you.
Oh, my tastes are fairly simple. $20 million would be quite enough. How's Emilio Canepa?
Expecting a check. What's the idea of this interview?
Ask Mr. Colby.
Oh, I thought you were his personal secretary.
He keeps a few secrets from me.
I couldn't. Say, what kind of a guy is he, anyway?
Handsome, generous, warm-hearted, brilliant. Come in, Mr. Regan.
Ah, it's a very attractive secretary you have there, Mr. Colby.
Yes, I'm still young enough to notice that myself.
Uh-huh.
You're wondering why I wanted to see you?
Yes, I am.
Well, I was very much impressed with you this morning, Mr. Regan. I liked your loyalty to your client. Loyalty is a very rare quality to find these days.
Well, you can buy it at any dog store in town.
Unfortunately, that's about the only place. How would you like to work for me?
Ooh, sounds fine.
At considerably more money than I believe you're earning now.
Sounds even better. But what have I got to do that Porter and Griswold can't do?
Well, briefly, it's this. Up until 5 years ago, I had a business associate, a man named Leopold Kroner. He became financially entangled and stole nearly $1 million worth of bonds belonging to our firm. He had counterfeit duplicates made of them, and then, using his position as an executive of the firm, he sold those counterfeit bonds.
Clever boy.
Not so clever. He was sent to prison for 5 years. He's just been released, but I'm afraid the long confinement, well, it seems to have unbalanced him seriously.
How do you mean?
And he seems to hold me responsible. He phoned me today, and he threatened my life.
You better call the cops.
If necessary, I will. But I'm negotiating rather a large loan, and if certain prospective backers were to hear that my life had been threatened...
I see.
On the other hand, if I were to engage a bright young man to be constantly at my side...
Nobody would think a thing about it.
Exactly.
That is, nobody except me, and I'd think about it a lot, and I wouldn't like it.
Why not?
Because I'm a lawyer, not a bodyguard.
It wouldn't be for long, Mr. Regan. I'll be leaving for Europe in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, you'll make $5,000.
I've heard of that kind of money.
Well, then what do you say?
If you think I'm going to turn it down, you're crazy. But then you act a little crazy anyway.
I'd feel better if you took this. Be careful, it's loaded.
Well, it's as serious as all that?
Yes, I'm afraid it is. Can you get a permit to carry a gun?
Oh, I can try. I have a friend in the police department, Lieutenant D'Amico, homicide. Well, when do I start?
After you've seen your friend.
I could see him tomorrow. What about tomorrow night?
Very well, tomorrow night. You'll come directly here, and Charles will have a room ready for you.
Charles?
Charles Murdoch, the gentleman who met you at the door.
Oh, sure. Tomorrow night, then, Mr. Colby. You've got yourself a bodyguard at $5,000 per body.
What's bothering you tonight, Mr. Regan?
Besides you, well, nothing really. I'd like to see the boss, though.
I'm afraid he's still upstairs in his study.
You keep long hours for a secretary.
I'm, well paid.
Oh.
Where have you been?
Oh, just looking the place over, getting the pants scared off me. That guy Murdoch. Does he always walk around in the dark?
Oh, Charles. He was probably just checking up on you.
You better tell him I've got a permit now for that gun. He ought to wear a taillight. What does he do apart from turning up unexpectedly?
Oh, lots of things. He's been with Mr. Colby for years.
Nice, compact little group. Murdoch, you, and Colby.
There are a lot of double meanings in that remark.
Oh, no. I just like to keep things straight. Who belongs to who?
Why should you care?
Well, we're all hired help together now. Maybe I have visions of asking you for a date sometime.
With, what in mind?
Dancing, drink or two. Catch as catch can.
Thanks for warning me. I'll bring along my police whistle.
Oh, that won't be necessary. My early years in reform school left a lasting impression.
Problem child?
Average. I'd set fire to my kid brother once in a while, but who doesn't?
Well, that's very encouraging. Ask me nicely for a date sometime.
Regan, help! Regan!
Colby!
Kroner, no, don't be a fool. Regan!
Look out, Regan. He's got a gun.
You better take his gun, Mr. Colby.
Yes.
Get it,
Yes.
Doctor, will you? No, wait. I didn't know my aim was so good.
But he may just be pretending. I'd better...
No, he's dead, Mr. Colby. I killed him. Who is he?
Leopold Kroner.
How did he get in here?
I don't know.
I'll call the police. Sorry I'm late, D'Amico. I've been in with the district attorney.
Yeah, I know. So he turns you both loose, huh? You and Colby.
Why, does that surprise you?
Oh, no. You killed a man in self-defense. Did he give you back your gun?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, yes.
I fixed it for you yesterday to get a permit for that gun, didn't I? I want to have my head examined.
That would have looked great in there without a permit.
I don't like what happened last night.
Well, neither do I.
Colby's in his study on the second floor of his house. He's going over some business papers. He looks up and sees Leopold Kroner. How did Kroner get in there? I don't know. I told you that. So did Colby.
Crona has a gun in his hand. He says he's going to kill Colby and then kill himself. He says Colby has ruined his life.
Well?
Nothing. I just like to hear myself talk. Colby throws the papers in Crona's face and makes a grab for the gun. Crona fires one shot that goes into the floor. Colby starts yelling for you. He's still struggling with Crona when you walk in.
Yes, I signed a statement to that effect, didn't I?
Sure you did. You said Crona turned on you with a gun, but he was off balance, you guessed. And you were able to shoot first. Any news yet from Crona's daughter?
Well, you'd know that before I would.
Maybe. Maybe I would. Colby said he wants to make some sort of provision for him.
What's bothering you, D'Amico?
You are. A guy takes a shot at your boss while you're downstairs romancing a dame. You're a great bodyguard, you are. Why didn't he come to us if he'd been threatened?
He didn't want the publicity.
All right, Regan. What was the payoff?
Look, are you going to hold me?
No. But I've been looking over the Crona record from 5 years ago. Guy counterfeits some bonds, sells them for $1 million, and then pleads guilty. But nobody ever finds the $1 million.
He stashed it away someplace.
Great, then what's he so sore about? A man with $1 million isn't sore at anybody.
What's that got to do with me?
Everything's got to do with you. You killed him.
In self-defense, he had a gun in his hand. He'd already fired once.
Anybody can shove a gun into a dead man's hand. Crona's fingerprints weren't the only ones on that gun.
Colby picked it up after Crona was dead. We told you that.
Crona gets out of prison one day and gets bumped off the next. And all the time there's $1 million in cash lying around loose someplace. It couldn't be that you got a line on that money, could it?
Now, lay off, D'Amico. You know me better than that.
I only know one thing. This case is a long ways from settled as far as I'm concerned. Remember that, Regan.
D'Amico, you really think there's something phony?
You heard me.
I've made out the check for Regan, Andrew. Here.
Oh, thank you. Noel, I'm terribly sorry you had to be mixed up in all this. Maybe you'd like to go on to Paris ahead of me.
No, I'll wait. But I hope it'll be soon. I'm beginning to... We're in here, Mr. Regan.
Oh, come in, Bob. I haven't had much of a chance to really thank you for last night.
Oh, forget it.
I'd like to show my appreciation.
Well, would a check for $20 million be asking too much?
Yes. But here's the amount we agreed upon.
Well, another day, another $5,000.
I'd take it if I were you.
I intend to. Thanks.
Bob, if you'd like to stay on with me,
No, I'm afraid I just couldn't stand the strain. I can't get used to the idea of killing people.
What's the matter, Bob? Did that police lieutenant say something?
Nothing important. What's the matter with her?
There's nothing the matter with me.
Oh, I think Noel's a little depressed.
That Crona didn't get me first? Is that nice? You know, you and I were talking about a date. Let's make it for dinner tonight, huh?
No, thanks.
Oh, come on. We're both in the dumps. We really shouldn't inflict our company on anyone but each other.
Why don't you, Noel?
Call me later on. I'll let you know then.
Okay, I will. Oh, Mr. Colby, here. My gun. I'm checking it in, Coach. It was a great fight, and I'm glad I won.
Bob, I really...
Meanwhile, you still owe my client, Emilio Canepa, $68.72.
Noel, I'm glad he suggested dinner tonight.
Are you? Why?
I just think you might enjoy it.
Maybe I will, if I go.
Well, you could cheer him up. Seriously, Noel, he denies it, of course, but that lieutenant must have said something to disturb him so deeply.
And you'd like to know what it was?
I didn't say that.
A few minutes ago, you were sorry because I was mixed up in all this.
Noel, what's come over you?
It isn't like you to suggest that I go out with someone else.
Regan has done us a great service. It seems to me the least we could do for him.
Of course. I'll dig up some light, bright table talk in my most alluring dress. Anything else?
No. Nothing else, no.
More coffee, Noel? Or would you rather dance?
Not much of a choice. Coffee.
Well, I couldn't have been more surprised when Colby let you out tonight.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, if I were in charge of you, I'd be a little more careful about how I passed you around.
If there's any passing around to be done, I do it myself.
I saw the look you threw him this morning before he gave you the nod.
I merely wanted to know if he had anything for me to do tonight.
Uh-huh. That's what I mean. You see, I don't kid myself that the president of Colby Enterprises isn't a little competition.
This is America. You, too, can be competition.
How do you stand with Colby?
Why? What does that matter?
Well, maybe I've already made a few plans.
Well, if you have, they certainly don't include him. So why worry?
I'm just naturally a worrier. How long have you worked for him?
A little over 6 years.
You must know him pretty well.
I recognize him when I see him. Well, no more questions?
What's the use? Tonight I sit making awkward passes at a beautiful girl. Last night I killed a man. Tomorrow...
You're not to blame for what happened.
I'm to blame for getting in a spot like that. Who am I to be carrying a gun, playing around with people's lives?
There was nothing else you could have done.
Oh, I could have shot Kroner in the shoulder, couldn't I, or in the leg? I could have kept my head and not have killed him.
Is that what Lieutenant D'Amico said?
Huh? What does that mean?
Nothing. Only you seemed so disturbed when you got back to the house.
And after I tell you what D'Amico said, do you have to leave right away, or can you stick around a while and report to Mr. Colby later?
Let's go home.
Quit kidding. Colby asked you to find out what happened down there.
Did he? Well, as a matter of fact, I intend stopping by his house. Your friends, Porter and Griswold, are there. I may be typing all sorts of reports till morning. It's happened before.
Go on.
Look, I went out with you tonight because I wanted to. You're rude, but you're upset, so I'll forgive that. But if you want us really to know each other, why don't you stop acting like a schoolboy asking grown-up questions?
I'm sorry.
So am I. Now take me home. I'd ask you to come in, Bob, but Mr. Colby's probably still busy with the lawyers. Good night.
Oh, wait a minute, Noah. I don't like to leave things like this. About tonight, I'm a warm-hearted, impulsive boy. Sometimes I say things I don't mean.
You're forgiven.
I'm not only warm-hearted, I'm shy. I need a lot of encouragement.
To do what?
Can I demonstrate?
Kiss him good night, Noel, or I'll have him here for breakfast.
You must wear rubber soles, Mr. Colby.
Porter and Griswold left a half hour ago. It was such a nice night, I decided to take a walk.
Did you tiptoe the whole way?
Is there anything you want me for, Mr. Colby?
No. Run on home if you'd like. But why don't you both come in for a while? It's still early.
I'd be glad to.
Well, what did you do tonight?
Oh, not much. We sat around, threw a few rocks at each other.
Well, aren't you coming in, Noel?
It suddenly dawns on me that my dangerous beauty depends upon 8 hours of sleep. My car's right here. Good night.
Good night, Noel.
You have a drink, Bob?
No.
Well, would you care to play some billiards?
No, I don't think my aim's so good tonight.
Well, how about a few hands of poker, then, at showdown at $1 a hand?
You must be interested in my $5,000.
I'm interested in everybody's $5,000. Sit down, I'll get the car.
Lieutenant D'Amico doesn't settle so cheaply. He's interested in $1 million.
Oh?
Kroner's million. He thinks I know where it's buried.
Do you?
Until last night, I had to save up to weigh myself. What else does
the lieutenant think?
I don't know. I can guess. He thinks a wealthy industrialist has somebody he's anxious to get rid of. He hires a not-too-bright, eager young man as a bodyguard. And he frames a situation where the bodyguard has to kill the guy in self-defense.
And then?
The industrialist is rid of the guy, he's in the clear, and the not-too-bright young man never tumbles. It's an interesting point, because even if our dumb boy should tumble, there's nothing in the world he can do about it.
Why should he want to?
Why shouldn't he?
Well, the man is already dead. There isn't anything your young friend can do about that. The district attorney has exonerated him, so there's no danger there. But on the other hand, he may have made himself a powerful friend.
But you forget, he's not very bright. He may feel some twinges of conscience.
Why? There was no intent of murder on his part. Morally, he's as pure as the driven snow.
That's true enough.
Then deal the cards, Bob.
Sure. Well, it's Lieutenant D'Amico's plot. Let him worry about it.
Regan, I wish you'd change your mind and come to Paris with me. You'd like it.
Maybe I would. Maybe I'd end up with as much dough as you have, huh? Hey, how good's a pair of kings?
No good at all. I seem to have 8s over 5s.
There must be some way of beating you.
There are lots of ways, Regan, but not while I'm holding all the cards.
In just a moment, our stars return in Act 2 of The Web. Libby, What are you grinning about?
Remembering one of the funniest pictures I've seen recently.
And what is that?
Universal International's forthcoming Western. I was fortunate enough to be on the set when they were filming it.
A Western that's funny. Well, that's something new, isn't it, Libby?
Yes, definitely new and hilarious. It's called The Wistful Widow of Wagon Gap. And in it, Abbott and Costello do a comedy version of the old six-shooter Western. Marjorie Main is the wistful widow with 7 children. And she makes a strong play for Costello. But she has a beautiful daughter, played by Audrey Young, who foils all her attempts at romance.
Didn't Audrey Young start her career as a Broadway dancer?
Mm-hmm. But she also shows a definite gift for comedy in The Wistful Widow of Wagon Gap. She dropped in on the set while I was watching Marjorie Main do a very muddy barnyard scene. And then, well, Audrey proved that she's a mighty smart girl.
I can believe that.
Especially when I tell you she's a Lux girl from way back. You see, we were both walking through the barnyard to chat with Marjorie Main between takes when our nylons got spattered all over with muddy water.
Oh,
they looked terrible. But Audrey said, "Oh, goodness, Libby, I don't mind that. A dip in Lux will fix them in no time." Well, of course, I cheered those sentiments. And she told me how she used to save her dancing stockings with Lux. She really raved, John, about the way Lux cut down the runs even in strenuous dancing routines.
and she's so right, as you know, Libby. Our famous strain tests showed that stockings washed with Lux Flakes last twice as long. Not only nylons, but every type of stockings. Silk, rayon, cotton.
Yes. I wonder why any girl would risk strong soap or rub her stockings with a cake of soap. Oh, there's another thing about Lux Flakes, too.
Oh, I've forgotten something, Libby?
Well, it's especially important these days. It's the way Lux saves the color of your stocking. And now, with the exciting new deep tones that you see in the stores, that's vital.
Thanks, Libby. So, to keep stockings lovely, to make them last longer, it's smart to Lux them after each wearing. Here's William Keeley at the microphone.
Act 2 of The Web, starring Ella Raines as Noel, Edmund O'Brien as Bob Regan, and Vincent Price as Andrew Colby. It's 20 minutes later. Deeply engrossed in the events of the past 2 days, Regan has gone home to his apartment. He's just opened the door when someone steps up behind him.
Shut the door, Mr. Regan.
You're Kroner's daughter.
Yes. And I have a gun in my hand. How much hate does it take to kill a man, Mr. Regan?
I didn't hate your father. I didn't even know him.
And yet you murdered him.
I had to shoot. You've got to believe that.
Why? Why should I believe a hired gunman? You murdered my father because you were paid to do it. To you, he was just a new car you could buy when he stopped breathing.
Your father wasn't himself. He tried to kill Colby.
I never dreamed I could hate enough to want to kill. But I've reason enough to kill you now 10 times, and I'll do it. Oh.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you, Miss Kroner, but I had to get that gun from you.
All right. You've got it. Why don't you kill me, too?
You've got to listen to me. I was hired to protect Mr. Colby.
Protect him from what? My father wouldn't have hurt anyone.
Miss Kroner, when a man is out of his mind...
He wasn't out of his mind. And he didn't threaten Colby. And he never owned a gun.
How do you know?
I knew my father. He was the kindest man who ever lived.
But he did break into Colby's house.
He didn't break in. He was invited.
Huh? Invited?
He was asked to be there at 10 o'clock. I was there when he phoned. As if you didn't know.
You're sure of this? Do you have any proof?
If I had any proof, do you think I'd be here now? Or that you would? No, Mr. Regan. If I could prove what I know, you and Colby would be where you belong. In prison.
You mind if I sit down, D'Amico? Or do you want to eat alone?
What do you want, Regan?
I just called police headquarters. They said I'd probably find you here. You know, you were absolutely right about people carrying guns. Here.
Where'd you get this one?
From a girl named Kroner. When last seen, she was in my apartment trying to kill me.
You asking for protection?
I'm asking for information. D'Amico, how near are you to pinning Kroner's death on me?
I'll let you know when the time arrives.
Suppose I told you that I agree with you, that I think it was murder.
I've got a pen if you want to sign a confession.
Now, D'Amico, look. Everything I told you was the truth.
Then what are you worried about?
Well, it's finally occurred to me that I might have been a patsy in all this, framed.
What's got you so scared? This Kroner dame know something?
I just want to work with you on this case. I'm on the inside, and I might be able to dig something up.
Sure, and cover it right up again. You seem to forget you're the one I'm after. You killed Kroner. If it's murder, you did it.
What was my motive?
That $5,000 you deposited in the bank today?
In other words, I better get out of town.
You wouldn't get 3 feet out of town. If I were you, I'd go to church every day and pray that a certain dumb cop named D'Amico was running himself right up a blind alley.
Well, that's great, except I like to sleep at night. And I just talked to the daughter of the man I killed.
Oh, you're in a tough spot.
D'Amico, isn't there some way we can get together on this?
Certainly. You confess and I'll arrest you.
Okay, D'Amico.
Regan, for a lawyer, you're not very smart. If you can prove that it's murder, you prove that you're a murderer. If it's a frame, there's only one guy can clear you. Colby. And I don't think he'd be too anxious to run to the rescue, do you?
Thanks for nothing, D'Amico.
Anytime, Regan. Anytime at all.
Hello? Oh, good morning, Bob. I don't know how I could. I'll be busy all day. You what? Oh, uh-huh. Well, this afternoon, then? 3 o'clock. No, you better not. I'll, meet you downstairs in front of the building. I'll be there, 3 o'clock.
Now, isn't this better than working? A happy little drive through Central Park.
You said it was important.
When I feel like seeing you, it's very important.
Why are you, stopping here?
Oh, this is the best little parking spot in town. I used to operate from here all the time when I was in high school, except I'd hit it a lot later in the evening.
Uh-huh. That must have been a progressive school you went to.
Oh, it was.
What'd you want to see me about?
Well, made up my mind about a lot of things last night, Noel. For one thing, I'm not going to Paris with Colby. And I don't want you to go either.
Really? What do you want me to do?
See America first. You might get to meet someone you'd like.
I might.
But Colby, what have you got? Money, influence, travel, yachts? Why don't you let me take you out of all that?
That's an offer if I've ever heard one.
No, I'm really very serious.
I know you are. Bob, what's the matter?
I spent the whole morning in a newspaper office going over the accounts of the Kroner trial 5 years ago.
Why?
You just naturally get curious about someone you've killed. Anyway, I ran across the name of Victor Bruno. Who was Bruno?
Didn't you find out?
Well, I went to see a friend of mine, court clerk. Cost me a bottle of scotch, but I found out something.
Now I'm very curious.
He didn't remember much about Bruno, only that the cops figured him for the engraving job on those counterfeit bonds.
But Bruno never testified at Kroner's trial.
No, I know. They never found him. But, Noel, what do you know about him?
No more than you do.
Funny. Kroner didn't look like the type to get away with $1 million.
Neither did Bruno.
Oh, you've seen him?
Yeah, once, before he disappeared. Kroner was out on bail at the time, and Andrew was doing everything he could to help him. He spoke to Bruno, hoping to clear Kroner.
What does Bruno look like?
Oh, I don't know. Strange little man, always trying to hide. He looked like a, $20 a week bookkeeper. Glasses 2 inches thick and not a hair in his head.
Is he a foreigner?
Well, he spoke with an accent.
Is Colby going to be home tonight?
As far as I know, why?
Oh, maybe I could get him to throw some legal business my way.
I'll keep him at home for you. Now you better take me back to the office.
Well, little did I think when I first met Emilio Canepa that you'd be the mother of my children.
Why? Is there some connection between the two?
No Emilio, no summons. No summons, no children.
We'll name our first one Emilio, then.
Over my beautiful, muscular, dead body. Oh, well, back to your office.
Hello, Murdoch.
Good evening, Mr. Regan.
Much killing going on around the place tonight?
Mr. Colby is expecting you in the library.
Ask a dull question, you get a dull answer.
Oh, hello, Bob.
Don't be so glad to see me until you find out what I want.
I've already told him, Bob.
Well, I'm sorry you won't come to Paris.
Didn't you tell Mr. Colby about the services our new firm is prepared to offer?
I thought I'd better save that for you.
Well, we're offering everything in the legal line. Ambulance chasing and grave subpoenas.
It sounds like an up-and-coming outfit.
We'll sympathize with our clients' troubles and charge only $500 a day for the sympathy.
Well, that's cheaper than the sympathy I'm getting from Porter and Griswold. Your proposition sounds very attractive.
Oh, say, I almost forgot. You know, I think your house is being watched.
Watched?
Yeah, some little bald-headed guy, not a hair on his head. He just stopped me in front of the lamppost.
I don't understand.
He spoke with an accent, kept blinking at me through glasses 2 inches thick. Seemed like he was a $20 a week bookkeeper trying to act important.
Oh, no. Perhaps, Charles. Perhaps.
Why did he stop you?
He asked me for a light, wanted to know if I was coming in here.
Look out the window, Charles.
He said something about being a friend of Kroner's and that you'd hear from him.
He must have gone. There's no one out there now.
There isn't any danger, is there?
Oh, I don't think so,
Well,
Bob.
if you'd like me to talk to him...
If we want Bruno, we can always reach him.
Mr. Colby, if there's any threat, I could
No,
see him
thanks.
tonight.
Maybe we'll call on you later. I'm much obliged for the information.
All right. But seriously, though, about my legal services...
I'm sure there will be something for you, Bob. I'll have Porter and Griswold contact you.
Oh, thank you. Thanks a lot, Mr. Colby. Good night. Good night, Noel.
Good night.
Bruno. I wonder what's brought him back.
Kroner's death, of course, was in all the newspapers.
Bruno never impressed me as being the sort of fellow who'd make threats. He was such a meek little man. Did you ever meet him, Noel?
Probably.
Oh, yes, of course you did. Sometimes I forget how long you've been with me, Noel. How long we've been together.
Andrew, if you don't
What
mind...
was it you once said about Bruno? That he reminded you of a $20 a week bookkeeper, wasn't it?
Do you have anything else for me to do this evening?
I don't think so.
Well, then I'll say good night.
Good night, Noel.
Well, hello. Hey, this could give me a pretty bad name with my landlady. But come in. Come on.
I'd like to know what you meant by that little performance tonight.
Was I convincing?
You're not a very nice person, are you? Your high school parking spot came through beautifully.
Now, wait a minute, Noel.
No, you wait. Just what are you up to?
What's your guess?
Blackmail.
That's a nice business, too, if you have the right connections.
I think I deserve a better answer than that.
Sure you do. Noel, there are several people in this town who believe that Kroner was deliberately murdered.
That's ridiculous.
Is it? It would have been comparatively easy for Colby to frame. He invites Kroner to the house. In the middle of the conversation, Colby pulls out a gun. He fires one shot into the floor, shoves the gun into Kroner's hands, starts wrestling with him and yelling for help. I rush in, Kroner turns startled, bang, bang, and it's all over.
You must be out of your mind. Why should Andrew want to kill Kroner?
Suppose he dreamed up this whole counterfeit deal himself. Now, he promises Kroner a share of the profits if he takes the rap, while Colby takes the $1 million and builds up the business. Kroner gets out expecting a share of the gravy. Instead, the lights go out.
If I use that kind of reasoning, I could think of at least 50 motives why you killed Kroner.
The police have 100.
Just what were you trying to do tonight?
I want to see Bruno. I dreamed up that little man by the street lamp, hoping I could startle Colby into giving me Bruno's address, but fortunately he doesn't startle so easily.
How can you be stupid enough to believe all this? Andrew's one of the finest men I've ever known. He's certainly been decent enough to you.
He may have carried his friendship a little too far for my own good.
So, you take out the little corn-fed secretary, prime her up with some fake sincerity, and she spills over with everything you want to know.
Oh, I know it's not going to be easy to convince you that the things I said today were sincere.
It's just about the most hopeless proposition you ever faced.
No, look, I'm going to have to make another try for Bruno's address tomorrow. If you give me away, I'll be sunk. In more ways than one.
Do what you want. Just don't ask me for any promises. Good night.
Well, Charles, where did she go?
Straight to Regan's apartment.
Yes, I was afraid she had.
Why don't you forget about the girl and start thinking about Bruno?
She's not easy to forget, Charles. I think a great deal of Noel. It isn't like her to do anything behind my back.
What are you going to do about Bruno?
Nothing now. I rather suspect he'll telephone us tomorrow. That'll be plenty of time to decide, Charles. Plenty of time.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We'll return to Act 3 of The Web in just a moment. One of Paramount's loveliest finds of the year is charming red-haired Nanette Parks, who came from St. Paul to Hollywood by way of the Pasadena Playhouse. Do you find your new life exciting, Nanette?
Oh, tremendously, Mr. Keeley. You know, my very first visit to a set was during the filming of Cecil B. DeMille's new picture, Unconquered.
An exciting spectacle indeed. The siege of Fort Pitt by the Indians with flaming arrows and authentic fireballs is really sensational. Modern Pittsburgh, on the site of old Fort Pitt, will have a chance to relive its history when the picture has its world premiere there October 3rd.
I learned so much from watching the actors, too.
No doubt, with Gary Cooper and Paulette Goddard heading such a fine cast of more than 5,000 players.
I was especially thrilled when Paulette invited me to her dressing room one day while she was having a costume fitted.
And you know the costumes for Unconquered were absolutely authentic for the period.
Well, what thrilled me most was the gorgeous negligee Paulette wore between fittings. You know, I used to be afraid washing would fade such pretty things. Before I learned from the studio wardrobe people that Lux Care keeps lingerie lovely so much longer. But John Kennedy knows that.
The studios see the practical results of Lux Care, Nanette. I've seen scientific proof. In actual washing tests, slips and nighties washed the Lux way stayed lovely 3 times as long. Those washed the wrong way soon looked faded and drab. That means girls who give their underthings Lux Care can have 3 times as many without spending any more.
How do you figure that, Mr. Kennedy?
Well, instead of constantly replacing faded drab underthings, you can buy pretty new ones, because those you Lux stay lovely 3 times as long. So, without spending any more than you would for replacements, you have 3 times as many pretty things. Thank you for coming tonight, Nanette Parks. We return you to William Keeley.
Act 3 of The Web, starring Ella Raines as Noel, Edmund O'Brien as Bob Regan, and Vincent Price as Colby. It's been several days since Robert Regan has seen Emilio Canepa, he of the demolished pushcart, but now, shortly after breakfast, the much-involved young lawyer has good reason to call on his client.
There's nothing to it, Canepa. Just phone Colby and tell him exactly what I've told you to say.
But you sure this ain't illegal?
Look, haven't I always been your friend?
Sure.
Emilio, didn't I graduate from law school?
Sure.
Didn't I get you $68.72 for your pushcard?
Not yet.
Well, don't be so greedy. If it hadn't been for your pushcard, we wouldn't be doing this in the first place.
Well, okay, I call up.
Atta boy, that's better.
Hello? Hello? Oh, yes, this is Mr. Colby.
This is Victor Bruno, Colby.
Oh, yes, Bruno. I heard you were in town.
And what if the police hear I'm in town?
All right, Bruno. How much this time?
For $10,000, the police don't find out.
$10,000. That's a lot of money.
I got a lot I could say.
Stop by my home tonight.
No. I don't make the same mistake Croner made. You send the money to me.
Where?
You know the place. You remember the address?
Yes.
You sure you remember?
Yes, of course. Now listen, Bruno, I'll give you the money on one condition. Get out of the country, you and your wife. With the money, there'll be 2 tickets to Mexico City. See that you use them.
Just be sure to have the cash there tonight. 9 o'clock.
This is the last time, Bruno. Remember that. Well, Charles, what's the matter? You look worried.
If we're going to start paying Bruno, he'll never let us stop.
Don't be absurd, Charles. That wasn't Bruno on the phone.
Well, then who was it? Not Regan.
No, not Regan. Probably a friend of his.
How do you know?
Instinct, Charles. That's what makes me such an enormous success.
But if Bruno was here last night...
Victor Bruno has been dead for 5 years.
Dead? Then how did Regan know what he looked like?
No. She's the only one who could have given him That description.
You never told me Bruno was dead. How did he die?
Protesting his innocence.
Well, what was Regan after just now?
Bruno's whereabouts.
Andrew, did you have Bruno killed?
Don't be so inquisitive, Charles.
I just don't want you to get the idea that what happened to Bruno could happen to me. I'm no Kroner, and I'm no Bruno.
I hope we'll have you here for some time, Charles.
What about Regan?
Go to the bank and get $10,000.
And then?
And then we'll have to do something I'm not going to like doing at all.
What about the girl? She's involved in this as much as Regan?
Yes, it looks that way.
You don't like the idea of getting rid of her, do you?
I don't like it at all. But if I have to, I'll do it. I'll arrange for Noel to be here at 8 o'clock.
I'm sorry I'm late, Andrew. I had dinner downtown. I found your message when I got home.
Noel, there's something I wish you'd do for me this evening. In the safe there is a large manila envelope with $10,000. Will you get it for me, please?
Of course.
And then I'd like you to go to the Pennsylvania station and get 2 tickets for Mexico City. When you've bought the tickets, phone me. I'll tell you then where to deliver the money. Oh, never mind. You can leave the safe open, Noel.
Is this the envelope?
Yes. It's for Victor Bruno. You know, it's strange, Noel. Right now, I'm on the verge of getting everything I ever wanted to have. And yet I find there's only one person I can really trust.
Andrew, please.
I wonder if you know how much I appreciate it.
Andrew, that telephone call from Bruno...
What about it, Noel?
Nothing. It's not important. I'll see you later.
What did he want, Noel?
He's paying Bruno off. $10,000 and 2 tickets to Mexico. Well, you were right, weren't you?
Well, I'll know for sure after I've seen Bruno.
You'll see him. Right after I bought the tickets. Come on.
Well, she's on her way, Charles. She's probably met Regan by now. Why do you suppose she did it, Charles? Did she fall in love with him?
What difference does it make?
For a moment, I thought she was going to tell me. If she had, I would have forgiven her. Well, I'd better call the police.
Andrew, wait. I'm not so sure this is such a good idea.
But why?
Well, granted, we can have them picked up for stealing the $10,000 if they find her fingerprints on the safe. That doesn't really get them out of the way.
But then, what if they're arrested not merely for theft? What if they're arrested for murder?
What are you talking about? Whose murder?
Your murder, Charles.
Hello? Yes, this is Lieutenant D'Amico. Mr. Colby. What's that? Where? You sure? Penn Station, huh? Okay. Just sit tight, Mr. Colby.
The Manhattan Limited leaving on track 8 for Philadelphia, Harrisburg.
I'd like to make connections for Mexico City, too, please. Leaving tonight, if possible.
Mexico City? Oh, yes. Yes. Just a moment, please.
Excuse me, miss. You know Faraday?
Well, yes, but...
Come with me, please. You're under arrest.
Arrest?
And don't worry about your boyfriend. He's right where you left him. Except there's a cop hanging on each arm.
Where are you taking me?
To Lieutenant D'Amico, miss. He's waiting for us at Mr. Colby's house. We got him all right, Lieutenant. Regan and the girl.
Keep him there in the hall. Okay, Doc. Take the body in the library.
Bob, look. On the stretcher.
Murdoch.
Just stay put, Regan.
What's happened? Why are they holding us?
Because I'm the biggest lunkhead of the year. It never occurred to me Colby'd take it out on you.
Andrew?
Murdoch's dead. He's gotten rid of the last guy that knew anything about the phony bond deal, and he stuck us with a rap.
But he couldn't possibly hope to get away with this. Why would we want to kill Charles?
Don't worry. With Colby tailoring the evidence, it'll fit like a bathing suit. Well, a lot of good it does to say it, but I'm sorry, Noel.
Bring him in, Johnson.
Let's go.
laughing, boy? I thought I told you not to leave town.
Give out, D'Amico. What are the details?
Murder and grand theft, and you haven't got a prayer.
How does she figure in it?
Oh, come on now, Regan. You got the money, Johnson?
Here. And she was buying 2 tickets to Mexico City.
Okay. Do you mind stepping in here, Mr. Colby?
I hope you'll get this over with as quickly as possible.
Andrew.
You don't have to talk to her, Mr. Colby. Just identify this envelope.
Yes, that's it. I assume the $10,000 is the same. Lieutenant, you understand this is very difficult for me. Miss Faraday has been my confidential secretary for years.
Just tell me what happened.
Well, I was up in my study doing some work. I heard a shot. I came downstairs and I found Charles dead on the floor with Regan's gun beside him, and the safe was open.
My gun? That was his gun. I gave it back to him after
You
Cronin...
did? Funny it should have only your fingerprints on it.
All right. Maybe mine are on it. When I gave it back to him, I set it on the table. Now, if he had this in mind, he wouldn't have touched it. Not without a glove.
Regan, if you were me, would you believe that?
If you knew Colby, you would.
Who saw you give him back his gun?
Miss Faraday, she... Oh.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Colby.
Well, I realized Miss Faraday was the only person besides Charles and myself who knew the combination to the safe.
Andrew, you had me open the safe yourself.
A couple of nights ago, I happened to overhear a conversation between Mr. Regan and Miss Faraday in which Mexico City was mentioned.
And she was buying 2 tickets to Mexico City when we grabbed her.
You already told me that. What are you looking for, a promotion?
Lieutenant, he knows why I had the money, and he sent me for the ticket.
You'll get your chance to talk, miss.
This is very awkward for me, Lieutenant.
Well, we're almost finished, Mr. Colby.
Why do you believe him, D'Amico? Only yesterday...
That was yesterday. I'm not interested in the Krona case anymore. I got one right here that suits me fine.
But this is a frame.
You get framed more than any guy I ever met. You're supposed to be a lawyer. Look at the evidence.
Lieutenant.
Yeah, Doc.
He's still alive. Murdoch's still alive.
Charles.
Stay right where you are, Mr. Colby. What are you talking about, Doc?
That injection of adrenaline. We won't have him forever, but he may last through the night.
Any chance of him coming to?
Could be.
Let me know the minute he does. Is it all right if we leave him in there, Mr. Colby?
Couldn't we move him upstairs?
No, don't let him near Murdoch.
Are you still running this case?
I'm telling you, don't let Colby near Murdoch.
You're under arrest, Regan. Now, will you stop telling me my business?
Lieutenant, Charles has been my closest friend for years. Naturally, I want to go to him.
Well, later on, maybe. Right now, I'm waiting here in case he can talk. Maybe we all better wait here. Mr. Colby, suppose you wait upstairs.
Huh?
Gus?
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Pull up a chair in front of that room where Murdoch is. No visitors. Okay. Johnson, you wait in the front room. And, you, Regan, you and her can have this nice big library all to yourselves. And you better start reading up on alibi.
Bob, why don't we tell him about Bruno?
How do you think that'd sound from the witness stand? I was trying to find a man named Victor Bruno because I was convinced that the other killing I'd done was murder. No. Colby figured on that one.
If only somebody could find Bruno.
Bruno's probably dead, too. Otherwise, how could Colby have been so sure it wasn't Bruno on the phone?
I suppose so. Oh, how could I have been such a dope?
You? I've been second-guessing the whole way. You couldn't have put your life in worse hands.
Listen.
Huh?
Andrew. His study's just above us. He's worried. He's walking back and forth.
He's worried.
Come here, Regan. I want to ask you a couple of questions.
What about Charles, Lieutenant?
Well, he's still alive.
Still alive. He's still alive.
I thought you left the cot in front of the door. Where'd he go?
That doc needs some more adrenaline. He sent Johnson to the drugstore.
Murdoch's not alone in there. The doctor's with him, isn't he?
First you shoot him, and then you worry about his health. The doctor's in the kitchen boiling up a hypodermic. Come on, Regan. That's where we're going. You stay where you are, miss.
He's alone. Charles is down there alone. Alone. They'll never know now, Charles, will they? They'll never know that...
bother killing him again, Colby.
D'Amico!
Murdoch's been dead for 2 hours, ever since you shot him. Now, how... Watch it, Regan! Turn on the light, Counselor.
Yeah, sure.
Well, don't just stand there. You knock Colby down. I'll pick him up. Get him out in the hall. You can come out, Miss Faraday. This you'll want to hear.
Bob, what happened?
I'm not so sure I know myself.
Well, Mr. Colby, tough break, huh? I really solved this one from left field. I've had Regan tailed for the last 2 days. I knew he wasn't here tonight.
It's quite a comfort to us taxpayers to find our police department in such competent hands.
Thanks so much. Oh, just to keep the record straight, whatever happened to Kroner's $1 million?
That's strange. That's what Kroner wanted to know.
Yeah, very funny. Come on, Johnson. We're taking Colby downtown.
Oh, that D'Amico. He's really the answer to a maiden's prayer.
Yeah, he's a smart cookie, but he doesn't catch everything.
What's that?
Something D'Amico forgot to take. 2 tickets to Mexico City. Think we can use them?
I've, always wanted to try out my Spanish.
Don't forget, you two. You'll have to check with my department if you're figuring on living in the country.
Now, wait a minute, D'Amico. That Colby still owes my client $68.72.
Well, you're a lawyer. Sue him.
Our stars will return for their curtain calls in a moment. Libby, do you realize what a big job American housewives do just getting together meals for their families?
That's true, Mr. Kennedy. The average housewife plans, buys, carries home, cooks, and serves well over 1,000 meals a year.
And in most cases, she washes the dishes for all those meals, too. An average of 6 tons a year.
And yet her husband and children expect her to keep her hands lovely.
Well, smart housewives have found out how to do that, in spite of dishwashing, Libby.
Of course, with Lux Flakes. For dishes, for any soap and water job around the house.
Right. That's why a Lux lady doesn't have red, rough dishpan hands.
Well, naturally. Some women try other types of soaps at one time or another, but they soon get wise. What strong suds can do to hands is a caution. And red, rough hands are no prize at a bridge game.
Discouraging to friend husband, too.
So, John, it's no wonder thousands of housewives stick to Lux for dishes.
They're so right, because hundreds of scientific tests have actually proved how much kinder Lux is to hands. When strong soaps made women's hands rough and red, changing to Lux improved them in 2 to 7 days. Soon the skin was just as soft and smooth as ever.
And Lux is so thrifty, too. Lux Flakes make such rich suds, they actually go further, much further. They don't die away like some suds.
So, ladies, why not try Lux for your dishes? Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
For an exciting performance of a thrilling drama, our thanks to Ella Raines, Edmund O'Brien, and Vincent Price, who take the spotlight for a curtain call. Ella, now that you and Edmund have solved the mystery of the moment, I wonder if, in an altogether different vein, you'd help our audience solve the burning question of the season.
I'll do my best. What is it, Bill?
As one of Hollywood's most photographed and best-dressed stars, where do you stand in the current fashion battle between long and short skirts?
Well, I see that Ella takes a stand in short skirts for tonight's appearance.
Well, that's because I happen to be wearing a suit.
Now, does that fellow look at my suit? Still just below the ankle.
But for women's suits, I feel the shorter length is smarter. For dresses, I prefer the current longer length.
How do you feel about the question, Ed?
Oh, I feel that women shouldn't be a slave to fashion, but ought to follow what looks attractive.
You agree, Vince?
Sure, I follow anything that looks attractive.
Personally, when it comes to shorter skirts, I believe the eyes have it.
You mean the masculine eyes, of course.
How about you, Vince? Are you a member of that, little below the knee club?
Well, it depends how little is below the knee.
Uh-huh. De gustibus non disputandum.
Did I say something I shouldn't?
No, Vince. Ella means there's no disputing tastes. But there's no question of divided taste in what we're offering on this stage next Monday night.
I understand it's something very special, Bill.
Yes, one of the screen's most brilliant feminine stars, whose rare appearances in radio are always an event. Plus, one of Hollywood's outstanding male stars in his first screen role since he left the Navy Air Corps. Katharine Hepburn and Robert Taylor.
I guess you need say no more, Bill.
No, indeed. Katharine and Bob appear in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's thrilling drama, Undercurrent, repeating their original screen roles of a man and woman whose love is overshadowed by a haunting figure from the past.
Well, it ought to be standing room only Monday night. Congratulations and good night.
Good night to all of you, and thanks. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Katharine Hepburn and Robert Taylor in Undercurrent. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Again, a word of appreciation to the housewives of America for the swell job you're doing saving and turning in used fats and oils. The world shortage of fats is still very much with us, and industry needs every drop of used fat just as much as ever. So now that the weather is cooler and you're doing more cooking, keep a tin handy for used fat. Remember, your dealer will pay you well for every pound you turn in. Ella Raines will next be seen in Nunnally Johnson's The Senator Was Indiscreet. Edmund O'Brien will soon be seen in the Canaan production, A Double Life. Vincent Price's next Universal International picture will be Up in Central Park. Heard in our cast tonight were Maria Palmer as Martha, Bill Johnstone as D'Amico, Robert Griffin as Murdoch, and Norman Field, Jay Novello, Edwin Cooper, Cliff Clark, and Eddie Marr. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is rebroadcast to our servicemen and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Undercurrent with Katharine Hepburn and Robert Taylor.
Yes, it's Spry. For pastry so tender, flaky, nut sweet, any pie filling tastes more delicious. You'll say pastry is extra delicate, better tasting with Spry.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Undercurrent with Katharine Hepburn and Robert Taylor. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theater. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theater presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we bring you The Sacred Flame, a gripping drama by W. Somerset Maugham. When crippled Maurice Tablet dies suddenly, no one questions the doctor's statement that he died of heart failure. No one, that is, except Nurse Wayland, who insists that he has been murdered. But who would want to kill Maurice? His devoted wife, Stella, his mother, who adored him, his brother, Colin, Listen in a few moments to the devastating consequences of Nurse Wayland's bitter accusation in The Sacred Flame. Produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal. And now, Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, The Sacred Flame.
Speed is the essence of the game of chess, old fellow.
Don't let your son bully me, Mrs. Tabrett.
I think you're quite capable of taking care of yourself, Doctor.
If you moved your bishop, you'd make things a bit awkward for me.
Morris, when I want your advice, I'll ask for it.
Mother, is that the way respectable general practitioners talk to their patients in the days of your far-distant youth?
How on earth do you expect poor Nurse Wayland to read when you never for an instant hold your tongue? I can't even hear myself knitting.
I don't mind, Mrs. Tabrett. Don't worry about me.
After listening to my lively conversation and wheeling me around for nearly 5 years, Nurse Wayland pays no more attention to me than if I were a deaf mute.
Well, who can blame her?
I know, it's exasperating.
It's worse than that, Nurse. It's inconsiderate.
If you please, ma'am, Major Leconda wants to know if it's too late for him to come in to have a drink.
Of course not.
Ask him to come in, Alice.
Very good, ma'am.
You know him, don't you, Doctor?
No, I've never met him. He's the fellow who's just taken that furnished house on the golf links, isn't he?
Yes, we knew him years ago in India. That's why he came here.
Is he a soldier?
No, he was a policeman. He's retired now.
Oh.
He was one of Mother's numerous admirers.
Morris.
Nice chap. And I believe he's a rather good golfer. Colin has played with him once or twice.
I asked him to dine tonight so that Morris could get a game of bridge, but he couldn't come.
Major Leconda?
Oh, good evening, John.
Hello.
How nice of you to come in.
I was on my way home and I saw your lights on, so I thought I'd just ask if anyone would like to give me a Doc and Doris.
Oh, help yourself. The whiskey's on the table.
Thanks, Millie. How are you, nurse?
Fine, thanks.
And the patient?
Bearing up pretty well, considering all he has to put up with.
You're in your usual high spirits, I see.
I don't think you know Dr. Harvester.
How do you do, Major?
Don't let me disturb your game.
It's finished.
Have you beaten him?
Hollow.
I haven't come to stay, only to say I was sorry I couldn't come to dinner. I'll just swallow my drink and take myself off.
There's no hurry. I'm not going to bed for hours.
We're really waiting up for Stella and Colin. They've gone to the opera. Morris, why don't you let Nurse Wayland get you ready? Then you'll only have to slip into bed and Colin can help you.
All right. What do you say, Nurse?
It's just as you like. I'm quite prepared to stay up until Mrs. Morris comes in and put you to bed after you've said goodnight to her.
No, come on. You look tired. Put your shoulder to the wheel, Nurse, and gently trundle the wounded hero to his bedchamber.
I'll be back in 10 minutes. She seems a very nice woman, that nurse.
Yes, she's extremely competent, and her patience is really wonderful.
She's a jolly good nurse, and you're very lucky to have her.
Oh, I'm sure we were. It's a pity she's so tactless. It never seems to occur to her that Morris wants to be alone with his wife. He likes to say goodnight to Stella last thing, and he likes to say it without anyone looking on. That's why he's staying up now.
Poor boy. I suppose he's absolutely dependent on a nurse?
Absolutely. All sorts of rather unpleasant things have to be done for him, poor dear. And he can't bear that anyone should know about them, especially Stella.
Is there really no chance of his getting better, Dr. Harvester?
No, I'm afraid not. He was terribly smashed up, you know. The lower part of his spine was broken, and he was badly burned when the plane caught fire.
What a shocking thing to happen.
Yes, indeed.
When you think that he was flying all through the war, never had a mishap. It's so silly that this should happen just when he was trying out a new machine. It was so unexpected.
His courage amazes me. He never seems low or depressed.
Never. His spirits are wonderful. It's heartbreaking to watch him in dreadful pain and still forcing a joke from his lips.
You know, I'm sorry Colin is going away so soon, Mrs. Tabrett. I think his being here has done Morris a lot of good.
Yes. As boys, they were great friends, which isn't always the case with brothers. Colin's been away so long. He went to Central America just before Morris crashed, you know.
Does he have to go back?
Well, he put his share of his father's money in a coffee plantation. Oh, it's doing very well. He loves the life out there. And it seems cruel to ask him to give it all up to help look after his crippled brother.
I think it would be most unfair. One has no right to ask anyone to give up his own chance of making the best he can of life.
Here we are again. Fixed up and ready for any excitement. Aren't I, nurse? But what's that?
What?
I thought I heard a car. Yes, I did. It's Stella. She's in her new evening dress tonight, Doctor. Just wait till you see her.
Which opera was on tonight?
Tristan. That's why I insisted on Stella going. It was after seeing Tristan that we got engaged. Do you remember, Mother?
Oh, of course I do. It was a wonderful evening. Oh, here she is.
Stella!
Hello, my darling. Have you missed me?
Why are you back so early, you bad girl? You promised me to go and have supper. Why didn't you take her, Colin?
Well, good evening, Doctor.
Well, darling, I was so thrilled and excited by the opera, I felt I simply couldn't eat a thing.
Hang it all.
Hello, Doctor. Hello, Major.
You might have gone to Lucian's and had some supper. What's the good of my spending the earth buying you a magnificent new dress when you won't let anyone see it?
But, darling, I wanted to show it off in the intervals, but it seemed so grand that I hadn't the nerve. I kept my cloak on.
Well, take it off now and show the gentlemen.
Oh.
Come on.
Oh, you are a bully, Morris. Oh, there you are, then. Oh, you've made me feel shy now.
Stand up so we can all see.
Ah, it's lovely.
Oh,
Stella, what's the matter? Catch her, Colin. She's going to fall. There you are. Come on. Sit down.
No, I'm all right. Nothing, just a little faintness.
Stella. It's all right, Morris. Don't fuss. Put your head between your knees, Stella.
Let me help you.
No, I'll be all right in a minute. Oh, silly of me.
My belief is that she's just faint from lack of food. Nurse, would you mind going into the kitchen and seeing if you can find anything for these silly young people to eat?
Of course not. I'll make them some sandwiches.
Colin can get a bottle of champagne from the cellar.
All right, Mother. Is there any ice in the house? I've got a thirst I wouldn't sell for £20.
Well, I'll say goodbye. I'm sorry you're feeling poorly, Stella.
Oh, Mother's right. All I need is a large sandwich, preferably ham.
You're looking better now. For a few moments, you're as white as a sheet.
Good night, everyone.
Oh, goodbye.
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 It was nice of you to look in.
Don't worry, I'll see myself out.
If you're not in a hurry, Doctor, wait and have a sandwich with us. And in the meantime, let's take a turn in the garden, shall we? It's so lovely and warm.
Good idea. And for ham sandwiches, I hope Nurse Whalen has the sense to use plenty of mustard.
Stella, are you sure you're all right?
Oh, my darling. I'm sorry I made such a fool of myself.
You scared the life out of me. Why didn't you go on and have supper before coming home?
Oh, I didn't want to. I wanted to get back.
But Stella, you go out so seldom. Oh, this is no life for you. Tied up to a cripple. You're young.
Oh, darling, don't. Please. I'm not missing anything, I promise you.
The fact is, you've lost the habit of going out and having fun.
Nothing is fun if you can't share it.
Now, don't be idiotic, my poor darling. I wish Colin weren't going away so soon. At least you've been able to get out and around with him.
He only came home for 6 months, and he stayed nearly a year.
You promised you'd try to persuade him to stay on a bit.
No, but he must get back to his work.
I suppose so. I was thinking of you.
Oh, now, Morris, darling, you must stop fussing because you think I'm having a thin time. I'm not. You never try to prevent me from doing anything I want to. I don't know what it is to be bored. Why, I haven't time for half the things I want to do.
Yes, you're wonderful, Stella. You always have been. You've made the best of a bad job, all right. I've had to, but why should you?
Oh, my darling, don't talk like that. I married you because I loved you. It would be unspeakable if I stopped loving you now that you need my love more than ever.
Oh, my dear, we can't love because we ought to. Love comes and goes, and we can none of us help ourselves.
Morris, what do you mean? Have I done anything to make you think I wasn't the same as I'd always been?
Of course not, darling. You've been an angel. Always. What's the matter? You suddenly went quite pale. You're not feeling faint again?
No, I'm all right.
Perhaps I seem to take for granted all that you do for me, but don't think I'm not conscious all the time how much I owe you.
But I've done nothing for you.
I've never let you nurse me. Well, I couldn't bear that you should have anything to do with the sordid side of my illness. You know that I'm never going to get well, Stella, don't you?
I don't indeed. It's a long business, we know that, but I'm absolutely convinced you'll get much better.
No. They pretend they can do something in order to give me hope. I pretend to believe them because it's the easiest thing to do. But I know I'm on this invalid bed for life, Stella.
Oh, then let's take what comfort we can in the great joy we've had in one another, in the days when you were well and strong. I shall always be grateful for the happiness you gave me and for your love.
Do you think that's changed? I love you as deeply, as devotedly as I ever did. You're everything in the world to me, Stella. I ought to be frightened because I'm so dependent on you, but I'm not. Because I know, not just with my mind or my heart, but with every nerve in me, with every little feeling and every pain, how good you are to me.
Oh, darling, why are you saying all this to me tonight?
Because I owe you so much. You know, Stella, when you're an invalid, you find out all sorts of interesting things. People are sympathetic, but you mustn't abuse their sympathy. You soon discover it bores them if you talk about yourself. You must make jokes, make them laugh, so they feel they needn't be sorry for you. Then they go away feeling relieved and kindly disposed towards you.
Oh, my darling, you break my heart. It's so cruel that you should have had to learn such bitter truths.
My dear, they're not as bitter as all that. I shouldn't have mentioned it, only I wanted to tell you that it's you who've given me the courage to carry on. I can stand anything as long as I know I shall see you tomorrow and the next day and the day after and always.
Oh, Morris, I'm unworthy of such love. I'm so ashamed. I'm selfish, thoughtless.
Never. And you're so beautiful. You've never looked more beautiful than you do tonight. What is it that gives you this sudden new radiance?
I don't know why I should look any different from usual.
I watch your face. I know every change in it from day to day. A year ago, you had a strained look, but now, lately, you've had an air that is strangely peaceful. You gained a sort of lovely serenity. Oh, Stella, if only we'd had a child. Someone I could see as part of you and me. And you would have had something to console you. You wouldn't have felt you'd entirely wasted your life.
But Morris, darling, I don't feel I've wasted my life. Oh, look, you're not yourself tonight. You're ill and tired.
I love you, Stella. I want to take you in my arms, as I used to. I want to press my lips to yours and see your eyes close and your head fall back and feel your dear, soft body. Still, I can't bear it.
Oh, hush now, my darling, please. Darling, don't.
It would have been better for both of us if I'd been killed when I crashed.
Darling,
I'm no use to you. I'm no use to anybody.
Norris, darling, don't, please, darling.
Forgive me, Stella. Oh, what a complete fool I am.
Oh, my dear. You frightened me.
It's what they call a nerve storm. It's a good thing Nurse Wayland didn't see me like that. Give me my handkerchief.
Oh, yes, here you are. Whiskey and soda's what you want. I'll get you one.
No. I'll have one later. In bed.
Yes. Sorry I've been so long. There wasn't any ham, so I made toasted bacon sandwiches.
Oh, they look delicious. I'll call the others. Oh, Dr. Harvester, come and have a sandwich before it gets cold.
Stella.
Yes, darling.
Darling, if you don't mind, I think I'll turn in. I suddenly feel very tired.
Oh, I'm sorry, Morris.
Did I hear you calling me?
Yes, you did. Morris doesn't want anything to eat. He's going to bed.
Oh, I'm so glad. It's very late. Good night, my boy. Sleep well.
Good night, Mother. Bless you.
Here, let me give you a hand, nurse.
I can manage perfectly. I'm so used to wheeling the invalid bed, and he weighs nothing.
Never mind. Let me push him.
Look in on your way to bed, Stella.
Yes, of course, darling. Oh, don't be long, Doctor, or the sandwiches will be stone cold.
Right.
Morris is rather nervy tonight. I'm sorry I went to the opera.
Oh, my dear, you go out so seldom.
I haven't the inclination, really.
You're tired. Why don't you eat something?
No, I'll wait for the others.
Whatever happens, darling, I want you to know that I'm deeply grateful for all that you've done for Morris.
Why do you say that? You don't think he's getting worse?
No, I think he's just the same. I just wanted you to know that I realize what a great sacrifice you've made for him. After all, you didn't marry Morris to be the wife of a helpless cripple.
Well, one must take the rough with the smooth.
You're a young and beautiful woman. You have the right to live your life just as anyone else has. For 5 years now, you've given up everything to be the sole comfort of a man who was your husband, only because a legal ceremony had joined you together.
Oh, no, because love had joined us together.
My poor child. I'm so desperately sorry for you. Whatever the future may have in store, I shall never forget your courage, your self-sacrifice, and your patience.
But I don't understand what you mean.
Don't you? Well, let us suppose that it is the anniversary of my wedding day, and my thoughts have been much occupied with the ups and downs of marriage. Ah, here you are at last, Colin. You'd better pour us some wine.
Right. Where's Dr. Harvester?
Here I am. I've been with Morris. I'll just have a sandwich and swallow my wine and then be off.
Is Morris all right?
Oh, fairly. He's a bit down tonight for some reason. I don't know why. He was in great spirits earlier in the evening.
I expect he's tired. He insisted on staying up.
And I've left a sleeping draught that he can take later if he wants it.
And I'll go up and see him before I go to bed. If he can get a good rest, I'm sure he'll be his usual self in the morning.
Well, I must get home. Good night, Mrs. Stavret, and thanks for a very pleasant evening.
I'll see you to the door, and I'll go straight to bed. Good night, children.
Good night.
Good night, Mother. Good night, Doctor.
Good night, Doctor. Stella, darling.
Oh, Colin.
Poor darling.
Oh, Colin, what have we done? Morris was so strange tonight. I couldn't make him out. It was almost as though he suspected.
No, impossible.
He must never know. Never. I'd do anything in the world to prevent it. Why did you ever love me? Oh, why did I ever love you?
Stella, come here. My darling.
No. Oh, I'm so ashamed.
Excuse me, my dear. Could you pass me a packet of Radion?
Why, of course. Here.
Never use anything else to get my wash really white, do you? You know, whoops, mind the trolley. Radion is a wash out, a white in.
What?
Radion, an absolute white in, a clean up, a fresh in. And Radion's so good in washing machines. My wash is whiter to the last sock. Pow! Radion with Sunflakes. Pure white power. Remember that. Now I'll be on with my shopping. Mind the trolley.
Well, I never. A white in. Radion it is, then. Pure white power. Pow!
Shield brings you the dry look. Shield brings you the dry look with Stay Dry, a formulation unique to the newest Shield aerosol deodorant. It keeps you cool, confident, and feeling poised even in the sheerest of fashions. And Shield's extra dry spray never stings or burns your skin, even if you use Shield right after a bath. Stay dry with Shield, the only deodorant with Stay Dry.
My dear Colin, I've only just heard. I can't tell you how sorry I am.
It was nice of you to come.
I was at the golf club and old Blake came to me and said, I say, have you heard that poor Morris Tabritt died last night? I couldn't believe it.
I'm afraid it's true all the same.
Morris seemed comparatively well last night and in such good spirits. Was he taken worse in the night?
No.
He just died in his sleep.
I suppose so. He can't have felt ill or would have rung for Nurse Wayland.
When did you find out, then?
Well, you see, sometimes if he had had a bad night, he slept late in the morning. Stella insisted that no one should go in to him until he rang. It was the only matter in which there'd been any friction between her and Nurse Wayland.
Oh, she was quite right. At least the poor chap was happy when he was asleep.
We were just finishing breakfast when Nurse Wayland came in. I noticed she was very white. She said she had just been in to Morris. Stella was furious. I've never seen her so angry. Nurse Wayland was trembling. She looked all funny, scared, you know. I had the feeling something was wrong. Is anything the matter, Nurse? I asked. She gave a sort of cry and clenched her hands and said, he's dead.
How terrible.
Stella gave a sort of gasp and went into a dead faint.
And your mother?
Oh, Mother was wonderful. I sprang forward to help Stella, and I saw Mother just sitting at the table. She was awfully white. And then she began to tremble. She never made a sound, just shrank back into her chair and suddenly became an old woman. She just said, you'd better go for Dr. Harvester. I shall never get the sound of her voice out of my ears.
Oh, hold on, old man. Don't tell me any more if it upsets you.
No, I'm all right. There's nothing more to tell. Mother and Nurse Wayland attended Stella, and I went for the doctor. He said Morris had been dead for a good 2 hours. And probably heart failure.
How about Stella?
She's all right now.
And your mother?
Harvester's with her. Ah, here he is.
How is Mrs. Tabritt?
Very upset. Trying not to show it. She has wonderful self-control.
Do you think she'd like to see me?
I'm sure she would. Oh, Nurse Wayland, is my mother asleep?
No, only resting, Mr. Collin.
Then I'll go and ask her, Major. I won't be a moment.
I told you to go and lie down, Nurse.
I couldn't. I'm too restless.
Oh, it's been a shock no less for you than the family.
Yes, a great shock. He was always so brave and cheerful.
It was always on the cards that he'd go out suddenly.
Like a candle that you blow out when you don't want it anymore. Where does the flame go then?
My dear, I'm afraid you're taking poor Morris's death a good deal more to heart than is wise.
Did you think he was only a case to me? Even a nurse is human. Strange as it may seem, she has a heart like other people.
Of course she has a heart. But it doesn't do her or her patients any good if she allows her emotions to get the better of her common sense.
What, in your opinion, Doctor, did Morris Tabret actually die of?
Heart failure.
Are you going to put that on the death certificate?
Certainly.
You've told me half a dozen times that Morris might have lived for years.
He might have. I can tell you now that it's a blessing for everyone concerned that he didn't.
Dr. Harvester, Morris Tabret was murdered.
What are you talking about?
Do you want me to repeat it? Morris Tabret was murdered.
Do you mean that you intended that statement to be taken quite literally?
Quite.
But, my dear, why should anyone want to murder poor Morris?
That, at present, is no business of mine.
Now, look here, nurse. You know perfectly well that everyone connected with him was devoted to Morris. No one was ever more surrounded by love and affection than he was. It's incredible that anyone should even have wished him harm.
Whatever I may think or may not think, I'm at liberty to keep to myself.
Oh, come now. You know as well as I do that Morris died of natural causes. What on earth is the use of making a fuss and getting everyone upset?
If he died of natural causes, a post-mortem will prove it. And then I shall have nothing more to say.
I am not going to have a post-mortem. It's quite unnecessary.
I must warn you. If you sign the death certificate, I shall go straight to the coroner and protest.
I should have thought the Tabrets have enough to put up with without your forcing such an ordeal on them.
Major Laconda, you were in the police, weren't you? Tell me, what is the duty of a nurse who has reason to believe her patient has died by foul play?
I suppose her duty is quite clear. But I think she should be sure that her reasons are valid before she exposed to distress and publicity a family that has treated her with unvarying kindness.
Yes, you're right. Everyone in this house has treated me with the greatest consideration. I do at least owe it to them to make no charges behind their back.
Does that mean you want them sent for?
Yes. In point of fact, I think I hear Mrs. Tabret coming now.
I'll go and fetch Stella.
My dear Major, how kind of you to come.
Oh, I felt I must come and see you for a moment. I'm sure you know how deeply I sympathize with you. If there's any way I can be of service.
Thank you. I'm trying to put my own feelings out of sight and mind and think only that my son's martyrdom has ended. I won't weep because he is dead. I will rejoice because he is free.
Good morning, Major Laconda. Dr. Harvester told me you were here.
I came to say how much I feel for you and your great loss.
Thank you. You know, Morris and I often talked of death. He was never afraid of it. He didn't even attach much importance to it. He asked me not to wear mourning for him, but to go about and do things exactly as if he were alive.
He loved you so much, Stella. He put your happiness above everything.
Nurse Wayland, you'll be leaving us now, I suppose. I want to thank you for everything you did for Morris and to tell you how deeply grateful I am to you.
I don't need gratitude. I only did my duty.
What's the matter?
Stella, I've got something unpleasant to tell you. I would sooner not have to add to your present trouble, but I'm afraid it can't be avoided.
But what is it?
Nurse Wayland is not satisfied that Morris's death was due to his illness. She thinks there was some other cause.
But I don't understand. What other cause could there be?
She says he was murdered.
Oh, murdered? Oh, you must be mad, nurse.
It's preposterous. However, I presume she has some grounds for her statement. What are they?
Well, nurse?
You all know that Mr. Morris suffered from sleeplessness. Dr. Harvester had prescribed a sedative, chlorolin. Will you repeat the instructions you gave me last night, Doctor?
Morris was excited and overwrought. I asked Nurse Wayland to give him a tablet and told him that if he woke in the night, he could take it.
I dissolved the tablet in half a glass of water and put it by his side. There were 5 tablets left. This morning, the bottle was empty.
That's very strange.
Very.
Would 5 tablets have been a fatal dose, Doctor?
6, including the one I left for him.
Yes, there's no doubt the effect would have been fatal.
It's incredible. Well, it's much more likely that Someone took them for his own use.
If so, they must have been taken after I went to bed.
But no one went into Morris's room last night after that but me. I went in to say good night to him. You're not under the impression that I took the tablets, I suppose, Nurse Wayland?
If you had, you could presumably produce at least 4 of them. Believe me, if you'd taken those 5 tablets at midnight, you wouldn't be sitting here now.
The fact remains that 5 tablets disappeared last night. Where are they?
Doctor, is it possible that Morris can have died from chloral poisoning?
I've told you that I was satisfied that death was due to natural causes.
I wasn't asking that.
Yes, of course, it's possible. But I don't for an instant believe it.
But I'm so confused. It's come as such a terrible shock. Nurse Wayland, do you really think that Morris died of an overdose of his sleeping tablets?
I do.
No, it's absurd. Who on earth would have thought of murdering Morris? It's out of the question.
Oh, no. Nurse Wayland can't seriously think that anyone would deliberately give Morris an overdose. But I'm beginning to be desperately afraid that perhaps he took it himself.
Suicide?
Well, he wasn't himself last night. He was very strange. I'd never seen him so upset.
Did he speak of suicide?
No.
What did he say?
Well, really, Nurse Wayland, there are some things I can't tell you. What passed between my husband and myself concerned only ourselves.
I beg your pardon. I only thought it would be better for your own sake to be frank.
What do you mean? Are you accusing me of holding anything back?
I'm not accusing anybody.
My dear, I won't ask you anything that is painful to answer, but there's this. If there is anything in what Nurse Wayland says, I suppose there'll have to be an inquest. The coroner will certainly ask you if your husband said anything at all that might indicate that suicide was in his mind.
Well, he said it would have been better if the accident had killed him outright. But he wasn't thinking of himself, he was thinking of me.
That's very important.
Nurse Wayland, if poor Morris did take an overdose of something, can't you square your conscience to say nothing about it? He had so little to live for. Can't you let him go in peace and spare us the distress of a post-mortem and inquest?
But you see, I don't believe your husband committed suicide.
Why not?
He was sometimes very depressed, and for that reason I didn't think it wise to leave within his reach the means of putting an end to himself. I always kept the tablets well out of his reach.
I never saw him depressed.
I know you didn't. You never saw anything.
Nurse Wayland, what have I done to you? Why do you speak to me like that? Your face is twisted with hate. I don't understand.
Don't you?
Oh. I'm beginning to be frightened of you. What sort of woman have we had in our house for 5 years?
There's nothing to be frightened of, darling. Don't give way to your nerves.
Because he joked and laughed when you were there, did it never occur to you that there were moments when he was overwhelmed by black despair?
But why did he insist on hiding it from me?
His one aim was to make his suffering easy for you to bear. Whatever pain he had, he hid from you so that you should never have the distress of being sorry for him.
How can you say such dreadful things?
Everything he had to be hidden from you. When you were coming, the medicine bottles and the dressings had to be put away so that there should be nothing to remind you that there was anything the matter with him.
I would willingly have done anything for him that you did. It was his most earnest wish that I should not concern myself with that side of his illness.
That's true, Nurse. I'm sorry you don't think Stella did all she could for Morris. As his mother, I'm perhaps no less competent than you to judge. I have only admiration for her unselfishness.
Oh, Mother.
I always think we do the best by people when we help them in the way they want to be helped.
There's a lot in that.
I'm sure Stella did Morris most good by answering him back in the same strain when he chaffed her, and when he laughed, laughing with him.
I was nothing. Only his paid nurse. He didn't try to hide from me the despair that filled his heart. He didn't have to pretend with me. He didn't have to be good-tempered or amusing with me. He could be morose and know I wouldn't mind. He could quarrel with me and know he couldn't hurt me.
What are you telling us, Nurse Wayland?
I'm telling you the truth at last.
What a strange truth it is.
But, nurse, what you've been saying suggests that in one of his moments of despair, he must have thought of suicide.
It was just one of those moments that I was on guard against. The sleeping tablets were kept in the bathroom on an upper shelf. I had to stand on a chair myself to reach them.
Was it impossible, Dr. Harvester, for Morris to have crossed the room into the bathroom and stood up on a chair?
Quite impossible. He had no power in the lower part of his body. His back was broken in the accident and his spinal cord was injured.
Well, the matter can't be left like this. I'm afraid, Harvester, there'll have to be an inquest.
But confound it, man. No one commits murder without a motive. No one had the smallest reason to wish Morris dead.
How do you know?
Everyone was devoted to him.
Did you know his wife was going to have a baby?
You fiend.
Stella.
I suspected it last night when she nearly fainted. This morning I knew for certain.
Are you accusing me of murdering my husband?
Is it true what she says, Stella?
Shall I keep luncheon back, madam?
Is it 1 o'clock? No. You can serve it.
We can't have lunch now, Mother.
Why not? Lay for 2 extra, Alice. Major Laconda and Dr. Harvester will be lunching.
Very good, madam.
Mother, it's impossible. How can we all sit down as though nothing had happened?
I think it's just as well. We have a great deal more to say to one another. It will do none of us harm to talk of other things for half an hour.
No, I couldn't. Please let me stay here.
I insist on your coming, my dear.
I must go home, Mrs. Tablett. I'll have a bite there and come back immediately.
Very well. Will you come, Nurse Wayland?
No.
I'll have something sent up to your room.
I don't want anything.
You may when it comes.
Lunch is served, madam.
Come, Stella.
You know the Pepsodent you've been using? Pretty good toothpaste, wasn't it? But now there's all new Pepsodent. It's a toothpaste revolution. Get your teeth dazzle white without scratching tooth enamel. All new Pepsodent made with Earlium actually polishes teeth dazzle white. It doesn't scratch.
All new Pepsodent, the greatest toothpaste discovery in your lifetime.
But you don't have to believe that just because we say so. Extensive laboratory tests prove that it's true.
If you'd like to see the results of those tests for yourself, write to Pepsodent, Box 909, Durban, and we'll send you documentary proof
that all new Pepsodent gets teeth dazzle white without scratching tooth enamel.
All new Pepsodent gives you the smile that dazzleizes.
From the fertile fields of the eastern Transvaal come new flavor Royco's farm fresh vegetable. Plump chickens come from lush Natal. Our beefsteaks are the beefiest, our herbs and spices subtle and delicate. So come home to Royco, made from the freshest and youngest. That's why Royco soups taste the best and cook the quickest in only 7 minutes. New flavor Royco, warm, friendly, satisfying, made with the good things you would choose.
Stella.
Oh, have you finished lunch already?
More or less. Are you all right?
Yes. I'm sorry, I couldn't stay in the dining room.
It was awful sitting there as though nothing had happened. I don't know what induced Mother to make us go through that farce.
I dare say it was sensible. With the servants there, it was obvious that we had to hold our tongues. It gave us all a chance to collect ourselves.
Stella, is it true?
About the baby? Yes, it's true.
Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't want to.
You were going to let me go away without knowing.
I didn't want to spoil your last weeks here. Because I was worried, didn't seem to be any reason why you should be worried, too.
But what were you going to do?
I didn't know. I was desperately trying to find a way out. I thought it would be easier when you were gone. Whatever happened, I wanted to keep you out of it.
But, darling, this is something I must share with you. Surely you realize that.
When a woman tells a man she's going to have his baby, it's important to her. She wants to be made a fuss of. I couldn't expect you to feel joy or pride, only consternation.
Stella, you do realize, don't you, how much I love you?
Oh, don't, Colin. Don't say anything that's going to upset me. I don't want to get emotional. If we've got to talk about it, let's do so as calmly as we can.
What's that dreadful woman going to do now?
Oh, I don't know. I don't care. Oh, no, that's not true. I'm frightened to death. Oh, God, what's going to happen to us?
You do love me, Stella, don't you?
Oh, yes. I wish I didn't, but I do.
Oh, lunch hour already?
Yes.
Forgive me for coming through the French doors, but I walked through the garden.
Mother and Major LeConte will be here in a moment. They're still having coffee.
Nurse Wayland had lunch in her room. Perhaps you'd better fetch her, Colin.
Righto. Won't be a moment.
I hope, my dear, this is going to come out all right.
Doesn't look much like it, does it? Dr. Harvester, will you tell me something?
Yes.
Do you think it possible that Morris could have guessed about the child?
I shouldn't think so.
Oh, I hope not. I couldn't have borne the thought that he died rather than expose me to shame and disgrace. He was capable of that, you know.
My dear, I'm afraid that if Morris died of an overdose, he can't have taken it himself.
But who could have given it to him?
That is the question, isn't it?
Yes, Nurse Wayland.
Oh, yeah, I can hear Mother and the Major.
Well, you're back quickly, Doctor. Have we kept you waiting? I hope you had everything you wanted in your room, Nurse.
Everything, thank you, Mrs. Tabrett.
Well, sit down, everyone. Now, we are in your hands, Nurse Wayland. Have you decided what to do?
Major LeConte asked your daughter-in-law a question before luncheon. She didn't answer it.
I'm afraid you must have thought me very impertinent, Stella. Nurse Wayland said you were going to have a baby, and I asked you if it was true.
It's quite true.
And then another question inevitably rises in one's mind. It's difficult for me to ask it.
I'll answer without your asking. Of course, it's quite impossible that Morris should have been the father of the child I'm expecting. Since his accident, he's been my husband in name only.
I am the father, Major LeConte.
You?
Do you mean to say that it escaped your sharp eyes, Nurse, that Colin and Stella were in love with each other?
Oh, did you know?
Nowadays, I find the young are apt to think their elders even more stupid than advancing years generally make them.
Oh, Mother, what must you think of me?
Do you much care?
I suppose I ought to be terribly ashamed of myself. But I must be honest. I could no more stop falling in love with Colin than I could help the rain falling.
You're shameless.
But you have every right to think that I treated Morris shamefully, Mother. He's beyond the reach of pain, but I bitterly regret the pain I've caused you. I have no excuses to make for myself.
My dear, don't you remember what I said to you last night? I thanked you for all you'd done for Morris. Did you think I was talking at random? I knew then that you were going to have a baby, and that Colin was the father.
I blame myself. Not for loving Stella, but for not going away as soon as I find out.
Whatever you think of me, I ask you to believe that I didn't give myself to Colin to gratify any passing whim. I love him with all my heart.
I know, dear.
I struggled against it. I told myself that the only return I could make Morris for all the devotion he gave me was by remaining faithful to him. I tried to drive Colin away. I did everything except ask him to go. I couldn't do that. And Morris was so pleased to have him here.
Yes, I understand.
I don't understand you, Mrs. Tabrett. You seem to be going out of your way to find excuses for your daughter-in-law. If you knew what was going on, why didn't you stop it?
I'm afraid I shall shock you, Nurse Wayland. Stella is young, healthy, and normal. When Morris's accident made it impossible for him and Stella to ever live again as man and wife, I asked myself how long she'd be able to support such a false relationship.
No one could say that you had much trust in human nature.
I have a great deal. I knew that Stella's pity was infinite. I knew that she meant everything in the world to Morris. Everything. But I feared the time would come when she could no longer be content with a miserable life that was all that Morris had to offer her. If she wanted to go, I felt we had no right to prevent her. And I knew that if she went, Morris would die.
I would never have left him, never.
I was willing to shut my eyes to anything, as long as she stayed with Morris. I found myself wishing she'd take a lover.
Mrs. Tabret!
When Colin came back, and after a while I realized that he and Stella are in love, I was glad. I felt that this would make things right for Morris. She wouldn't go now. She was bound to this house by a stronger tie than pity or kindness.
But didn't it strike you what great dangers you were exposing them to?
I didn't care. I thought only of Morris. When they were children, I think I loved both my sons equally. But since his accident, I haven't had room in my heart for anyone but Morris. He was everything to me. For him, I was prepared to sacrifice Colin and Stella. I hope they'll forgive me.
As if there were anything to forgive.
You'll only laugh at me if I say I'm shocked. But I can't help it. I'm shocked to the very depths of my soul.
I was afraid you would be.
Well, with a baby on the way, you must admit that Morris's death has come in the very nick of time to get her out of a very awkward predicament.
What a cruel and heartless thing to say. Are you sure your motive for causing all this trouble is anything more than your bitter hatred of me?
Why should I hate you? Believe me, I only despise you.
You hate me because you were in love with Morris.
How dare you say that?
You gave it away constantly. I could see that you were fonder of Morris than a nurse generally is of her patient. But it didn't strike me as serious until this morning. I know now that you were madly in love with him.
And if I was, what of it?
Nothing. Except that it's my turn to be shocked. In the circumstances, I think it was rather horrible and disgusting.
Yes, I loved him. My love grew as yours faded. I loved him because he was so helpless, so dependent on me. I never showed my love. It would have meant nothing to him. He had no room in his heart for anyone but you. You think you were kind and considerate. If you'd loved him as I did, you'd have seen how less than nothing was all you did for him. I could think of 100 ways to give him happiness, but they would have meant nothing to him. And you, whom he loved, could think of none of them.
Nurse Wayland, I'm sorry for what I said just now. It was stupid of me and unkind. I suppose there is something beautiful in love, of whatever kind it is. Will you let me thank you for the love you gave my husband?
No! It's an impertinence to offer me your thanks.
I'm sorry you should think that.
All you had for him was pity. But I loved him with all my heart. I never asked anything but to be allowed to help and serve him. What was he to you? What was he to his mother? To me, he was my life. And you killed him.
That's a lie.
Come, Nurse Wayland, you have no right to say that.
How dare you stand there and insult Stella? The situation is preposterous.
It's true, and you know it.
I know nothing of the kind. I only know that you've worked yourself into a state in which you are saying all sorts of things for which you have no justification.
My dear, I could no more have killed Morris than I could walk a tightrope. Doesn't it occur to you that there was nothing to prevent my leaving him? Who could have blamed me? I could have gone away with Colin.
Yes, and heaven knows I wanted you.
You'd have been afraid of the scandal. And you knew that your treachery would have broken your husband's heart. You couldn't face that. You preferred to kill him.
After knowing me for 5 years, Nurse Wayland, how can you think me capable of such wickedness?
Your husband loved and trusted you. He was bedridden. He was defenseless. If you were capable of being unfaithful to him, you were capable of killing him.
Are you not falling into a rather vulgar error, my dear? Chastity is a very excellent thing, But it isn't the whole of virtue. There's kindness and courage and consideration.
Are you defending her for having been untrue to your son?
I'm excusing her. I know she gave Morris all she could, and the rest was not within her power.
Oh, my dear, you're so kind and wise.
No, darling. I'm only so old.
Stella, I'm sorry, but Nurse Wayland has made a definite accusation. It must be met. If Morris died of an overdose of sleeping tablets, it was administered by somebody.
It was not given to him by me.
You appear to have been the last person who saw him last night. You said he was upset earlier in the evening. Why?
Oh, must I tell you? It was very private.
No, I've no right to ask you anything, but if there's an inquest, you'll be asked.
Oh. But he broke down because he couldn't love me as he wanted to love me. He said he would have so liked us to have a child.
But when you went in to say goodnight to him, he made no further reference to that.
No, none. He seemed quite recovered.
Did he ask you for anything before you went? The sleeping draught, for instance?
No, Major Laconda. Morris did not ask me for the sleeping draught, and I did not give it to him.
May I ask a question now?
Certainly.
Why were you so upset when I came in this morning and told you I'd been into your husband's room?
I was angry with you for going in before he called.
Are you sure you weren't afraid I'd gone in too soon? Supposing he'd been still alive and it had been possible to save him.
You've made up your mind that I murdered Morris, haven't you?
I know you did.
You have done what you thought was your duty, Nurse Wayland. Well and good. It's obvious the matter cannot rest here, and the responsibility is now mine. There is no need for us to take up any more of your time.
I'll go. I'm just as anxious to leave you as you all are to get rid of me. But I can't go, Mrs. Tablet, without saying how sorry I am to have repaid your kindness by bringing this unhappiness upon you. I know you must hate me. It seems frightful, but I do ask you to believe that I can't help myself.
Before we part, my dear, I should like, if I could, to release your spirit from the bitterness that's making you so unhappy. Bless you for the kindness you showed by poor Morris, and for the unselfish love you bore him.
Oh, I'm so desperately unhappy.
Please leave your address, Nurse Wayland. Dr. Harvester will communicate with the proper authorities, and they will want to get in touch with you.
I shall go and see the coroner and put the facts before him. If you don't mind, Mrs. Tablet, I'll ring up his place from here and find out if he's in.
Before you do that, may I say something?
Of course.
I'll try to be brief. Stella is mistaken in thinking that she was the last person who saw Morris alive. I saw him and spoke to him later.
You?
I couldn't sleep last night. There was no light in Morris's room, but I had a strange feeling that he was lying awake too. I opened his door quietly, but he heard me and called me in.
What time was this?
I don't know, perhaps an hour after you left. He told me he'd taken his sleeping draught, but it hadn't had any effect. Then he said, "Mother, be a sport and give me another. It can't hurt for once, and I do want to have a decent sleep."
Yes, he was very nervy last night. I suppose his usual dose wasn't enough.
Very early after his accident, I promised Morris that if life became intolerable to him, I would give him the means of putting an end to it.
Oh, Mother, no.
I said that if his suffering was so great that he couldn't bear them any longer, and he solemnly asked me to help him, I wouldn't shirk the responsibility. And sometimes he'd say, "Does that promise still hold?" And I'd answer, "Yes, dear, it does."
But did he ask you last night?
No.
What happened then?
I knew Stella's love meant everything to Morris, and I knew that she no longer had any to give him because she'd given all her love to Colin. Poor Morris could not stand losing her. But Stella had done as much for him as even I, his mother, could ask of her. I was not so selfish as to demand from her the sacrifice of all that makes a woman's life worthwhile.
Oh, why didn't you give me the chance?
It was a lovely, lovely dream he dreamed, and I loved him too much to let him ever wake from it. For I loved Morris. He was everything to me. I gave him life, and I took life away from him.
Mrs. Tappert, it's impossible. Oh, how dreadful.
I went into the bathroom and climbed on the chair and got the bottle of chlorine. I took the 5 tablets and dissolved them in a glass of water. I took it in to Morris, and he drank it at a gulp. Then I sat by the side of his bed, holding his hand until he fell asleep. When I withdrew my hand, I knew it was sleep from which he would never awake. He dreamed his dream to the end.
Oh, Mother. Oh, what will be the end of this? I'm so frightened.
Oh, my dear, don't worry about me. What I did deliberately, and I'm quite ready to face the consequences.
It's my fault. How can I ever forgive myself?
No, you mustn't be silly. You mustn't think about me or distress yourselves at what happens to me. You and Colin must go away, marry, and have your child. And you must forget the past. You're young, and you have a right to life and happiness.
Oh, Mother, darling. Oh, Mother, you make me feel so ashamed.
My son, I love you, too. I have your happiness very much at heart.
Oh, my dear, dear Millie, what can I say?
Dr. Harvester, are you still willing to sign the death certificate?
Yes.
Then sign it. If there are ever any questions, I'm prepared to swear that I left the tablets on Morris's table by his bed.
Oh, Nurse Wayland.
We're very grateful to you, Nurse Wayland. So infinitely grateful.
Oh, Mrs. Tablett, I've been so petty and revengeful. I never realized how mean I was.
Come, my dear. Don't let us get emotional. We're both of us lonely women now. Let us help one another. So long as you and I can keep our love for Morris alive in our hearts, he's not really dead.
Eleanor Rigby picks up the rice in the church where a wedding has been. Lives in a dream, waits at the window.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama.
In today's Lux Radio Theatre, we feature the story The Cruel Sea by Nicholas Montserrat, adapted for broadcast by Stephen Grenfell and starring Jack Hawkins.
My name is George Eastwood Erickson, and I spent my war at sea. This is part of that story. It's a long and true story of one ocean, one ship, and about 90 men. It's a true story because that is the only kind worth telling. First, the ocean, the steep Atlantic stream. The map will tell you what it looks like. What the map will not tell you is the strength and fury of that ocean, its moods, its violence, its treachery. Next, the ship, the doomed ship. In November 1939, she's brand new. She's a corvette, a new type of escort ship. Her name is Compass Rose. Lastly, the men. The 90 men. They're very nearly all amateurs. Bakers, bank clerks, farmers' boys, lorry drivers, shop assistants. One day, the war and the Navy will have welded them into a company of sailors. They come onto the stage in 2s and 3s. Some are early, some are late. Some, like this pretty ship, are doomed. They have women, at least 90 women, loving them or tied to them, or glad to see the last of them as they go to war. The men are the stars of this story. The only heroines are the ships. The only villain, the cruel sea itself. Job number 2891, movable stores. Oh, heavens, I'm out of practice. Come in and shut the door very firmly.
Reporting for Compass Rose, sir, to Lieutenant Commander Erickson.
I'm Erickson. You're Lockhart?
Yes, sir.
And you're Ferriby?
Yes, sir.
First trip?
Yes, sir. We've just come up from King Alfred.
And how long were you training there?
5 weeks, sir.
Oh, and now you know it all.
No, sir.
Well, that's something anyway. What was your job in peacetime?
Journalist, sir.
And what about you, Ferriby?
I worked in a bank, sir.
Ever been to sea?
Only across to France, sir.
Oh, well, we might find that useful. You two subs know what you're in for?
No, sir.
Well, gentlemen, the particular war you've elected to join isn't a very pretty one, and the place has been hot.
Yes, sir.
And it'll get a damn sight hotter before we're all very much older. The Germans hang about off the coasts of Scotland and Ireland and in the Bay of Biscay on the lookout for stray ships that they can pick off at their leisure.
Rather like jackals, sir.
Yes, some rather like jackals.
We weren't looking for a cushy war, sir.
Good. All right. I'll take a look at the ship and report to the first lieutenant. His name's Bennett. He's somewhere aboard.
Aye, aye, sir.
Yes, sir.
This is going to be damned crowded. You and I share a cabin, I suppose.
I wonder what the first lieutenant's like.
Below! We shall soon know.
Below! Is that us?
Come up here and double up!
Names?
Lockhart.
Ferriby.
Sir.
Sir.
Which of you is senior?
We passed out together.
I know that, but one of you is ahead of the other on the Navy list.
We're not in the Navy list yet.
You're not out of the egg yet by the sound of it. Well, we'd better find out what you can do. You ever been around the ship?
Yes.
How many fire hose points are there?
14.
Very clever. You, Ferriby.
Yes?
What sort of guns have we got?
4-inch.
4-inch what? Breech loading, quick firing, Mark 4, Mark 6, fixed ammunition?
4-inch. I don't know.
Find out. I want to know next time I see you. I got work to do. You two subs get back to the hut and start checking CBs.
Oh, my, an engaging character. Come in here.
He's, not really what I expected.
Gold dust baffles brains, my lad. And CBs happen to be confidential books. See what I mean?
How on earth did you know there were 14 fire hose points?
I didn't. And I was damned sure our Antipodean mastermind didn't either.
I liked the captain.
He loved you. Yes, he's all right. The good R&Rs are really good.
By the way, Lockhart, which one of us is senior?
I think I'd better be.
Lockhart?
What is it?
I wonder if I could get my wife up here.
I don't ask about it.
Who?
Bennett, I suppose, or the captain.
Bennett would say no.
Probably.
You know, I was just getting used to being married.
Must be very satisfactory.
Oh, it's more than that. It's meant everything to me the last few weeks. I don't know how I could have got through otherwise. Mavis she's someone you can tell everything to without feeling ashamed. She's someone who's the other half of yourself. That's why it's so rotten being separated.
Why don't you see if you can get her up? After all, the captain's wife is staying with him, so I was told, at some ghastly hotel on Kelvinside.
She'll not be a happy ship. Or my name isn't Chief Engine Room Artificer Watts.
Oh, she'd be lovely, you know.
And she's not got the makings of a happy ship. I'm not saying the skipper's not okay, and you as coxswain will make a great difference, Bob. But that Jimmy the one's a proper Aussie bar steward. He was round my engine room tonight, blathering about a watch-keeping bill. And me with a ruddy main shaft still opened up.
Makes you wonder what sort of country Australia is, doesn't it?
The sooner I get my ticket and settle down on pension, the better.
Well, there'll be no tickets in this war, mate. If you won, you're in, for the duration.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Yeah, you could hoist the old outfit aboard me old ship repulse and not feel the difference.
I hope your repulse will be handy if we run into trouble.
Well, what have we got in the way of armament? One perishing little 4-inch pop gun and a couple of rows of depth charges. To make rings round us.
What gets me is the accommodation. There's stokers messing alongside seamen, and you know they don't like that. There's no canteen, no refrigeration, no forced draft. And the galley's right aft so that everything will be stone cold by the time we eat it. Whoever designed that ship must have been blind drunk.
Wish the basket had to sail in it. We won't be able to do that. I have a feeling we're going to move soon. Well, gentlemen, we go down river tomorrow, which happens to be Christmas Day.
A nice present, sir.
I hope so, Lockhart. Well, here's the rough program, anyway. We'll be towed to the oiling berth about 5 miles downriver. We'll oil there and then steam the rest of the way down to Greenock.
How long do we stay there, sir?
About a fortnight, taking on stores and ammunition and adjusting compasses. Then we go north to Ardnacresh for our working-up exercises. How long will they take, sir? Well, 3 weeks. But if we don't put up a good show, they can keep us there as long as they like. So it's up to us.
Do you hear that, Subs? We don't want any mistakes from either of you.
We don't want any mistakes from anyone, whether it's me or a second-class stoker. They're a commodity I'm not going to have aboard. I'll be in my cabin if I'm wanted.
That means that in less than a month we can be at sea. In the Atlantic, perhaps.
Which is plenty cold at this time of year, Subs.
You know what I was thinking? I was thinking that perhaps one might stand a better chance of survival in very cold weather, swimming in the water supported by a life jacket, than sitting wet through in an open boat exposed to the wind.
Rot. Wait till the first time you're fished. You'll soon change your mind.
How do you know? You can hardly have been torpedoed yet.
You talk to me like that again, and I'll crown you.
That would get you into a great deal of trouble.
Just watch it, that's all.
Hands to station! We're leaving harbour!
Number one?
Yes, sir.
Are we ready to move?
Yes, sir, any time you like.
Well, you should come and tell me. I can't guess at it, you know.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Are all the hands on board?
I reckon so, sir.
Well, are they or aren't they? Didn't you have it reported to you?
There was only the postman, so I know he's aboard.
Well, what about the mess caterers? What about the leading steward? What about the berthing party?
I'll check up, sir.
Well, find out and come and tell me here on the bridge. And next time, remember that you report to me that the ship is ready to sail with all the crew on board at the proper time. That's part of your job.
I'd better detail Farrah.
You won't detail anybody unless you want to change jobs with them. Leading signalman Wells, I want to send a signal about our leaving.
Yes, sir.
To Flag Officer in Charge, Glasgow. From Compass Rose. Sailed in accordance with your 0945-23-12. It was not particularly impressive, that first tow downriver to the oiler, save for one odd accompaniment, which I, like many others on board, found moving. As Compass Rose edged outwards from the quay, with a tug at either end, a small cheer broke out from the knot of dockyard workers lining the quayside. It was ragged. It was... but that made it preliminary gunnery and depth charge tests. Then Compass Rose weighed anchor and sailed for the open sea.
Shortened into 2 shekels, sir.
Way!
Aye, aye, sir.
Wheelhouse, stand by engines.
Clear anchor, sir.
Wheelhouse, half ahead. Port 20. Steer 348.
Holy cow, what a week.
I must say it has rather been a state of continuous tension.
The old buzzard. When his signal came this morning, half the crew were ashore on some mad scheme of his, and I found myself hauling on a rope like any ordinary metallo. I'll be cleaning out the lavatories next.
Signal from the Admiral, sir.
Oh, hell, what is it this time?
Here, sir.
Compass rose from flag officer in charge. You are being bombed by... Holy cow! Captain, sir.
What is it, number 1?
Signal from the Admiral, sir. You're being bombed by long-range heavy bombers. And German parachuters have been landed on the beach 2 miles north of Ardnacreche.
All right, I'll be up in a tick. Sound off action stations and detail Lockhart and the forecastle party to stand by as an armed landing force.
Aye, aye, sir. Lockhart. Sir. Get your forecastle party to stand by Port Whaler.
Aye, aye, sir.
Ferriby, sound off action stations.
Aye, aye, sir. Stand by to lower Port Whaler.
Holy cow, he expects a lot, doesn't he? Action stations 30 minutes before we go on a gunnery exercise.
There's the tug, sir. Red 80. Calling us up, sir. Take it down, Harris. Compass rose from Basher. My course and speed 270. 7 knots. Length of tow 750 yards. Ready for you. Right. Wells, make. On our first run, we will close in from 4,000 yards and fire 3 rounds. Please signal hits. Aye, sir.
Basher. Singular name for a target towing tug, sir.
No, well, it gives you fair warning. Reply from Basher, sir. If any. Oh, well, humorous. Bridge wheelhouse. Starboard 20. Steer north. Lockhart.
Sir.
Sound off action stations. We'll start this from the beginning.
Aye, aye, sir.
Gun crew closed up, sir.
Very good, Phillips. Low.
Target bearing. Red 45. Range 3,000. On target, sir. Shoot!
Well short of target. Up 400.
Shoot!
Down 200.
Shoot!
What's the matter?
Shell half in and half out of bridge, sir.
Clear it.
Aye, sir. Next one would have sunk it.
Hey, what's the matter with you, Greg? Moving over your old woman again? Look here, my lad, if you do that in action and they land a couple of 14-inch bricks while you're fiddling about clearing the gun, I'll never forgive you.
Ceasefire, sir.
Check! Check! Check!
Not bad, Lockhart. Get ready for the next run.
Aye, aye, sir.
Captain, sir.
What is it, Wells?
Secret signal, sir. Signal boat just brought it aboard, sir.
All right, thank you.
Being in all respects ready for sea, HMS Compass Rose will sail to join convoy AK-14, leaving Liverpool at 1200 the 6th February 1940. Think of your first convoy, sub.
I never realized it would be so big, sir. 46 ships.
Yes, and our job is to shepherd them through the most treacherous waters in the world with a 15-year-old destroyer Viperus, 2 corvettes, a trawler, and a rescue tug that bunches about like a pea on a drum. Still, as they're never tired of telling us, there is a war on, and we shall have to do the best we can. Lockhart.
Sir.
Have you loud-hailed all ships regarding that alteration of course?
All except one, sir. I'm just calling up number 32 now.
Hello, number 32. Hello, number 32. I have a message for you. Take it down, please. Hello, number 32. I have a message for you. Take it down, please.
You'd think they wanted to get lost. Try again, sir.
Can we use the siren, sir? They don't seem to hear the human voice.
We'll use the gun in a minute.
Well, that's raised somebody, sir.
Yes, a man in a bowler hat.
Number 32. I have a message for you. Take it down, please. Oh, God, the old fool's deaf.
I'm afraid you've hurt his feelings some. You forgot to switch the loud-hailer off.
Mistake, sir. Sorry.
Message for you, number 32. Important alteration of course. Please take it down.
Keep at it, sir.
Well, well, well. The officer of the day, if you can call him that.
The captain's taken over for a bit. Evening round's correct, sir.
I'll bet. Have you been up to the bridge?
Yes.
Did you check the position of the nearest ship?
The nearest? I'm afraid I forgot that.
Oh, you forgot, did you? What do you think we're doing on this convoy, Ferriby? Mucking about all over the Atlantic Ocean just for the fun of it? We're supposed to protect the convoy. Anyway, we're supposed to know where the goddamn thing is. And you forgot to check whether there was any convoy there. You know what your trouble is, don't you, Ferriby? If you stop drooling over that picture of your wife and thinking about her 24 hours a day, you might make a sailor.
I'm sorry. I'll go and make the check now.
Oh, get out of my sight. You make me sick.
Why don't you leave him alone?
What did you say, Lockhart?
I said, why don't you leave him alone? He's only a kid. He's doing his best.
It's not good enough.
Would be if you gave him a chance.
That's enough. You keep out of it. I don't have to argue with you.
You don't have to argue with anybody. Can't you see it's no good going on at Ferriby like that? Only makes him worse instead of better. He's that sort of chap.
Then you better change pretty quickly.
He's doing his best.
He's not. He's been no use ever since I stopped him having his wife up in Glasgow. That's been the trouble all along.
What a horrible man you are.
One more crack like that and I'll report you to the captain.
Try it. Captain's not a fool. He knows how you treat Ferriby.
Now I will report you. Get your cap and come along.
Well, it's a damned awkward time, number one. What's the trouble?
Sub-Lieutenant Lockhart has been impudent to me regarding Ferriby, sir.
Well, Lockhart?
I think Ferriby gets a rough deal from the first lieutenant, sir.
It's not your concern whether someone else gets a rough deal or not. You've got your own job to do.
I realize that, sir, but if you think a friend of yours is being unfairly treated, the natural thing to do is to try to help him.
Now, look here, Lockhart. This is not going any further. It's bad for you, and it's bad for the ship. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Just forget about the whole thing. There's plenty to do without this sort of scrapping.
Yes, sir.
May I have a word with you, sir?
All right, number one. Now, what's the trouble?
Sir? I think Lockhart got away with it.
You've got to make allowances, number one. He's a very new officer, and we've all been working pretty hard. I don't think it'll happen again.
I've had a lot of trouble with Lockhart. I hoped you'd pull him up, sir. He needs stamping on good and hard.
I want to avoid having to stamp on people as far as possible, number one. There are other ways of getting them to work properly. All right, number one, that's all. The first convoy was a bloodless affair. We met no U-boats, only because they were probably thankful to stay submerged and escape the fury of the weather. And the weather turned out to be the most violent enemy of them all. For 8 days, we steamed straight into a westerly gale. buffeting through a weight of wind that seemed to have a personal spite against Compass Rose. She seemed doomed to ride this terrible ocean forever. But no voyage, save for the ships that are sunk, can last forever. As soon as we got in after our first trip, I applied for another officer. There was far too much work for a first lieutenant and 2 subs to handle. And the Admiralty appointed Sub-Lieutenant Morell to Compass Rose, fresh from the training establishment. In peacetime, he was a junior barrister.
Well, do you think you're going to like the ship, Morell?
Yes, the ship. And the captain. I understand the first lieutenant hails from one of the Dominions.
Australia.
Ah. Do we often have tin sausages for dinner, by the way?
Very often.
In that case, whether this war is long or short, it's going to seem long. You know, the first lieutenant used an expression which is novel to me. I wish you'd explain what it means.
What was it?
He said, don't you come the acid with me. Come the acid. I must confess that even as a barrister, I've not heard that before.
What were we talking about?
We were discussing the best way of dismantling the firing bar on the Aztec set. It's not too technical for you.
No, but it may have been too technical for Bennett. He's been trained in a rougher school.
Well, that may well be the case. So, coming the acid...
It means that you probably corrected him without wrapping it up enough.
I could hardly have been more diplomatic.
Well, then you must have overdone it.
How strange to meet Scylla and Charybdis in Atlantic waters. Perhaps I should explain the allusion. They were...
Don't come the acid with me.
Ah, now I understand. He really is a monstrous man.
Well, of course he is, unique. Very few Aussies are like him.
Oh, God, how can we get rid of him?
I have an idea he might get rid of himself. He didn't like the convoy at all. I shouldn't be surprised if he gave this job up.
How could he do that?
Oh, there are ways. If I were him, I think I should get a duodene ulcer. For some inscrutable reason, the Navy takes them very seriously. If they suspect anything like that, they put you ashore straight away in case something blows up while you're at sea.
One of us had better tell him. I wouldn't like him to be in any doubt as to how to go about it, just for want of a word of advice.
The first few convoys followed the pattern of our initiation. The cruel sea was our only enemy, but this was not to last.
Captain, sir.
What is it, Ferriby?
Burst of tracer bullets from the far side of the convoy, sir.
I'll come up. Sound off action stations.
Aye, aye, sir.
Release clear away, sir. Close up, sir.
Very good, Wainwright.
That's close up, sir.
Right, Philip.
What is it, sir?
Low-flying aircraft attacking across the convoy, sir.
As I see it, too far away for us to have a crack at her yet.
Yes, sir.
She's coming our way.
Another few hundred yards.
There goes a bomb. See it?
Yes, sir. In the moonlight. Oh, God.
It must have been a tanker. Poor devils.
Will we pick them up, sir?
Yes, we're their escort. If there are any, that is. Bridge, wheelhouse.
Wheelhouse, sir. Dobson on the wheel.
Starboard 20, steer 145.
Starboard 20, steer 145, sir.
Full ahead.
Full ahead, sir.
So presently we found them. With 20 years at sea behind me, even I was not prepared for the pity and horror of their appearance. First came the ones who could climb aboard themselves. Half a dozen shivering, black-faced men, shot and silent. This was war at sea with all its pitiless vengeance. One came aboard with his scalp streaming with blood. Another had been scalded from head to foot with steam. They looked round them in wonder, dazed by the swift violence of the disaster and by their rescue. And to these pitiful human beings, the solid deck, the fellow men, the warmth of Compass Rose were sanctuary from the cruel sea.
Easy, Charlie. To you. Mind your backs there. Right.
Hallows, hold him down.
Aye, sir.
Why doesn't he die, Sub?
I wish he would.
Do us all a favor. Die. Please, die.
Bennett will be back late from leave.
He probably can't tear himself away from some disreputable tart.
Oh, evening.
Evening, sir.
Evening, sir.
Number one back yet?
I think I hear his approach now, sir.
Evening, sir.
Evening, number one.
What's laid on?
Snorkers.
Good out?
Oh.
Had a good leave, sir?
Yes, thank you, number one. Everything under control, Lockhart, while I was away?
Everything, sir. Boilers clean to treat, as the dockyard lady said.
Good.
Holy cow!
What's the matter, number one?
Hell of a fight. I feel pretty crook.
Well, you'd better lie down and take it easy for a bit.
Holy cow, it's agony. I reckon I will go and lie down. Mate, pass off.
Well, what are you all grinning at?
Oh, sorry, sir. I was thinking of something.
Oh, it hardly does you credit, Lockhart, at a time like this. If the first lieutenant is in pain, I should hardly have thought you would be able to laugh at anything else.
Come in. Oh, come in, Lockhart. Sab, here are two signals.
Yes, sir.
The first is our sailing orders for 4 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
The second concerns Bennett. The first lieutenant won't be back for some time. Suspected duodenal ulcer.
Oh.
He's left to sail without him, and there's no chance of getting relief by 4 o'clock either.
I see, sir.
You'll have to take over as number one and organize the watches on that basis.
Yes, sir.
I'll help you with it. You should be able to carry on until a relief
I
arrives.
can carry on anyway, sir.
Can you?
I know I can, sir.
All right, then. I'll see. Do your best this time anyway.
You can count on that, sir.
Well, I think I can. Now, off you go and get those watches sorted out.
So Compass Rose sailed on through 1940. Sometimes to Iceland, sometimes to Gibraltar, sometimes to a pinpoint in mid-Atlantic that was our rendezvous with the incoming ships. Another, and what was obviously to be a longer year, was born. And it began in port with a piece of domestic drama.
You know, Bob, I've been doing a wee bit of thinking.
Well, why don't you have a bush at your beer before you go crackers?
Well, you got 2 booksheet pants lined up already.
Aye, I'll get to them. You see, Bob, I'm a widower with grown-up children.
Well, what about it, Jim? We both know you know Clark Gable.
Well, I was wondering about after the war.
Well, let's get through the Littleby thing first before we start sorting out the piece.
But if I do get through it, I want to get fixed up.
And so say all of us, Jim. Well, what are you worrying about? There's bags of shore billets going for old-timers like you.
I was thinking more about a home.
Oh, you old basket. Got your eye on some little wren glamour pants, eh?
No, she's no wren. And no glamour pants.
Oh. Well, cheerio, Jim.
Cheers. No, she's a widow.
Many a good tune played on an old bottle. Do I know her?
Well, yes, you do, Bob. Here, haven't you ever,
Glad? Blow me, Capper. Gladys, my sister. Well, why didn't you say so in the first place?
Well, you see, Bob...
Oh, well, that's marvellous, Jim. That's all. Smart. Here, come on, shake on it. Oh, it's the best thing that could happen to her, that. Here, I'm for you and all.
Thanks, Bob.
Well, have you asked you?
Well, sort of. We've got a understanding.
Hmm?
The only thing is...
Well, come on, what's the trouble?
Well, she's a wee bit worried about you. I mean, she's been housekeeping for you for a long time, hasn't she?
Oh, don't be daft. Don't be daft. Might get married myself one of these days. I might. You never know. Oh, you go ahead, Jim. I'll give the bride away any time you like.
I can't see it happening soon, not with the war going the way it is. It's the longest job I ever saw.
It was on one of our journeys home from Gibraltar that Compass Rose justified the men who had designed and built her and the men who sailed in her. Toward the end of the morning watch, the light began to grow to the eastward, blanching the dark water.
Bridge. Captain, sir.
Captain, yes?
Lockhart, sir. I think we've got a submarine on the radar screen.
I'll be up at once, number one.
Sure it's not a straggler?
I don't think so, sir. This thing's at least 10 miles behind the convoy.
Have you had an echo like this before?
Not exactly, sir. It's about the size we'd get from a buoy or a small boat.
Or a trawler or a drifter?
Oh, it's smaller than that, sir.
Right. Sound off action stations. Bridge, wheelhouse. Full ahead. Steer 10 degrees to starboard.
Left charge screws closed up. Gun screw closed up. Two-barrel gun closed up.
Action steaming stations. Oxen on the wheels, sir.
Action stations closed up, sir.
My God, number one, I think that this time... There it is. See it? That black speck on the horizon.
Yes, I got it, sir.
On the surface, too. Something I thought perhaps we'd never see. The conning tower of a U-boat.
Captain must be blind.
Morrell! A U-boat on the surface, dead ahead. It's far out of range at the moment, but be ready. We want to get a couple of shots in before she dives, if we can get near enough.
Aye, sir.
I can see it, sir, dead ahead. Shall we send a sighting report, sir?
Yes, Wells. WT signal, warn the office. Take this down. Admiralty, repeated Viperus. Submarine on surface, 10 miles astern of convoy TG-104. Course 345, speed 5 knots. Am engaging. Number one?
I kind of overheard, sir. Too far away from me at the moment.
We'll need that Asdic box of tricks before long. You can stand by for the quickest crash dive in history as soon as they see us.
Let's make the most of it while their trousers are down, sir.
Pyramid, stand by for immediate action. Crack it on, Chief. We haven't much time to play with.
Aye, aye, sir.
I think I can reach him now, sir.
That German in the conning tower must turn round.
He'll say, God in Himmel or Donnerwetter, and crash and she'll be gone. Right, Morrell.
Fire!
Damn! 30 yards over.
Fire!
Blast! Sure!
She's crash diving, sir. Nearly down.
Fire!
She's down, Lockhart!
In Asdic contact, sir. She's moving quickly, sir.
Every inch of steam you've got, Chief.
Aye, aye, sir. If I have to split her apart.
Moving right, sir.
Now! Fire depth charges!
Aye, aye, sir. Pattern 1. Fire! Depth charges gone, sir.
Depth charges gone, sir.
must have got her. The damn thing was there.
Get back on that search. We haven't finished yet.
Sorry, sir. Target stationary, sir. Third pattern. Fire!
Any minute now. We've got her! We've got her!
Like a ruddy, great, dead, unwieldy fish.
Open fire!
There they come. The bastards.
Machine gun? Oh, one of them's got guts anyway. Well, that's that. Cease fire! Wheel amidships. Stop engines. And stand by with those scrambling nets.
See how they swim. The staunch apostles of total war.
This is my favorite kind of survivor. They invented the whole idea themselves. I want to see how they perform. That was our moment of triumph. How soon it was to be tarnished. Even far down the Mersey, at the Crosby light vessel, we knew that something was wrong. And as we sailed upstream, we began to smell the acrid tang of smoke.
Get out the mooring wires.
Aye, aye, sir. Can you train your glasses on the city, sir? It looks funny.
Huh?
There's an hell of a lot of smoke about.
I can see the liver buildings.
There's a ruddy great piece missing out of the skyline, though.
Oh, it's copped up packet.
What's it like, sir?
Not too good, I'm afraid. Looks as though they've been raided several times.
Look at those houses.
Up to heaven they didn't get our oiler. She'd go up like a Roman candle. I was just getting to like some of those rather rugged types.
Stop talking and get on with those wires. Aye, sir.
Ship secure, sir.
Number one.
Sir.
There'll be a lot of requests for special leave, probably. You better cancel ordinary leave and give it to the ratings who have homes or relatives here.
Aye, aye, sir. What about yourself, sir?
See that those wires are squared off. Sir. I'm going ashore to phone. I'll probably be some time because there'll be a queue as long as a wet week for that dockside telephone.
Couldn't get through, Bob. But then they might just have damaged the telephone wire.
Yeah, I know. It might be that, Jim. Well, this is the Dock Road, all right.
There's not a great deal of it left.
No, there isn't. Number 33. 31. Oh, my God.
Well, that's that.
Yes, Jim.
Let's ask those rescue blokes.
How did it happen? How about the people inside?
I was at the warden's.
Yeah, I know, but what about the people inside? I mean, you know, don't you?
They were dead. I'm very sorry. There were two of them.
Probably Mrs. Crossley. She used to sit with Glad in the evening.
Is there any oath I can give?
What did they do with it? When was the funeral?
Oh, 2 days ago. There were some others, you know. 21 altogether.
21.
Where was it? The funeral, I mean.
Croft Road Cemetery. It was very tasteful. They were all together in one big grave. The mayor and the corporation attended, and the floral tributes. They can't have known anything. It was all over in a second.
That voyage was a tough one. 6 ships in 2 days, including Sorrow, our sister ship. We asked permission to search for survivors. We didn't get that permission till dawn. We found them without difficulty towards the end of the morning watch. 15 out of a ship's company of 90. The men on the rafts were stiff and cold and soaked with oil. Some alive, some dead. Sorrel's captain, Ramsay, my friend for many years, was holding in his arms the dead body of a young sailor. The whole story, the lost ship, the lost crew, the pain and the exhaustion, all these were written on Ramsay's grey face. It was a true captain's face, a captain in defeat, who mourned his ship and who bore alone the monstrous burden of its loss. But the enemy hadn't finished with us, that convoy. That's the third ship tonight. She's settling down.
None of her boats away yet, sir?
You've got the best eyes in the ship, Wells.
Aztec echo bearing 225. Moving left.
Increase revolutions.
Aye, aye, sir.
What's it look like, number one?
Submarine, sir. Can't be anything else.
Ferriby?
Sir?
I'll take over here. Get down to your depth charges.
Aye, aye, sir.
I'll take her in at attacking speed and drop a pattern of depth charges on the way.
Very good, sir.
Starboard 10.
Starboard 10, sir.
Steer 135.
Steer 135, sir.
Captain, sir.
Yes, Wells?
Survivors in the water ahead, sir.
I can see them.
Sorry, sir.
What's it look like now, number one?
The same, sir. Solid echo, exactly the right size. Must be a U-boat.
Is it moving?
Very slowly.
There are some men in the water just about there. 600 yards from those men swimming in the water. What's it look like now?
Just the same. Seems to be stationary. It's the strongest contact we've ever had.
There are some chaps in the water.
There's a U-boat just underneath them.
All right. All right, then. Attack at all costs. That's what it says in the book. We'll go for it. Depth charge positions aft. Attacking. Stand by.
Good, they're waving. The bloke's in the water. You can't do it, sir. You can't.
Do you think I'm enjoying myself, Wells?
But those blokes.
Drop first pattern.
Aye, aye, sir.
Depth charge is gone, sir. Depth charge is gone, sir. Oh, God.
You all right, sir?
No, number one. I don't mind telling you. I don't mind telling you I'm not.
You've got to forget all about it. No good worrying about it now. You can't change anything.
There was a submarine. I'm sure of it. It's all in the report.
It was all my fault anyway. I identified it as a submarine. If anyone killed those men, I killed them.
No one killed them. It's the war. We've just got to do these things and say our prayers at the end. Have you been drinking, number one?
Yes, sir. Quite a lot.
So have I. First time since we commissioned. Good night.
You poor old devil. You've had just about enough, haven't you? Can't get you properly to bed, my dear and revered captain, but at least I can snug you down for the night. You'll have quite a head when you wake up. God bless you. Oh, get your legs out straight. Yeah, that's the best I can do for you. Wish it could be more. Wish I could really cure you. drunk or sober, Erickson, you're all right.
Number one. I heard that.
That's all right, sir. I meant it.
Number one. When we get back after this trip, I'll buy you the best dinner in Liverpool. Our next convoy was our worst ever. It fitted into the whole interminable, messy pattern of that seemingly endless war at sea, and its cost was very great. I've never known a Gibraltar run like it, number one.
No, sir. Simply a steady wastage.
Signal from Viper, sir.
Read it, Wells.
Following ships were sunk last night. Fort James, Oriskey, Bulstrode Manor, Glen McCurtain. Amend convoy list accordingly.
Thank you, Wells. But the next convoy to Iceland was even worse than the Gibraltar run. Compass Rose was running southward past the frozen coastline after delivering 4 ships independently to Reykjavik. It was cold, and it grew even colder as night fell. Looks just as Iceland ought to look, doesn't it?
Plenty of snow. Black cliffs, white mountains, broad glacier.
But peaceful. Cold and peaceful.
Wells, sir, call Viperus on RT. Plain language. They torpedoed in position 050 degrees, 30 miles astern of you.
Aye, aye, sir.
Number one, clear away boats and rafts, but wait for the word.
Aye, aye, sir.
She's going down already. Poor little Compass Rose, just like sorrow.
The RT smashed, sir.
Stop engines, Chief.
Aye, aye, sir.
Chief?
Sir.
Leave it, Chief, and come up.
Aye, aye, sir.
Nothing can save her now, number one.
Nothing.
Shall I ditch the book, sir?
Yes, Wells, throw him over. Coxswain, sir. Pipe abandon ship.
Aye, aye, sir.
Abandon ship! Abandon ship!
What's the chances, sir?
Oh, not too bad. Well, it's time to go. Good luck to you all. She's going.
Shorty. Aye. Did anyone see Jameson?
He were in forecastle.
None of them got out.
Lucky devils. Better than this any road.
Ah, we got a chance still.
It's getting lighter.
That's the moon.
Shorty, wake up.
Are you all right, Rose? Rose?
Damn, he's gone.
Shorty, wake up.
Trefoil will have seen her on her radar screen.
Wilson's dead, sir.
You sure?
Yes, sir. Stone cold.
All right. Tip him over, then. Who's going up on the raft next?
Any more for the Skylark?
Must be pretty near Iceland.
Some men died well. Some men died badly. Some men just died, having nothing to live for. And so in the first light of early morning, Viperus found us, 11 men on 2 rafts. She brought us back to our home port and safety.
Oh, waiter.
Yes, sir.
Another pink gin.
Pink gin, sir?
Oh, no. Here's my captain. Make it 2 pink gins.
Yes, sir.
2 very large pink gins. Sir, congratulations.
My very new brass hat. Thanks, number one.
2 large pink gins, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Well, the lordships only told me last week the passage of time, of course.
Oh, nothing else, sir. Well, here's to it all the same.
I really am sorry.
Thank you. I know, sir.
It's a damn silly question. Any better?
No, not very much.
I didn't think it would be.
Did you go and see Morell's wife?
Yes, I did.
How was she?
In bed.
Taking it badly?
I think she was taking it very well. There was someone with her.
Damn the war.
Yes. To hell with it.
Tell me about your new ship.
Oh, no, she really is something. It's a new class, frigate, same size and shape as a destroyer.
Is she?
8 or 9 officers and about 160 men. She's got everything, but everything. Now, this time, we're going to give them more than they can cope with. You know, we've got turbines, twin screws, 3 big guns, new ASDIC, new radar. I'll be commissioning her in about 2 months' time.
I hope we'll be commissioning her, sir.
Thank you, number 1. I wanted you to say that. Well, let's raise our glasses.
Good idea.
To Watts, and Tunbridge, and Tallow, and Wells, and all the others.
And all the others. Oh, and to Compass Rose.
Yes, to little Compass Rose.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Katharine Hepburn and Robert Taylor in Undercurrent. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. From time to time, as we pass each other on the narrow drive that leads to our respective homes, I scrape fenders with one of my most charming neighbors, Katharine Hepburn. But in spite of our frequent and more friendly contacts, I found Katharine very difficult to lure before a microphone. Her radio appearances are rare indeed, so that it's something of a triumph to present her here tonight, co-starred with another of Hollywood's outstanding stars, Robert Taylor, in his first screen role since serving with the Navy Air Corps. Together, Bob and Katharine bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's thrilling screen hit, Undercurrent. Last Monday night, when we announced tonight's screenplay and stars, the audience response was, well, to say the least, terrific. And I might say that the same is true of audience reaction when it comes to Lux Flakes. Hundreds of listeners who've used Lux Flakes to care for precious fabrics have written us their appreciation. I only wish I had time to answer them in person. But I'm sure that the help which Lux Flakes offer is an answer in itself. And your loyalty to our product enables us to bring you such exciting fare as Undercurrent, with such brilliant stars as Katharine Hepburn and Robert Taylor. They appear, respectively, as Anne Hamilton and Alan Garraway, as the curtain rises on our first act. It was a marriage no one ever would have predicted. Anne Hamilton, reserved, unaspiring, and Alan Garraway, the wealthy, celebrated inventor of the Garraway distance control. Garraway brought his bride to Washington. Their first night there, he displayed her before a large, select group of friends. When the friends had departed...
Oh. Anne, darling, what is it?
I thought they'd never go, Alan. Oh, you shouldn't have. You shouldn't have.
What, darling? I shouldn't have what?
You shouldn't have married me. Your friends, ask them. They know it was a mistake.
Anne, please.
Darling, I can't help it. I didn't even know what they were talking about. They were laughing at me, Alan. I know they were.
But I was proud of you.
Alan, I was so lost among them. What must they have thought? I mean, well, good grief, I don't even know how to dress.
Is that all that's worrying you?
I'm going to take this dress off and never see it again.
But, darling, it's a perfectly nice dress.
Nice dress. It's 8 inches too short, and it's only 2 weeks old. Alan, you're stuck with a wife who doesn't know how to dress. She doesn't even know how to behave.
We'll go shopping tomorrow, darling.
It won't do any good.
By tomorrow night, you'll be the best-dressed woman in Washington. You're already the loveliest.
Oh, I'm sorry to be such a boob, but I want so much to be right for you.
Will you shut up?
I'll learn. I really will. I'll learn to talk like your friends. I'll learn to be like them. I don't know how the heck I'll do it, but I'll do it.
If you do, I'll kill you. Darling, just tell me one thing. Who do you belong to?
You.
Well, that's all. That's all that matters.
Is it, Alan? Is it?
Mm-hmm. And if you ever forget that, you'll be very sorry.
Now, if Madame does not mind waiting, I will arrange to have some hats modeled for her right away.
Well, darling?
Of course, I just don't believe any part of this. A mink coat, a beaver jacket, 14 gowns, 12 pair of shoes.
Relax, will you?
If I relax, I'll drop dead. Oh, Alan, how could you have let me wear that brown horror last night?
I'm in love with you, darling. I didn't even notice.
But you must have. Darling, don't be afraid of hurting me. I don't know much about these things.
Alan Garroway. Is that you, Alan?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Foster. Anne, this is a neighbor of ours from Virginia, an old friend of my mother's. Mrs. Foster, my wife.
How do you do?
I'm delighted to meet you, my dear. When are you coming down to Middleburg?
Well, if business eases up next month, I hope.
Well, Alan, she looks like a fine, honest girl. You, ride, of course.
I'm afraid I'm not very good at it.
We're raised on horses at Middleburg, aren't we, Alan?
Oh, definitely.
Alan's not a bad rider, my dear, but his brother Michael's the boy with the light hands. Now, there's a real horseman. By the way, Alan, how is Michael?
Michael is always Michael. I hope you'll excuse us, Mrs. Foster. We were just going to...
Of course. I'm late for an appointment myself. I'll be looking for you in Middleburg, my dear.
Goodbye, Mrs. Foster. Alan, she's nice. You didn't tell me you had a brother.
Well, I haven't had time to tell you a lot of things, darling. You pick out your hats, Anne. I'll wait out front and get some air.
But I want... Alan, what's wrong, darling? You've seemed so troubled since we came back from shopping.
You were surprised to learn I have a brother.
But what a nice surprise. Where is he, Alan?
Spoiled my first day alone with you. It's so typical. Good old Mike. I meant to tell you about him, Anne. I've been putting it off, but one of these days we'll have to go to San Francisco. Our factory's there, and you'll meet people who know Mike, who adore him. He does that to people. My mother adored him. He was her favorite.
Alan, please, if you drop
When
him
my
off...
father died, Mike and I took over the business. I was the engineer. That's when I started working on my distance control. We'd been making plenty of money when suddenly we began to run out of funds. At first, I couldn't figure out why. Mike must have thought I was an imbecile to do it the way he did. It was just like putting his hand in the cash register.
He was stealing from you, your own brother.
Yes. Mike had bought a ranch in the country. He'd spend a lot of time there. Liked to give parties. Anyway, I drove out to see him. Fortunately, he was alone. When I told him what I'd found out, he said that I'd never do anything about it. Not while Mother was alive. And I didn't. Mother was an invalid. She died the next spring.
Please don't, Alan.
Well, there's not much more to tell. After she died, Mike just disappeared. Last I heard, he was in the Army. That was over 3 years ago.
He disappeared because he was afraid of what you might do to him.
Well, maybe, but Mike's not afraid of me. I keep thinking he's alive somewhere and hating me the way he must. I even felt I didn't have the right to marry you.
Don't say that, Alan. He can't hurt us if we never let him come between us.
Why should he? What's Mike got to do with us?
Nothing, Alan, nothing.
So we'll never think about him or